is a false god, a false god, a false god. Allah is a false god, a false god. Allah is a false god, a false god, a false god. Allah is a false god, a false god. And Muhammad is not a prophet. Muhammad is not a prophet. If you want grace and mercy and love, Islam is not for you. But Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life. Jesus is the King of Kings who died to save us all. If you just repent and believe He took your sins on the cross, then mercy and grace, forgiveness and love, eternity can be yours. But Allah is a false god, a false god, a false god. Allah is a false god, a false god. Allah is a false god, a false god, a false god. Allah is a false god, a false god. Allah is a false god, a false god, a false god. Allah is a false god, a false god. And Muhammad is not a prophet. Muhammad is not a prophet. If you want grace and mercy and love, Islam is not for you. But Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life. Jesus is the King of Kings who died to save us all. If you just repent and believe He took your sins on the cross, then mercy and grace, forgiveness and love, eternity can be yours. But Allah is a false god, a false god, a false god. Allah is a false god, a false god. Allah is a false god, a false god, a false god. Allah is a false god, a false god. Allah is a false god, a false god, a false god. Allah is a false god, a false god. And Muhammad is not a prophet. Muhammad is not a prophet. If you want grace and mercy and love, Islam is not for you. But Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life. Jesus is the King of Kings who died to save us all. If you just repent and believe He took your sins on the cross, then mercy and grace, forgiveness and love, eternity can be yours. But Allah is a false god, a false god, a false god. Allah is a false god, a false god. If you want grace and mercy and love, Islam is not for you. But Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life. Jesus is the King of Kings who died to save us all. If you just repent and believe He took your sins on the cross, then mercy and grace, forgiveness and love, eternity can be yours.
Hallelujah. Let Lord Jesus Christ shine forth. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Wherever you are joining us, welcome to a birthday party. Not birthday party, but crushing Muhammad's birthday party. Around the world, even though some Muslims disagree, yet some Muslims today and tomorrow are celebrating the birthday of that prophet. Yes, I know he's dead, but around the world people are celebrating his birthday. We just thought we'd jump in and crush his birthday. And to do that, so throughout evening, I've got I'll put actually the link in the chat as well. A link will be there for people to just come in and take part in this birthday party. So our first guest is going to be all the way from the past. We will travel to United States first and then take it from there. Before kind of I take them in, I just wanted to give you practical tips for you to have a healthy time in the chat. Please do not copy and paste your message again and again and again. Don't do that. It is not helpful. Once you put it there and then put @ in front of DCCI Ministries, we will notice it, hopefully. Unless it is affecting your eternity, you can do a couple of times, but don't copy and paste the same message again and again. Please do not share anyone's personal details in the chat. And if you jump into a conversation, please be respectful to our guests. I think that's very basic principles we have. We don't have much rules. Just don't abuse my moderators as well. Everything will be fine. Right now, I think live stream is gonna go until 4 o'clock in the morning, earliest. We will see. So make sure you get enough coffee and popcorn and cake, whatever you do when you go to birthday parties. So let me take our first guest in. So our first guest is all the way from the state. Yes. Let's do sound check first. So your brother in Christ and L from the state. Peace of Christ be with you, brother and sister.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
How are you doing, guys?
Oh, good. About ready to cutting some cake.
Yeah, very excited for this party. Seems like we're going to have a lot more fun than a lot of people who are celebrating. So I'm excited.
I know I was in the mosque today and it didn't look like they were happy to celebrate Muhammad's birthday at all. So they were just like all sitting and kind of singing funny songs.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's like they do prayer stuff. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'll usually go with gentlemen's first because you are first time in my live stream. Can you be kind enough, brother, and then tell us who you are, what do you do, why are you Christian, and why did you decide to crash Muhammad's birthday party? Lots of questions. If you don't remember to answer all of them, don't worry. I will remind you my questions again.
I better say, we do only have 24 hours, right? I just want to get this clear. That's a long story. Well, let's start off at the beginning.
I will cut in, no worries. Just let's get on with it.
Sure. I am your brother in Christ. I run Your Brother in Christ here on YouTube. I do a lot of shorts about Islam and Christianity, and I do live streams once a week normally. I've been taking a bit of a break for the last week because I've been busy building stuff. It's been a lot of work, but that's primarily where you can find me.
What are you building, brother?
A deck.
Shelter for our wood, for our fireplace, because it's been cold and we like heat and warmth. But
okay.
Yeah, it's a 25 by 10 deck with a woodshed attached.
Okay. How far are you? Have you finished it or?
Almost. Just got to put the roof on.
Okay. And why are you Christian, brother?
Why am I Christian? Because Jesus did it for me. That's what it really comes down to. When I was younger, I studied other religions. It came down to Christianity really being an outlier, where Christ is the one who does it for you, not you do something in order to earn salvation in some way. That really appealed to me. The reliability historically of the Bible, how it has not been changed, how we still have documents even from the 1st century that support what we have currently, was mind-blowing. Just the overwhelming amount of historical evidence, both by Christian sources and non-Christian sources, those who were trying to stop Christianity. In fact, those are the ones that were more interesting than the Christian sources, because of course the Christians won't make it sound real good. The non-Christian sources were what was really intriguing. I've always had a deep love for history. always loved diving into that, and that's really something that kindled my interest to it. Now, I was raised Christian. Both of my parents are pastors.
That was a mistake. You can't do that.
I was already saying, are we getting a sneak peek? I was getting excited. That looks really good.
Focus on, brother.
Sorry, I saw a cake. It got distracting, okay?
Put your focus face. Put your focus face. So, yes, you were telling me, why are you Christian?
Yeah, so I was raised by Christians, but again, when I was in my teenage years, I really did a deep study into other religions. And that really brought forth the differences between Christianity and other faiths. As for why I'm dealing with Islam, I'd say the deception of Islam is one of the things I find most abhorrent. Jesus said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. So he is the truth, and something that is in direct contradiction to that, Islam, really stuck out as being abhorrent. I'd say the other aspect of it is the people who are just following Islam that don't know what it actually says, don't know what it actually teaches. Those people who are lost, who are going to be entering into hell without even knowing they're doing it. There's a difference from, I reject Jesus Christ, I reject God, I'm going to go to hell, I don't care, it's my decision, my choice. Okay, well, it's a stupid choice, but you're right, it does come down to being your choice. I have a problem when people are going to hell without knowing they're going to hell.
Yeah.
So I'd say that's one of my major drives as far as why to deal with Islam.
Okay. So why did you decide to crash my party? Or
Because
crash Mohammed's birthday party?
Because you invited me?
Yeah, we're not crashing your party. We're crashing the party with you.
Okay. Okay.
I'm like, sure, we'll do it. Why not? And someone was said about cakes. I was promised cake. So I'm like, sure. Yeah, cake.
Only way you can end up in this live stream is if you bring a birthday cake. So that's the only condition people have. That's your ticket. That's your ticket. Okay.
I got 6, if it helps.
If anyone
She's a little bit of an overachiever.
We can give it to them. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I cover 5 other people.
Okay. Al, would you like to introduce yourself to us as well? And why are you sitting next to this gentleman, of course?
Okay, so I am El Iso Elohim, and so El, but my YouTube is El Iso Elohim, and I like to call myself an apologetics artist because I love to illustrate images while I talk about the gospel or while I dive into just completely destroying other religions like Islam, especially. Very easy, thankfully, once you kind of shine some light on it. And I noticed that a lot of people find it a lot easier to really let the message sink in and really get focused and attached and really care what is being said when they have something to latch onto visually as well, to sink their heart into art-wise. So I found that ministry to be very effective. And I'm sitting next to this lovely gentleman because he's my husband, and if I don't, he has a Mizwaki.
Not handkerchief.
You said what?
Not handkerchief, but miswak.
Yeah. I don't know. Handkerchiefs are a lot softer, so I'm less scared. Depends, though, I guess. So, so I met my husband some years back, and he just poured out his entire heart for Christ to me, and just went through all these different things that he's very for and very against, that we're all in line with Christ and what we're called to, and things that the world is scared to say. And I fell in love. And so now we try to support each other in each other's ministries however we can, so that we can continue to pursue Christ together better than ever before. And we extend that offer to everyone around us, if there's any way that we can partner together and try to help bring about the glory of God, the edification of his people, the building of his church, and the freeing of the lost, because we've all been lost and none of us can ever be enough. I know that there's a catchphrase like, you are enough, but we're not. Like, we need Christ. And all of us know that we need something, but not all of us know that something is the true God, Yahweh, Jesus Christ, the Holy Spirit. And so we try to help people to come to know the truth, because lies can be so destructive. Truth, I think, is one of the most important things in life, because without truth, we can't know anything at all. And it's what gets in the way of so many opportunities for good and for righteousness and to know God, is this deception. And Islam does seem to be playing one of the largest roles in promoting deception right now. It just is at its core deception. I mean, Allah, brags about being the greatest of deceivers, which is just crazy to me that anyone would want to follow someone who brags about deceiving people. And no one is free from Allah's deception except those who are perishing. And it's like, well, then, like, so that everyone's just like stuck with like lies no matter what, pretty much. Like, anyway, it's so heartbreaking. So hoping to help. Yeah, happy to.
Thank you for being with us. So you express that you are artist, you are the person who is behind this one. Let me take you down. Nothing personal. I'm getting rid of you for a second. So Al is behind this one. So this is, I got this when I was in the state. I'll just show you all, and then we take Al in to tell us what is it inside it. Okay. Sister, what is this?
It looks to me like a very decorated Quran that exposes Islam. But
So are you telling me the Quran itself exposes Islam?
Oh, that is exactly what I'm saying. The Quran is the best exposition of Islam.
What is the covering? First covering says to us.
Well, it shows us that Allah claims to be the best of the deceivers, and it lists out a bunch of different verses where this happens again and again in the Quran. And then it shows the Arabic word, makr, and it goes through and it shows exactly what that word actually means in Arabic. And anyone who truly knows Arabic is going to know that that is what that word means. You Google it, it'll show you exactly what it means in a bunch of different sources. It's not some random wacko Christian idea. Allah claims to be the best of deceivers, and only the deceivers try to cover that up. The side says the Holy Quran.
I'm just trying to make sure people are able to see this, but I can't see. I don't think people are able to see it either.
Okay.
It's a historical fiction. I don't know what that means for the Quran system.
It's the genre. I mean, when you think about genres of books, it's very, very helpful to know, is this for young adults? Is this for young children? Is this true? Is this false? Is this sci-fi? Or is this historical fiction? And it's historical fiction, guys. So I just wanted to make sure that that's clear to everyone who might think about picking up this book.
And is there holy? Is there like spelling mistake?
No.
Or is it intentional?
No, it is very intentional. That is the only type of holy that the Quran will ever be.
Okay, and then in here we got Muhammad with one of the Charlie Hebdo pictures.
Yes, I did the 2 Charlie Hebdo spoof pictures, and that one says, read it, Allah gave proof Islam is false. And that really is one of the best things you guys could do, Muslims. Read the Quran, find out for yourselves. I mean, Allah himself gave conditions in which Islam would be false if these conditions are met, and they have been met. He also gave conditions in which Muhammad would be a false prophet, and those have been met as well. So
he's the only prophet who fulfills the criteria of being false prophet, huh?
Yeah.
By his own criteria. And then this is inside, and then this is a couple of Bible verses.
Yeah.
To kind of confirm reason for apologetics and reason for vote to know Jesus. It's very, very
that in the Bible.
Yeah.
Bible is much more beautiful than anything you'll find in the Quran, so I had to add something that's worthwhile on there.
Sister, I don't want to get it personal with knowing like people get upset with those things, but why does Muhammad has Akbar on his eyes?
So he has Mickey Mouse because Allah is a mouse, and as he's reading this Quran, he's finding out that Allah is a mouse. He's a little corrupter. I mean, it works really perfectly. I mean, that's what a mouse is in Islam, and you know what more of a corrupter is there than Allah himself? And he's also seeing like this massive like Mickey Mouse hole in the Quran, and that's just all he can think about, all he can see.
I don't know. It's just so beautiful, sister. It's like there is a power. You know, like people say, you represent who you believe or who you worship. Or sometimes you spend time with people and their character rub off you. This is like very similar when people kind of read the Quran. Akbar gets into their eyes and then transforms all of their life. Well, thank you very much for making 2 of them for me. This is one
Absolutely.
of them in case like someone steals it. Okay. Business. Brother, where is your entering tickets to the party crashing?
Okay.
Well,
I'll grab this one.
so I made a bunch of different versions. We've got 2 that have our nice same decorations as on the Quran, except I just put them in color.
So that's
They're pretty.
proper cake.
Yeah, these are all individual cakes. They're all together. And then we have a holy Quran with the Mickey Mouse holes cut out. You know, it's a little bit messy, but it's a lot less messy than the real Quran. So what can you do? Then there's a little bit of a sticker residue that's blocking the side, but let me go ahead and remove this thing so you can see our nice holy Quran cake. Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Our nice holy Quran cake even has the binding, and it shows that it is the Holy Quran by false prophet Muhammad, and it is historical fiction. And so there are nice cakes.
One of the cake is very similar to the Quran we have.
Yes.
And then other cake is you've got Muhammad who is trying to read the Quran again, kind of covering off the other Quran, and then backside of the Quran you put it together. So you made it as a cake.
So those are our 3 Quran cakes, and then
so what is the inside that cake?
What is inside it?
Yeah, like is it like you've got flour, you've got chocolate, you've got whatever people put into the cake. So what kind of...
Well, I mean, I didn't get anything fancy put inside that cake, but not to worry. We still have like, you know, our camel pea on the side.
Okay.
So we've got that. Since it's not in the cake, we have it additional. And we also have these really good, actually, they're like chocolate chunks and they're full of dates. And I mean, so right here we have like the cure-alls. Muhammad should have just had these and then he'd still be alive to celebrate his birthday with us, but he didn't. But at least we have them, you know. So
sometimes it is difficult if you come up with these ideas, you forget to practice them. So we can make sure your brother in Christ drinks it and then he's healthy. Is it like fresh or is it warm?
It's fresh. It's fresh.
Okay.
It's quite fresh.
Okay.
Thank you.
Top you off there.
So I'm going to take a risk, and then there are a couple of people who join into the live stream. I'm going to take them in. Just sometimes people are not very kind. I will kick them out, but just prepare yourself for that. Let's take this person in. Hello. Okay, no sound. Hello?
Try unmute. Okay.
Hello? Okay, they lost their chances.
Do you want to see our other cakes?
Yes, I'm going to see that. Just a second. Make sure first camel urine is being drunk.
Good and warm.
It's warm. Where did you get it?
Local farmer.
Okay. Look. Okay. So let me, sister, are you able to get a picture of the cake so we can put it on the screen in one point?
Yes. Do you want me to like pick it up and show you though, or do you just want a picture?
You did
Take
that.
picture,
so we
send
did
it to her, and then
No, this one. You haven't seen any
No,
of these
no.
other cakes yet.
Just a second. So we saw 3 of them.
Yes.
Okay, so let's have those pictures of the 3 of them.
Okay.
And then after that, we will see the next one. While Al is doing that, I'll show you the cake. Oh, not this one. Not this one. Where is the one I had? Okay, actually, let's put this one. I'll put this one on the screen. So this is the not good. There is a problem with the. So that's the cake I had. As you get to notice, I needed to put the different angle for the phone. But anyway. So the cake I have here is, you can see Mohammed's. It says like happy birthday for your 8th year or 9th year or 50th stuff. In here I put 1452, and then it's supposed to be -4. Sorry, +4, but the cake lady was just so nasty, so she put that thing there. So because if you remember, Mohammed was born 4 years after his father died. I just wanted to make sure like we mentioned that in his cake. Okay, sister, what do you have?
Do you want me to send it to you, the picture, or how do you want me to do that?
or
Yes,
hold
I
up
will-
the cake or send. The picture.
Oh, you want to see the new cakes?
Yeah,
haven't
so
seen
we've got the pictures now, so we make sure like if they got crushed or eaten.
Okay, so this one we're probably gonna have to take the lid off real quick because it's a little bit foggy. Because this is an ice cream cake. We went all out.
What kind of cake is it?
It's ice cream cake.
How can you make cake from ice cream?
Well, we had someone else make it, but it was with my designs that I sent and everything.
I
And
got the
it's
bottom.
layers of cake and ice cream.
Okay, so who is on the top?
We've got Muhammad, and he's very terrified because Christians know the truth, and they're ready to expose him. For example, David Wood, who is Saitama One Punch Man, about to take him out.
What do you have on the side?
Here we have Quran Surah 929, which shows us exactly what Islam teaches, which is fight to kill those who do not believe in Allah, and goes on to explain exactly why. Just very, very brutal. But on the other side, hold on, we have what Christianity teaches, which is the opposite. And it's on the opposite side, and it says, "You have heard that it was said, you shall love your neighbor and hate your enemy. But I say to you, love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you." This is Jesus speaking in the Bible in Matthew 5:43 through 44. This just shows us why we deal with Islam, because we love Muslims and we want to help set them free from the evils of Islam.
Okay, so on the top of the cake, Muhammad is terrified by Christians because Christians know the truth and going to expose him. And then on one side we got Surah 9 verse 29. And then on the other side is teachings of Jesus. And so why is it red?
Islam just brings bloodshed everywhere it goes. I mean, like, you can't even really talk about Islam without having blood on your hands, essentially, nowadays. So, but Jesus's blood, on the other hand, is what redeems us and brings us to him, because he was willing to make that sacrifice for us. He did not cause the blood of others, but gave down his own so that we could be spared. So.
Okay. So while you get the picture of that and then prepare your next tag, I'm going to take someone in and then we'll see who is this person is. Hello.
Hello, Hatem.
Hello, sir. Who are you?
Ultimate Truth, as you read it.
Are you Muslim? Are you Christian, sir?
A Muslim, 1000%.
Such a shame thing. Can you tell us what are your thoughts on Muhammad's birthday, sir?
What are my thoughts on Muhammad's birthday? How about what are my thoughts about what are you saying about Muhammad?
I say lots of things about Muhammad. You don't need to kind of share your thoughts with me regarding what I say, but you can tell me your thoughts regarding what are your thoughts on some of the Muslims around the world are celebrating the birthday of dead prophet or dead man.
I don't celebrate birthdays, and but you hear saying that Muhammad is mad because Christians have covered his lies. So you're taking him as God. He had to be God.
Say it
again. To be able to do that.
Sir, say it again.
I said you just. Can I say it again? You kept on cutting me. You just made a cake and put a picture of the drawing of the Prophet Muhammad on, saying that he's mad because apologetics discovered his lies, right? So
one of the cake expresses the fear. Listen. One of the cake expresses fear in the eyes of Muhammad because now he's been exposed with all of the lies and deceiving many people. Yes, it's causing him fear.
So is he dead? So what's him right now? How can a dead person be fearing anything?
Sir?
Yeah, answer, brother. Go ahead, answer. Yes, he's all twisted.
Your sound is cutting off.
I said, hold on. Let me disconnect some. I got a lot of stuff that are connected to this thing. Can you hear me better now?
I can hear you now. Yes.
Yes, I said, you saying that Prophet Muhammad is fearing anything or afraid of anything or is going crazy or anything you might be saying because of the fact that you have discovered that Islam was a lie, that he is not a prophet. Just you saying it, you are saying that he is God. He died 1400 years ago. How can he fear anything? How can he feel anything? You're taking him as God. You're worshiping him right now. You're worshiping Prophet Muhammad.
Let me respond to that, sir. First of all, I am afraid to tell you, even my dog wouldn't lick the flesh of Muhammad because he's that much disturbing to humanity. I'm not worshiping Muhammad. I'm simply exposing his teachings to rescue people who are following Muhammad. And sadly, lots of people are being intentionally deceived by the lies of your prophet, and it seems you are one of them. The point is to make sure people are very much aware how ugly, disturbing, and disgusting man you worship and you follow. Today, many Muslims around the world celebrating the birthday of that person that already shows he is more than a prophet, more than a man. That's already a problem by itself. But I'm very much disturbed that you are not addressing your Muslim brothers who are celebrating the birthday of that person, sir.
you're here addressing Muslims. You're not here addressing the Jehovah's Witnesses or the Catholics or anybody, right? Anybody got those sects inside of any group. Muslims got it. You Christians got it. You're here talking. I'm just saying. Why would I worry about? You won't let me finish. See, you see.
I am addressing your prophet. I'm addressing your prophet, and as I do that, I'm talking to you. In case your ears are in somewhere else, I don't know what's happening overside of the phone, but you just need to pull yourself and then deal with question of why do Muslims celebrate the birthday of dead man, and that dead man caused very, very brought very dangerous things into the humanity.
First of all, I am not saying why you Muslims, other people are celebrating it. I am not, but you Christians are celebrating Jesus Christ, December 25th, right? You're celebrating because
Jesus Christ is still alive.
Remember? Jesus Christ is still alive. No, he dead.
He himself on the cross.
He dead.
He walked out of that grave.
He's dead. Not according to the Quran.
Throne.
He's
Jesus
dead.
Christ is alive according to the teachings of the Bible. Jesus Christ is alive according to history, and Jesus Christ is alive according to Quran, Surah 4, verse 158.
No, so verse 158 says he's dead.
Pull yourself together, and then
okay,
tell me why Muslims are celebrating birthday of dead man.
No, I got to debunk first the fact that you said Jesus is alive according to the Quran, right?
Sir,
dead. He's dead.
Oh, Jesus Christ is dead.
No, not according to the Quran. Not according to the Bible.
Jesus Christ is dead. Surah 4, verse 157 is interpreted very differently. Jesus Christ is Surah 4, verse 158 with Allah. And it is good that you believe Jesus Christ is dead, and then add for 158. That will help you to see. And we know, according to the Islamic tradition, yes, he died for the sins of Israelites. Oh, sorry, I put him down. I forgot he was down. Sorry. Sorry, sir. I remove you by mistake. Sorry. Are you there?
That's okay. Yeah, I'm here. I'm patient. Allah is reason. Allah is the patient one. So you claiming that the Quran is saying that Jesus is alive. Listen, sir? Can I speak though? You muted me.
You need to listen to me. You need to listen to me.
So I can talk.
You expressed
Jesus is dead in the Quran. Can I prove that? So he's dead, buried.
Yeah, where did you get that?
Can I show it to you?
I asked where did you get that? So therefore, yeah, I am assuming.
I said Jesus is dead and buried in the Quran. Do you agree?
Buried. Wow.
Yes. Okay, I give you 3 verses. The one you jumped, 157, go back to it. Before your death, everyone was supposed to believe in you before your death. You, Jesus. You go to 355, God said, yes, as Jesus himself said, as I was alive, now after you terminated my life, after you killed me, now you're the watcher over them, you Allah. And then you go to 155. What chapter was it? This one is Allah saying, after I terminated your life, after I killed you.
516.
Okay, so then why are you lying on God saying that Jesus is alive? He dead. Okay. Where did you see that he is alive?
No, just a second. So thank you very much for confirming for us that according to Quran, that Jesus died. So we appreciate that.
So you were lying. So you were lying on the Quran.
I will bring your attention to Surah 4, verse 158. And Surah 19, where you will also hear and see that he's alive. let me point out to my guests, brother and sister.
Yes.
We've got Muslim on the screen and confirms for us that Jesus died according to Quran. What are your thoughts?
I do find that very interesting with Surah 354 and all, but
no, I mean, all Christians would agree. Yeah, Jesus died.
yeah,
What's the point?
he just didn't stay dead, is our point. He rose himself from the grave.
It's like you got half the story there.
And I know Mr. Muslim wanted to jump in and say the Quran says differently, but even if the Quran says differently, the Quran affirms the Bible. And you also, Mr. Muslim, said that's not what the Bible says, but that is what the Bible says. And Quran affirms what the Bible says. And the Bible says that Jesus is alive, that he is risen. So according to Allah, we must judge by the Bible. We are judging by the Bible, and Jesus is alive.
No, the Quran never said to judge by your Bibles. He said to judge by the Injil given to Jesus. You are following four so-called hadiths according to Mark, according to Luke. Luke is saying, no, this is the Bible. Listen, let me finish. Don't cut me off.
I'm gonna step in.
You can finish the sentence. I can't finish. This is Christianity.
I'm already feeling that you are very much upset that
this is Christianity.
Celebrating the birthday of that man. And I am very much aware that now you wanna.
Oh my God! Can I speak?
You want to bring attention to Jesus Christ. We appreciate that.
Can I speak?
But
can I speak though?
Live stream is focused on Muhammad and his death and his birth. So, according to Quran, as it's been expressed to you, according to Quran, Bible is the reliable word of God, and which you expressed according to Quran that Jesus died. You forgot Surah 4 verse 158 and Surah 19, which will help you that he risen. He didn't stay dead. He walked out of that grave. So that is something you need to think about it. While we've got you here, since we are birthday, can you be kind enough and tell us?
Okay, now can I address what you just said though? Can I address what you just said?
And then tell me, can you be kind enough and then tell me why did
you can be kind enough to let me respond.
That woman can be pregnant for 4 years.
What Christianity is about? Only you talk, only you speak. We can speak. Is that what it is? Christianity?
How is it possible that your prophet
she made a claim. I'm about to debunk. You made a claim. She made a claim. I'm about to debunk both of you. You said that he died and resurrected. You said yes. The Quran said he died, but he came back to life. I'm about to debunk that. When he left, he died once, and you're never gonna see him again. Nobody saw him again. He died. And she said, Allah said, respect your Bible. I said no. Allah is making a distinction between.
Don't ever talk about my Bible as whatever. Don't ever talk about my Bible as whatever, sir. Okay. So now
you don't have to learn how to take that. You are insulting my Quran. I am not saying anything. If I say whatever, no, you just want to hang up. You just want to.
If you want to focus, just focus. If you can't focus, don't focus. Okay, let's take these guys. Hello. Hello. No. Fine. Let's take this guy. Hello.
I want to eat your dick, but I can't fuck on my nails, so I'ma pick it up with chopsticks. Mouth wide open, like I was at the dentist. Mouth wide open.
Man, he left. Let's take this one, and then we will take a break after this, okay?
Hello? Hello.
Oh, good. We can hear him.
How are you?
That's good.
I'm okay. Thank you. Who are you, sir?
Yeah. My name is True Finder, and yeah, I want to talk to you.
Are you Muslim? Are you Christian, sir? What are you?
I'm Muslim.
Muslim, can you say hi to my guests, please?
Hello.
Hello.
So, why are you Muslim?
Because it's the true religion, and obviously Allah is real, and I always believe in Allah.
How did you come to conclusion that Islam is true religion? And how did you come to the conclusion that Allah is real?
Because Allah sent me a message when I was sleeping. In my dream, when I was younger, I was sitting in heaven and I was looking at hellfire and heaven at the same time. So, but God didn't introduce himself to me. I didn't see God in that, or no one spoke to me. I was alone there. And obviously I saw a mosque there. So it's a message from God.
How do you know it was God? How do you know it wasn't Satan? Because Allah didn't even reveal himself to Muhammad. What was so special about you that Allah revealed himself to you, sir?
Because God is telling me to choose which path you want to go towards. You want to go towards the evil path or the good path? So I'm following the good path.
Sir, can you tell me how did you recognize it was Allah? Was it from his shin? Was it from his cold hand? Was it from his eye? How did you recognize it was Allah?
Because it was very peaceful there, and I was and I was 8 years old, so it must be proof.
Okay. You say it's peaceful, but Jesus claims to be the Prince of Peace. So
Prophet Isa was peaceful as well.
Jesus claims to be God. So if you reject Jesus's claim to be God, you reject God and you reject Jesus, and your prophet is not the true Jesus. The true Jesus is God.
Okay. Basically, I don't believe any of that, but the Jesus I believe wasn't God. He was a prophet and he was a good man.
Why do you believe that?
And I exposed Tommy Robinson on my channel. See? I am good at this.
I am grateful that you identified Jesus as good man and prophet. Let me help you to finish your sentence. Jesus is perfect. Jesus is prophet, alongside of being Prince of Peace, alongside of being Word of God, alongside of being King of Universe, alongside of being Creator, alongside of being
listen to this, sister Hatun Cash.
Alongside of being God man. So he's not only just a prophet or good man.
Okay, I understand. No, but listen to this, sister. Sister Hatun Cash, listen to this.
Mister.
Yeah, go on.
Okay, I'm not your sister. Call me Hatun. That's fine.
Okay.
So can you be kind enough, since we are talking about Muhammad and his birthday, I find actually heart crushing, not even heartbreaking, but heart crushing that you said the reason you believe Islam is true because you went to heaven and then you met with Allah and then had chit chat stuff.
I didn't meet Allah. I was meet Allah. I was there.
Listen. In that list, you didn't even brought Muhammad up. So am I right to understand? You don't need to believe in Muhammad to be Muslim, correct?
No, you have to believe in Muhammad.
Okay, so you failed to give me the description of Allah. Let's go to Muhammad.
We love Allah more than all the prophets. So, yeah.
Sorry?
We love Allah more than all the prophets.
Oh, bless your heart. I didn't come across people are killing for Allah, but I come across people are killing for Muhammad. Anyway, so can you tell me on the topic of Muhammad? I understand that your prophet's mom was 4 years pregnant as she gave birth to Muhammad. Is that true?
To be honest, you're asking the wrong person. I don't know.
Why are you wrong person? You traveled all the way to
I'm not a dawah guy. I am not a dawah guy, and I'm not an imam, so I can't answer your questions. But what I could answer is my knowledge.
No. Don't answer the things I didn't ask you. That's not an answer to anything. That's just a statement. So can you be kind enough and then tell us 10 good things about Muhammad?
10 good things.
Yeah.
He was kind. He loved all his friends. There was a ugly man called I forgot his name, but I do know it's in the Quran. There was an ugly man that everyone used to bully, and Prophet Muhammad stood up for him, saying he's a brother, innit? So Prophet Muhammad stood up for him. That's one.
That's
like
three. Give me next 7.
He spoke the truth. He was that's 5. That's 4. And he also spreaded the word of Islam and the true God. That's 5. And he never let anyone discriminate against any other religion. He was friendly with the Christians. He was friendly with the Jews. He gave Jews a home. All that.
You've read the Quran, right?
That's 6. That's 6. Give us next 4, and then we will all kind of give you
Next good thing he did is that he predicted the future. He predicted tall buildings. He predicted future clothing. He predicted mosque becoming palaces. Looking at palaces. He predicted everything. Everything, innit?
Give me
and it all happening. It's all
give
happening.
Me number 8.
Number 8 is hold on, I'm thinking because there's a lot of good things he did. I'm trying to find the right one. I'm trying to remember it. He did
8, the one
he stopped killings of newborn baby girls. That's number 9. And one more. He also helped the poor. That's 10 things.
Okay, great. I really appreciate the list you provided for us. So that was the list for 10 things Mr. Muslim finds good about Muhammad. Gentlemen's first, your brother in Christ. What are your points for these 10 things about?
Ooh, so I get the pick of the bunch. Oh boy. There's a lot of gold here, but let's go ahead and start with the easy fruit, the Jews and Christians. They pulled up Surah 9:29. Fight those who do not believe in Allah, nor in the last day, nor forbid what Allah and his messenger have forbidden.
He's talking about the Quraysh.
I'm talking about the Jews and the Christians, because that surah right there refers to the people of the scripture.
Yeah.
Until they pay the jizya willingly while being submitted. Now, that also defines in the very next one. If you
what does it clarify about Jews?
Says
in
929,
929, and then 930.
930
specifically says the word Jew. It specifically says the word.
It specifically
people of the book.
It refers to the people of the scriptures, and then it refers to the following verse classifies it. The Jews say that Ezra is the son of Allah, and the Christians say that Messiah is the son of Allah. This is the accusation being placed against them. This is why they are not believers. It's because of this. And because of that is why you must fight/kill.
You're talking about the people
word there means fight and kill.
With them. You want to
just a second. Mr. Muslim,
yeah.
We let you to come up with your 10 lies. Now I need you to focus, bring your ears together, put them in the right place, and listen what your brother in Christ is saying. Before I let him to kind of make his points, I think it will be necessary for you to take notes at this stage. And then also answer a very basic question. Did you ever had a chance or the capability to read the Quran before you answered my question?
No.
No.
So
okay.
You have
never
the
read
advantage. Congratulations.
Okay, so you never read the Quran as you answered my question. Okay. Your brother in Christ. So please bring your comments on these 10 beautiful things about Muhammad.
Sure. So this one here, 929, does not classify those who are fighting against you. This is an act of aggression. In fact, we see this in the rightly guided caliphs' lives. I mean, they walked with Muhammad. They knew him personally. They would be the ones most familiar with his teachings. We find that they aggressively attacked both the Persian Empire, the assassin of the age, and the Byzantine Empire, which was the Christian Empire. They aggressively attacked. Now, were the Christians coming in? No, they were not. They had no interest in entering into the Muslim area at the time. It was a desert. They had no interest. They were too busy fighting each other. The assassins and the Byzantines were too busy fighting each other in order to even focus on this new cult that was growing in Arabia. They are the ones, the Muslims were the ones who are aggressive, and this is the foundation for that. That's why Abu Bakr decided to do this in his first and only 2 years as being the first rightly guided caliph. I think that's it. I mean, the historical proof is in the pudding here.
Okay, thank you. So one of the comments already being debunked. Sister, have you got anything to add on this list of 10 things?
So we know there's 2 things that I'd really like to comment on, and I'd like to leave some for everybody else, but I know there's been a lot of comments debunking them already. So as far as Muhammad's predictions, I mean, Allah did say what would happen if Muhammad was a false prophet. And you're right. Muhammad made an incredible prediction. Allah would sever his aorta. And some of Muhammad's last words, Aisha still remembered him saying that he still felt the poison from Khaybar, and it felt like it was severing his aorta. So you're right. Muhammad did have predictions that came true, that he was a false prophet, and it was proved in that. Regarding Muhammad never insulting any other religions, that's just not true. We see that with Muhammad's actions. He himself insulted other religions. When other religions were kind to him, he was, very pro-Christian, very pro-Jew, until the Jews and Christians started being like, oh, what are you talking about? Because that's not true. And then he was very against them. And same with the pagans. When the pagans were welcoming with open arms, he was very happy. Let me finish, and then you can respond. But as soon as they weren't happy with what he was saying, he went and he was very destructive to their idols. He was very destructive to them. He made very rude comments that I myself would not even repeat, even if I was very angry, to their false gods and such. And then he set that example for others. And you still see that with Muslims today who truly follow Muhammad, who truly follow Islam. Most Muslims are way better than Muhammad. Most Muslims are way better than Islam, way better than Allah, because they are respectful to other people's religions. But Muhammad was not. Go ahead and respond.
Okay, you're proving my point right now, because, Islam was here for 1400 years, but for 1400 years, you've been hating Islam for 1400 years. This is nothing new in it. So we're all used to this same comments, same topics. Everything you say has been said before in the past, and even 1400 years.
No, by your sources.
They were insulting Islam. They were saying, "Oh, we need to kill Muslims." Blah blah blah. 1400 years ago, that's what they were doing.
Okay,
and then when democracy came, that's when you stopped killing Muslims.
Mr. Muslim, can you shush a little bit? I'm afraid
also the rape to Muslims.
So shush little bit. Please don't come to the live stream and then spread lies and hates towards Muslim community, even though you are Muslim. Please don't do that.
I'm not spreading hate to Muslim community.
You did, and that was wrong. You did, and that was wrong. So let me bring something to your attention. First of all, I'm very grateful that you expressed that until I asked you the question that you never read your Quran, you were not in the place of reading your Quran. So that's helpful. I think therefore you are all surprised by your brother in Christ and Al brought to you, because it seems you are not very aware of what is your Islamic sources are bringing your attention. In your free time, please create some free time and then read your own Islamic sources. So I'm going to let you to respond.
Can I ask you something before I go? I just want to say, yeah, I have a YouTube page called Truth Finder UK, and I'm exposing Tommy Robinson and Hatintash.
I don't care what you are exposing.
Tommy Robinson is a terrorist.
I don't care who you are exposing or what you are exposing. I don't care about it. I simply ask you the question of, please tell us 10 good things about Muhammad. That's what we are discussing. Okay? If you want to become a famous and then set up new YouTube channels and make money by exposing people who are exposing your grooming gangs, please do so. But you don't have platform for that in here. So now, since you are being intentional to not respond to the brother and sister, I'm just going to go through your list and then help you to think through. Hopefully, it will help you to put your brain together in your mind. Okay? You expressed Muhammad is kind. Yes, Muhammad was very kind. He was very kind when he climbed the top of a child. He was very kind when he put hot iron in people's eyes. He was very kind when he broke down the marriages, especially marriage of his son. He was very kind when he called people like me as the worst of creatures. That shows me how kind he was. He was very kind. He cheated on his wife on her bed. That shows me kindness and generosity. So thank you for bringing that to attention.
Can I answer the question of the grooming gangs?
I'm going through your points. Write it down, and then I will give you time, sir. You expressed that Muhammad stood up for ugly people. Muhammad is the one who made people ugly. Where did you get the idea that Muhammad stood up for someone who was ugly? Pull your brain together, man. Muhammad spoke the truth. No, Muhammad lied. Muhammad lied while he said he confirms what the prophets taught, Surah 381. Muhammad lied about teachings of Lord Jesus Christ. Muhammad lied about the historical fact that Jesus Christ died on the cross by crucifixion. Muhammad lied about my triune God. Muhammad came and preached different gospel. You said Muhammad spread Islam. Yes, by sword. He brought blood on earth. And then his followers are still spreading Islam in some part of the world by blood, other part of the world by deception and love jihad. Your brother in Christ already expressed that how Muhammad was very nasty and his teachings were very, very dangerous for people who are not Muslim, for Jews and Christians. We brought to your attention Surah 9, verse 29. You expressed that Muhammad predicted future, and Sister Al already remind you, yes, he told people, Allah actually expressed, if you make lies about us, I will cut your aorta, and his aorta is being cut. Yes, that was good thing happened, and he told us that's going to happen. Muhammad stopped killing the killing of the babies. Muhammad said, if you kill the baby, her mom and that baby is going to go to hell. That doesn't good enough. That's just bad. Muhammad had helped the poor people, yes, by taking their money. He made poor people poorer and poorer. You said Muhammad never insult other religions. I believe that is simply lie. All the ugly and disturbing language he used towards the God of Meccans. But above all, the language Muhammad used towards Lord Jesus Christ is not acceptable at all. So do you want to respond to that, please?
Yeah. I want to respond to the other questions that you put forward to me about the grooming gangs and the rape. But I have the thing here right now.
Sir, that's not my attention. That's not the topic I'm discussing. That's your business. Go and do your business on your YouTube channel.
No, it's your business.
In here, respond to the 10 points you made, and then you have response from people regarding your 10 points. If you are going to stick. Otherwise, please I'm going to remove you from the live stream.
Okay. So my point is, yeah. So what you just expressed, yeah. Bible, Deuteronomy, rape verse.
I'm not talking
2,
about Bible. I'm not
25,
talking about
27.
Bible. I'm going to break it down, okay? I know you never read the Quran, therefore it is strange. All those things are very new to you. But your brother in Christ brought you a verse from the Quran, the one which you never read it, okay? Surah 9:29. What is your response to that as how Muhammad dealt with Christians and Jews? Surah 9 verse 29.
Okay, Surah verse.
Your brother in Christ,
so is the verse that says, yeah, fight those who do not believe in Allah. This one, yeah, cool. This one is talking about, yeah, is the people that was ignorant and criminals.
Where does it
already
say
debunked that?
Because this is one verse of it. You're taking this out of the context.
Where does it say that?
Literally,
where does it say that?
It says it in Surah.
Do you believe?
Do you told me it?
Mr. Muslim, do you believe Quran is the word of Allah?
Yeah.
Pass into the Jabrail and then Jabrail give it to Muhammad?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So where does Allah say what you just said?
Okay, hold on. Let me get this.
You're waiting.
Yeah, I would hate for you to make yourself a partner with Allah by putting words in his mouth that he never said.
So basically, the real context says, yeah, the Jews say Ezra is that's the one they read. But
yes, that is the true context. That is why Allah/Muhammad commanded that you fight to kill these wicked people.
Okay, so this is the real verse, yeah. After this 29, go to 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. O believers, indeed, many rabbis and monks consume people's wealth wrongfully and hinder others from the way of Allah and give good news of painful torment to those who gold, silver, and do not spend in Allah's cause.
Mr. Muslim, I can see, please do forgive me if my observation is wrong, but I can see first time you are reading that verse.
Okay, so it says here,
that's
it's talking about the polytheist, yeah,
that
is the one that started on them.
Now, sir, Mr. Muslim, just a second. Since you are reading the verse first time in your life, okay, I'm going to be kind enough and then ask your brother in Christ to make his argument once again for you.
You're taking the words out of the context. I can see it clearly here in the Quran. Yeah. In the Quran, it says clearly.
Okay, your brother in Christ, would you be kind enough and then unpack your argument once again, because it seems Mr. Muslim didn't get it?
Sure. So this is coming out of the Quran 9:29. This is where it's saying fight. Now the word here means fight/kill, or fight aggressively to kill. Those who do not believe in Allah, nor in the last day, nor forbid what Allah and his messenger have forbidden, nor adopt the religion of peace from among those who have received the scripture until they pay the jizya with willing submission. Now, again, if you look at the context of the very next verse, it classifies why they are to be killed and attacked. We see that the Jews say that Ezra is the son of Allah. There's actually no one that's ever worshipped this way by the Jews ever. That's kind of a mistake, but we'll ignore that for now, for just to make this point. And the Christians say the Messiah is the son of Allah. So that is the qualifications for being disbelievers. Now, we see in historical standpoint, if we look at the lives of the rightly guided caliphs who were companions of Muhammad, who knew Muhammad personally and would know these teachings inside and out personally, that they did what? They waged war against the Christians and the polytheists of the time. These would be the Sassanid Empire and the Byzantine Empire. Now, the Byzantine Empire and the Sassanid Empire were busy fighting each other. They had no interest in this new cult that was growing in Arabia at the time. The first aggressive actions and the continued aggression were primarily by the Muslims, if we look at the historical evidence from the Muslim sources themselves. So that would be my point.
Okay. So, Mr. Muslim, you expressed that Muhammad didn't discriminate against Christians and Jews. What is your response to what your brother in Christ just said?
Okay, so basically, from verse from 9, you have to read it to all the way to 40. Just don't read one bit, obviously, because that's just misleading. I've got it clearly right here on my screen that is saying, defend yourself against the polytheist. And I'm reading it right now.
And what verse is that?
941. It's defending yourself. If I give you the link, Hadun, you could see it. You have to read all of this.
That's at all.
This is the script. You can't just read one bit of the Quran. You can't just read one bit of the Quran.
Are you sure it's 929?
What verse?
It's 929 below. You go keep reading.
941.
Keep reading through it.
940. He's talking on 940. Brother.
He said 941, but it doesn't say anything like that at all.
He's saying 940.
Oh,
See,
940.
Believers, they drove him out of Mecca. They drove us out of Mecca. So they're defending themselves. Says it right here.
So you are saying when in verse 929, where it says fight those people, and then verse 30 gives you the reason, because Jewish believe Ezra is the son of God, Christians believe Messiah is the son of God.
Allah is saying defend yourself.
You are saying, context of that verse is in verse 40, where it is respond to the pagans who are driving out Muslims from Mecca, correct?
What is that? What you? Sorry, I never heard that properly.
No, I'm just trying to make your argument. So you are saying in Surah 9, verse 29, where it says, fight with the people of the book until they believe in Allah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
In that you are saying, actually context is not 30, where reason is you are fighting with the people of the book because Jewish believe Ezra is the son of God, Christians believe
you have
Messiah
to read all of the context.
That's not the reason. You are saying the reason is
correct.
in Surah 9 verse 40, because pagans are driving Muslims out of Mecca. Is that what you are saying?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
And in all of them, it explains. All of these chapters right here explains in it. So that's what I'm saying. That's my point. That's my point there.
Your brother in Christ. What are your thoughts? Since verse doesn't say defend yourself, or since Jews and Christians were not in Mecca but they were in Medina. So what is your response to what Mr. Muslim said?
Well, first of all, I think he's historically incorrect about when this was given. This was given after that had already happened. Muhammad had already been chased out. Again, he was welcomed in by the Jews and Christians originally, and then eventually he turned against them. And this verse is very clearly defining that. Again, we can see that through the lives of the claimed rightly guided caliphs. These are, again, people who would have known the teachings personally. And I think if any Muslim nowadays claims, no, you got to look at it this way or that way, and it disagrees with what the rightly guided caliphs interpreted and knew, I'd have to throw it out. Because I'm looking at the first-hand accounts. I'm looking at the first-hand witnesses and how they interpreted this. And they're saying, we got to attack the Christians unprovoked, without provocation.
Yep. Okay, so that's your point. So obviously I'm gonna have to go off because I got work tomorrow. So it's Thank you for talking with me. And obviously, I want to.
Mr. Muslim, before you go off, would you agree that best way to interpret the Quran, which you didn't read it until like now, hopefully because of us, you read a couple of verses, but would you agree that for you to interpret the Quran, you need to go to what early Muslims wrote about it, because the word of Allah is not very clear, instead of like jumping from one verse to other verse to justify what you are trying to say? So was your brother in Christ wrong when he went to your early Muslims to figure out what was happening, why that verse is revealed?
Yeah, so my point is the same thing. Basically, to all the Muslims out there, just read the Quran properly before you come on to Hatun Tash's show. Do your research and just don't read one bit. Don't read one bit. Read all of it. All of it. Every single chapter. The chapter that they give, read it above and below. You find everything there. They're taking words out of the context.
Okay, so I really appreciate that. Even though you never bother to read the Quran, you are encouraging Muslims to read the Quran. I really appreciate that. Hopefully we will speak again. So have a good evening. Sister, what are your thoughts? Brother, what are your thoughts regarding Mr. Muslim's comment?
Well, I would say yes, read it in context. I think it's very good. Definitely when I read it in context. If you know my channel, you know context is kind of my thing. So, in fact, that's the very first videos I did was nothing but historical context around the Bible. So, yes, historical context is sort of my thing.
Yeah, and I mean, we as Christians love truth. Truth is, you know, the substance of Christianity, because Jesus Christ is the truth. And so by all means, please Muslims, read the Quran, know for yourself what it says. We love that. We love when you know the context of the Quran. We're not trying to keep you from the context of the Quran. We want you to know it so that you can know how evil Allah is and how evil this book, the Quran, is, so that you can leave and be freed and truly come to know the truth, come to know Jesus Christ, who is and who was and who is to come, because he is God.
Thank you very much. It is always encouraging to hear that Muslims are encouraging one another, to, especially the one who never read the Quran, encouraging others want to read the Quran. So that's good. Let's take in someone else. And then after, once we send this person back, I've got questions for you, brother and sister. Hello.
Hello. Good evening.
Good evening. Can you tell us who are you?
I'm a true follower of Christ as far as I can be it, as after all, I'm just a human being. And I despite Muhammad and what he tried to do to our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ.
So Viking Lady, can you say hi to my guests?
Hello there, brother in Christ and El Isu Elohim.
Hello.
Hello.
So, sister, you jumped into the to crush Muhammad's birthday party.
Yeah.
What is your ticket to get in?
Well, I don't have cake, but I have a very, very special poem from a very dear friend of mine in the honor of Muhammad's birthday. This person was kicked around by some of Muhammad's followers. This person was spit on and called Shaitan, and still this person wants to send a special birthday greeting poem.
Okay.
So here it goes. Dear Muhammad, for your special day, I want to make you happy and gay. I would lick your sweat, your tears and spit, as Sahih will tell us companions did. To the end of world, I would walk with you, but you wouldn't let me. It's just the truth. I would keep you safe from demons at night, even take on your brill to make your path right. But you declared me to be totally haram, and says I'm as bad as Shaitan. I'm just a creature that God created, but thanks to you has made me hate it. I'm just a loyal and loving black dog. I recognize evil spirit. Is that maybe why your God is fearful of me, that his angel will not be seen? Within the era I will play, but Muhammad, happy birthday anyway.
Thank you very much, sister. Anyone wants to make any comment to poem?
I think it's very good.
Yeah.
I quite enjoyed it. Might be a little late on the gay thing, but c'est la vie.
Well, yeah, but British English is, you know, the word gay means two things.
Yes.
Well,
but Muhammad was both.
I'm saying both. So yeah,
well,
I'm saying it might be a little late in that one though, according to some hadith. But it's good all in all. I enjoyed it.
And Hatun is just laughing, thinking this crazy Viking lady, she done it again.
Wait, what's with your name, by the way? The Viking lady. Where'd that come from?
It's because I used to work with historical and cultural stuff like Vikings, and I live in a Viking country, so it was obvious to become a Viking lady.
Interesting. That's my ancestry comes through that, so I'm very interested. So we go through the Viking raids where we've come down into Europe.
Yeah, through
that into mainland Europe.
Well, somehow I can chase my history back to 1164, 65, 66. So my ancestors was in England before Hatun. Because they were beating up the British people.
Very interesting.
Viking lady is one of the bravest lady you will meet, brother. Once she sang during the live stream a song about Muhammad. So she's like very, very brave. Very, very brave.
Cool.
And I still have my gift to ship off for you, Hatun. But I missed the part where you said it was okay to do it. So I'll do it now.
Okay, do it tomorrow.
Sorry?
Do it by tomorrow.
Yeah, I actually have to go to the post office tomorrow, so it will be done.
Okay, thank you very much, sister. Thank you very much for calling in.
Yeah, okay, bye-bye.
It was nice to meet you.
Okay, so I'm introvert, okay? Even though we've got 5 people are waiting, I come up with a plan. Especially I don't like birthdays because lots of people you go to birthdays, there are lots of people and you have to do like talk to everyone. So I wanted to ignore that part. So I put together a couple of things to make sure that there is always a topic which we can talk about instead of like chit chat without purpose. So the way it's going to work is I'm going to show you something. Okay. I want you to tell me what do you see? Describe me what do you see and then what does it tell you?
I see Adam, but he's not tall enough. He's not anywhere near tall enough for
Stubby.
the Quran. That's very, very short.
He's supposed to be 90, not stubby.
Okay, I need someone to unpack that for me. What is this?
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Doggone it. Let me pull that up.
Yeah, we're gonna pull up the actual sources.
I did this. It did the whole short on it.
Muhammad said Allah created Adam, making him 60 cubit tall.
Which roughly translates into 200 feet if you're American.
So 200 feet. I am like 5 feet.
So you're looking at Godzilla size. He is bigger than the first Godzilla that came out. He's bigger.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Adam is bigger than Godzilla.
Okay.
I get the VeggieTales song in my head now.
Apparently 90 feet tall.
Bigger than monsters of Godzilla.
So 60 cubits. He's 90 feet tall. He's like very, very tall. Allah is like skillful. Okay, let's
But
take.
see, if
Yes.
that's how Muhammad, I mean, if that's how Allah likes humans, if that's how Allah created humans to be, then I mean, what's wrong with Muhammad? Why was Muhammad so short?
Yeah, actually, according to the Islamic tradition, Muhammad was like short and fat. Well, maybe like Muhammad, like as Muhammad lived in like Saudi part of the world, so with the heat, maybe he shrinked. You know, when you put your clothes in the like hot
In the dryer.
hot temperature, it like
Yeah,
it, like,
they
small.
shrivel up.
Yeah, I think that's what happened to Muhammad.
Well, my question is, where's his bones? Where's Adam's bones? Where's Adam's skull?
Yeah.
How big was Eve?
You can see Mr. Muhammad is trying to hold his hand, but he's too short, can't even touch his fingers.
That's Sahih al-Bukhari, 6226.
27.
27?
Yeah.
27.
Or Bukhari 543, yeah.
So yeah, where's I mean, that would be great proof for Islam if you could show one of his bones. Anyone?
Well,
are you asking DNA human?
Okay, let's take next caller in. Hello.
Hey, Sister Hatun. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you. Who are you?
This is Omar Bob. And I don't want to digress. Hi, guys. How are you? I don't want to digress the topic, but I'm baffled and amazed pretty much at what most Muslims say. So I have two questions for you guys. It's sort of a dichotomy, just what the guy said. I think the previous scholar was saying Jesus is perfect. Amen. Hallelujah. I have two questions. It's sort of a follow-up. So can a perfect being be created? That is my first question. Can a perfect being, a perfect man, be created? Jesus is God. Jesus is perfect. That is my first question. My follow-up on that is the best deceiver is Allah. Is that perfection? Those are my questions. Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you very much, Omar. Sister, I'll let you to comment first. So, since you even produced artwork to identify Allah as the best of deceivers, so there were two questions.
Amen, Hatun.
There are two questions. One of them is, can perfect man be created? And then also regarding the deception, Allah is the best of the deceivers.
Well, regarding created man, I mean, at one point, Adam and Eve were given a choice to choose God or choose themselves. But since they chose themselves and the pursuit of themselves by disobeying God, we know that has led to a sin nature within humans, and all have fallen short of the glory of God.
Amen.
Which is why only Christ, only God himself could truly be the perfect sacrifice, because there was not one of us that could have ever paid that toll, because we all have sin of our own that we'll never even be able to pay off, let alone each other's. So we know that Jesus Christ is God and that he was in the beginning. If we look at John 1, I mean, that's just packed full of proof that Jesus is God and that he is not a mere created being. John 1:1 says, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word, let me actually pull this up so I can
was God.
And the Word was with God, and the Word was God. And it shows that all things were created through him, not a thing was created without him. And if he's a created being, that's just not how that works. All things can't be created through him if he was created, because that would have to happen in a certain order. But we know that he is the creator.
Sister, it's sort of a dichotomy. They say Jesus is perfect, but he's not God. So that is pretty much polytheism in so many ways. In my understanding, it is. Yeah.
Let me make a quick comment. If you remember the hadith in there is a hadith which says like Allah would not create anyone if they didn't commit sin. By the one in whose hand my soul is, were you not to commit sins, Allah would replace you with the people who would commit sin and then seek forgiveness from Allah. Allah would forgive them. So Allah would not allow someone to be sinless. If they didn't sin, Allah is going to like replace them. Also helpful hadith for us to remember as well.
Yeah. Thank you, guys. My follow-up was
no. Your second question is not being responded yet. Wait.
Okay, never mind. Sorry, Hatun.
Your
you
brother
know me by now, Hatun. You know.
Your brother in Christ. Do you want to make any comment to the first question regarding can perfect man be created?
Can perfect man be created? No, I don't have follow-up with that.
Okay. Then the second question was regarding the Allah to be the best of deceivers. Sister.
I was saying if that's an attribute of a perfect God, being the best of deceiver, is that an attribute of a perfect God?
No. In fact, if we go to the Bible, we know who the father of lies is, and that's Satan.
Amen.
But in the Quran, it says that the only reason that Satan even became evil and even started his deceit is because Allah first deceived him. We know that that is not the attributes of God. If the Quran is just supposed to come alongside the Torah and the gospel and affirm it and continue it, we just know that that is not true, cannot be true, because Jesus Christ is the truth. And Satan is the father of lies. And so when Allah is bragging, just absolutely bragging about being the best of the deceivers, he is calling himself out for who he is. He is Satan. He is not God, and he is not someone that we should follow. We can have no trust in him. Even his greatest, most loyal followers could have no trust in him because they knew that he was a deceiver and that at any point he could be deceiving them. And they had no hope. They had no faith in what was to come because Allah did not permit that to them. He did not give them anything to have a solid foundation of trust in because he is the best of deceivers.
Amen.
Brother, do you want to make any comment on that?
No, your question of is that an attribute of a perfect God, deception? This is just really, this verse right here really does just defeat Islam. I mean, how can I trust the book from the best of all deceivers? How can I trust the words from the best of all deceivers? Even if I gave Muhammad the best chance he could have and he was deceived the entire time, how do I know that's not truthful? I mean, if you look back at Abu Bakr, the first rightly guided caliph, he didn't trust Allah no matter what. Even if he had his one foot in paradise, he still wouldn't trust Allah. How can you live like that? How can you trust someone for your eternal nature, your eternal being to someone who boasts about lying all the time, who boasts not even about just lying, but being the best? There's no one better than him. On top of that, I love the verse this comes from, where he's deceiving the Jews and those who are watching Jesus die, and because Jesus isn't really being crucified, Jesus isn't really just dying. I love that verse because it's showing that Allah created Christianity, and it blows my mind. And this is a question I've always asked Muslims whenever they try to pull this up or anything like that. It's like, okay, so if Allah created Christianity, why is Christianity wrong? I mean, you got the disciples of Jesus who all, we know historically, died, and those come from not Christian sources necessarily, but also secular sources, that the Christians died in horrible ways. while professing that Jesus is the way, the truth, and the light. All the apostles died in horrendous ways, all for this lie that Allah set up. I just don't understand why they believe that Jesus is such an incredible failure, according to them. Because according to them, Jesus came to preach about Islam, but yet not a single there's no single historical evidence that Jesus taught about Islam. There's no evidence that that even happened. Was Allah such a great deceiver that he just completely wiped all that out? And why?
So if Allah is the best of deceivers, actually, not if, according to Quran, Allah is the best of deceivers. Allah deceived followers of Jesus and then give birth to Christianity. And Jesus is, according to Islam, identified as the perfect. So Allah deceived followers of perfect man and then give birth to Christianity and was silent for 700 years. Not only Allah deceived Christians and then give birth to Christianity, but also Allah deceived his last prophet. Allah deceived the one Muslims call walking Quran. And then Allah deceived the Muslims. So you are making a point. How can you, sake of the argument, if you kind of decide to put your faith in Muhammad, how can you trust because of the God he follows? He's identified as best of the liars. That's a big problem.
Amen. Just to close, guys, because I have to go, but thank you so much. The takeaway of what you guys said is the father of lies is the best of deceivers, and that best of deceivers lead people astray. And those are the attributes of Satan in the Bible, in the Word of God. And perfect Jesus equals perfect God, equals God. Thank you guys so much. I have to go, but God bless you, and have a wonderful weekend. Bye.
Thank you. Praise God.
Bye.
God bless.
Let me remove. Oh, he's gone. Okay, I'm gonna take the next caller. Hello.
Hello. Hello. How are you?
Who are you, sir?
This is Afghani Baba, and I'm an ex-Muslim.
You are ex-Muslim Christian, or you are ex-Muslim atheist?
No, I'm just ex-Muslim. I'm just a researcher. I do search on that. But before we just move on, I have just commented on that Allah is the best of deceiver. It's Surah 3, verse 54. You guys were talking, so.
Yeah.
That was
54, 799, 830, 1021, 1342.
So far, I'm actually a person who just moved out of the house of believing in Islam and all. But I have a question. It was just crossing my mind every day.
So just a second. Can you be kind enough and then say hi to my guests, and then also give us reason that why you left?
Absolutely. Hello, how are you?
Hello. Thanks for being here.
Hi. I'm good to see you all, but may I just know that, like, were you all a Muslim once? Then you have turned to Christianity or something?
Who are you asking that question to?
I mean, the guest, the brother of Christ, and yeah, then your knowledge is good. Well done. Go ahead.
They are studying, they are taking Islam seriously because it's very dangerous ideology out there, keeping people away from Son of God. So can you tell us what is your reason that you left Islam, and why did you decide to crash the birthday party of Muhammad tonight?
First of all, the very funny thing is that we don't know, as like if you put ourselves in Islam or a Muslim, being a Muslim, you don't know when was the birth of Muhammad. Some says 2 years, some says 4, and scientifically, that is proven that no one can take up to 4, like conceiving and just giving birth to someone. And first of all, that is a big lie. And the next thing that my big turning point was when I was in Afghanistan. I have seen a person who was bitten to death, stoned to death, and that lady was just not doing anything wrong. But the problem was that she went to a mullah or a maulana, the one who we call it mufti, a priest in a mosque, to complete her research papers. And then what happened to her was the maulana or mufti was not having any solid answers for her questions. And he pulled up the Quran and burned some verses and called the people outside that get this lady out of the mosque. He burned the Quran and the mob, I mean, entered and pulled her from the mosque and dragged her on the street 100 miles and then burned her, I mean, crashed with stick, stone. And that was the turning point that I saw that if a person or if Islam's ideology is going that far, is not a human thing to stay in.
So you saw woman who's been stoned to death.
I was the eyewitness, unfortunately. And that was 15th of March 2015. If you can search, then you can get that woman for Honda Malik Zada. So it was the incident that happened. And before that, I was like searching for all these things. And that was a turning point that I left completely. Then I said no. So I am just outside the house for now. I'm happy and I'm okay.
Well, as a Christian, I believe people, I've seen lots of people who walked away from Islam, but as a Christian, our goal is we know heart of our God cries when people do not turn to him. So my prayer is that you turn to Lord Jesus Christ, because as a Muslim or ex-Muslim, if you are not a Christian, you are going to end up in hell with Muhammad forever. So that's like very basic teachings of the scripture. We love to hear your objections to the Christian faith if you looked at it. But
sure.
First, you wanted to bring up something to our attention?
Yeah, but the thing here, I was having a question. That was actually not a question, but a doubt to clarify, because when I just said that I can't stand scientifically for the birth of Muhammad, which his father was also unknown, the mother was also unknown. Amina itself means a person who believes, but who believes in what? That was unclear. So that was a name, like kind of John Doe name, something that we have. Abdullah itself says that being a worship of Allah, or being someone who prays for Allah, who is Allah's creation or created.
Abdullah is servant of Allah, slave of Allah.
Yes. Yep. So that means that both the names are like completely equal to the name that when a person is dying and their name is unclear, we call it John Doe. I guess it's very clear. So that is something like that. That was my first, input. But in here, I have a doubt why I'm not accepting any other religion, just being as an ex-Muslim for now. That in Christianity itself, I have, encountered with many things, but the good things are also there. I'm not, pinpointing that. Even I've read Matthew chapter, I forgot, but it was about a woman who is committing adultery, and then how Jesus is forgiving and how it's dealing with the people. I know about that. So that is called like kind of forgiveness and all. But in Islam, it's totally I mean, the opposite, and in Jewish also it is the same. So I'm not going to point that. But my question here is, in order to accept Christianity to the fullness, or in order to know about it more, like, can anyone prove scientifically the birth of Jesus itself? Like how this happened? It based on the Quran, it's something very irrelevant, nonsense. And how Christians may prove this scientifically, how Jesus Christ was born, came to this world, or the birth of Jesus. This is my thing that I'm really used to think about this, and I
So
never got any kind
so you are
scientifically
having
proved.
so you are having a
Yeah.
problem. How can virgin give birth?
No, that yes, the first thing is that point, but my personal point of view is, or my doubt is, that how scientifically we can prove Jesus' birth, as Muhammad says, unclear. I have clear doubts in it, so I know there is no proof in it, and no one can prove it as well. But how in Christianity Christians should prove it? This is my doubt. I have the New Testament with me. I have the Old as well. I have no
Bible contains New Testament and Old Testament. So, your brother in Christ, do you want to make a comment on it, or do you want me to?
Yeah, quick question. I'd like to try to clarify this a little bit more. Now, you're talking about the specific birth of Jesus Christ as being miraculous. Is that what you're stating? Because there's multiple different levels of this. Did Jesus ever exist? Did he actually say the things that are written down in the Gospels? Was his birth miraculous? I mean, which one of these is really the question you're dealing with? Or all of them?
No. I do understand that Jesus exists in the world. He came to the world. He did many things. He brought changes to the Old Testament. I do know all these things, and how the 12 apostles were there, and how it worked, how it works with and without. But the point is still coming to the birth of Jesus Christ. How scientifically we can prove that he came from a virgin mother, like Mother Mary, and how we can say it? Because if I had a virgin, a very old virgin, in there it was taken a name of Harun as a partner of Mary, which was, I'm not sure whether that is correct or not. And that was kind of confusing me. So please provide me a kind of thing that I should clear out the doubt.
Okay. I'd like to try to limit it down a bit more, because that's a very vague statement. Proof is very vague. So let's try to limit down what would be acceptable proof.
For instance, if a lady is getting pregnant, we do know that there is a partner for, and then we do understand there is a process going on, like 9 months normal, and then up to even 335 days also. It's just one person, I guess, gave birth up to that level. And then these are scientifically like doctorate. If you're going to get into this, we can get to know something.
Yeah, let me just bring up very basic thing. So are you aware that Jesus was born in first century? So today in 21st century, you can go to doctors and then get all those like paperwork which proves,
yes, like IVF injections.
Okay, whatever those things, like you can prove that you are pregnant. So that technology was not available in first century. And
Yes,
Jesus
yes,
was born from virgin. Virgin by definition, someone who haven't had sex.
yes.
Okay,
And
so you
even
are aware.
also,
Okay, just wanted to make sure
Sister
that
Hatun,
you are aware of that.
yes, Sister Hatun, even I'm aware of this also. There is called IVF, which is going to do the sperm injecting into without having any partner also.
Okay,
But
so
then,
those things were not available in first century. Today, people are
yeah,
trying
sure.
to play God stuff. That's like very different. But in first century, those technologies were not available. Today, I can just provide my birth certificate. So that was not the case in first century. All those medical things were not the case in the first century. Virgin, by default, someone who haven't had a sex. Okay, so
Yes.
Mary, mother of Lord Jesus Christ, was virgin. So she became pregnant and give birth to Jesus while she was virgin, while she didn't have sex with anyone.
Yeah.
So therefore, I guess the question brother is asking is, what kind of scientific proof you need for something which we identify as miracle? So what kind of scientific proof, evidence you are looking for?
I'm actually looking for how it happened and how Mother Mary gave birth to Jesus.
Okay, so now your
And
argument is changed. Are you aware that your
yeah,
argument is changing now?
like this is a kind of yeah, scientifically why I'm saying it is like when we are putting something with proof, we do understand that yes, I have a birth certificate, my timing, I know when I came to this world, who is my mother and who is my father, and there is a doctor who is operating on you, we know the details as well. And
So
here the question remains, like there was no doctor at that time, wasn't any kind of science at that time.
So there were midwives, but in here, what you see is, I don't know, like, guys, you've got babies. So once someone makes a baby, you've got all those like scientific things, the paperwork, all legal things are out there. So those things were not there in the first century. I think you are missing the point which I made. So Jesus was born from woman who did not have sex.
Yeah.
And people lived among Jesus. They shared life with Jesus by knowing his mom give birth to him without having sex. So, universe comes out of nothing.
Yeah.
Jesus comes out of virgin.
Yeah, for me,
Okay.
it's far greater of a miracle that any human exists. That there is a creator. If there's a creator who is in control of all, to believe that he chose to intervene with his creation in that way is like, well, of course he can. If he's all powerful, then why would he not be able to? And we have the historical proof that it happened because we have all those historical documents. I know you said that you believe that Jesus Christ was alive and did things. So we know that he was alive, regardless of how he came in. We know that he was alive. We know that he lived, and we know that he died. And we also have the historical proof that he resurrected. And so knowing all of those things and that those are all historically backed up, yeah, it's not really anything to accept further. Okay, well then if God says that is how he came into being, came into that form of being, because he's always been, according to Christianity, then that's not really like something that personally I get hung up on at all, because again, God is all powerful and he says it's how it happened. We have historical proof that's how it happened. We don't have the same scientific technology from back then to kind of utilize, but based on everything that we did have and we do have now, yeah, I 100% believe that God is capable of preserving the truth and sharing that with us and giving us insight into that, and we have it still today. So that would be my thoughts on how to prove that, I guess. Hopefully that makes sense. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Absolutely, it makes sense. But you know, I was encountering with many Muslims because I'm an ex-Muslim and I stand on my point because I came out of the house of Islamic and all things. But the point here is that normally when Muslims are encountering with Christians and all, this question always rises that if you believe in miracle
No,
that
I think
happened it with Jesus Christ,
here's the
they are
problem.
also
So here's the problem, sir. When you look at the biography of Muhammad, you were given confused accounts. When you look at the history of Muhammad, you were given confused accounts as well. Therefore, it is very normal for anyone to question the birth of Muhammad. According to Islamic tradition, Muhammad was born 4 years after his father died. According to history, now people are questioning if this gentleman was ever existed or not. When was he existed? So history and tradition crashes with one another. But Muslims and Christians, such a shame, but we do have some common grounds. Both of us believe in miracles. So Christian scripture talks about birth of Jesus as a miracle which was promised approximately 700 years before it was going to happen. Virgin is going to give birth to a son. And then that happens in the 1st century. So when we look at the tradition as well as when we look at the history, we do not get accounts which contradicts one another. Therefore, it will be such a shame if you are meeting with a Muslim who's simply questioning the birth of Jesus.
No, actually, the thing is, Sister Hatun, if I'm pronouncing your name correct, thank you so much, first of all, for putting your, whatever you have so far about this. But you know, why I'm standing as an ex-Muslim is that keeps me all the way out of all these things because normally when I'm questioning them, they always pinpointing me as a Christian. When I was saying, when I bring a question about Christianity to them from their own book, Quran, then they steps ahead and then again disbelief on that verses, even though if you're going to pull out any verses from Quran about Jesus Christ, in there it says that he came
You are
to
not a
life.
Christian. You are not a Christian. Why are you answering the questions on Christian faith at the first place, sir?
No, the thing is that in Quran, even they are talking about Moses, about Christ, about all these prophets before. So these is the question that even they are always encountering each another. That's why I do not go with those details. We always see that detail. The devil is in the details of it. So I got all these things out.
Christians and Muslims agree that Jesus was born from virgin. So Christians and Muslims identify that as miracle as well. So therefore,
both says miracle.
Muslim would question the birth of Jesus.
Yeah, but Sister Houghton, I'm just going to just put it for the concluding my words, and I'm just saying that it is without miracle. If you're going to just put the word miracle out of these things, we can't even prove Muhammad's birth, which was a cult, and we can't even prove the birth of Jesus if we are putting miracle out. Is that the thing that if I'm taking it right? Or is there anything else?
Well, we do have people who were eyewitnesses who said that this was a virgin birth. On top of that, and we know historically that Jesus did die on the cross. He did rise again. There's no historical question about that. I kind of believe the person who died and came back, definitely because he said he was going to die and come back 3 days later. Yeah. And then he says, yeah, I was born from a virgin. Okay. The bigger miracle is kind of the dying and coming back part.
Yeah.
That's kind of bigger. So I believe the lesser one.
So you are taking Jesus more serious because what he said, he fulfilled what he said.
Yes.
Yeah.
Everything that is verifiable has been verified. There is nothing that has been contradicted. Therefore, we have no reason to believe that there will be anything that can be contradicted, because time and time again, we're shown that this is the truth, backed up scientifically, backed up historically, backed up culturally. We see that all these things written about in the collection of the Bible from beginning to end bears out to be true.
Yeah. No, I do believe that he was a very good person. I mean, actually a best person. He even I mean, removed what was in the Old Testament. Not even, I can't say remove, but he just
never removed anything from Old Testament. He
yes,
fulfilled the scripture.
yes, he was just in the New Testament. He just did his own way of like how he used to deal with all the things. But I do also believe, thank you so much, Sister Tish. Yeah.
Thank you very much for calling in, sir. But what you just said is not true. So Jesus Christ fulfills the Old Testament, and New Testament is not something like new for Jesus.
And on top of that, he was in the Old Testament.
Yeah, Jesus is in the Old Testament.
A lot of
all
places.
the scriptures is about him. All the scriptures about him. Moses talked about me. Scriptures are all about me. And I am here to fulfill the law and the scripture. So I'll gently encourage you to check out the Christian scripture and read it, and then maybe call on another live stream where when we have called in nights, people bring up
absolutely. Absolutely. I have the New Testament, but the point here is that in this chapter, I'm just going to find out the verse of Matthew itself, that some Jews came to and said that we have to punish him, stone to death, this adultery woman, the one who committed adultery and all. Then Jesus said that if you're sinless,
that's John Gospel. That's not Matthew. That's John Gospel.
Yeah, John sure. Because so that's the point. And even though they thought that let's see how Jesus will react to the Jewish the Old Testament's things that Moses has done in Torah and all, but then he totally changed the direction. I do know all these things about it, but the point is just taking me out of all these things is just the birth of these two guys. Especially Muhammad is more confusing, but less confusing is the birth of Jesus Christ for me. If I find out, I would say I would accept. But the thing is, I'm still in search of it. I'm searching. Thank you, Sister Tash, brother in Christ, and Ella.
Thank you very much, sir. Just helpful for you to remember, first of all, your references are wrong. I'm assuming you haven't read them all. But
sure.
Another point I would like to make is on the story of the woman who committed adultery, and then Jesus says, whoever without sin throw the first stone. Because people who brought this woman to Jesus are not living according to Old Testament law. Two people committed adultery. Woman didn't
could you give me the word
by herself. There needs to be another individual, and that individual is not there. So it will be helpful for you if you just check them again and then call us on another live stream where we take the calls, and then we can deal with your objections to the Christian faith. I would find helpful. Please don't put Jesus and Muhammad in the same category. Jesus is God man. Jesus is Son of God who came and made his dwelling among us and give himself for us, versus Muhammad, sinful destroyer of human beings. So
sorry for that, because I have to take my words, not comparing them. I mean, please give me the verse of John you said about the adultery.
John chapter 8.
John chapter 8. I have the Bible here and checking through.
That's fine. You can check them, sir. I've got 3 more people are waiting, and then we do have call-in nights for people to call in and then bring up their questions. Call in, and then we deal with your objections to the Christian faith.
No, okay. No, it was just a doubt. No objection, please.
Okay.
I'm not a
Thank
bad
you.
guy.
Thank you very much for calling in, sir.
Sure. Take care. Bye.
Bye. Guys, how are you doing there?
I'm good.
We might jump out at some point to get the kids some dinner, but yeah,
You
we're
got
happy
kids?
Yes.
Okay. Well, as I said, it's crashing the birthday party, so you can go in and come back whenever you feel. But every entrance kind of depend on the ticket.
Well, we'll still have it.
Okay.
I haven't eaten it yet.
And I've seen some people on here without some cakes. I mean, I'd love to see those Muslim cakes. Really,
I gotta say,
lots of Muslims on here with no cakes.
The poem was pretty good.
Yeah,
I'll give it that. The poem was solid.
I'll put this cake on the screen, and then I'll take the next caller. And then I've got 2 more people are waiting, so we just need to get on with things. So that was Mr. Mohammed's birthday cake from my side. Hello.
Oh, hello, Miss Hatun, and hello, brother in Christ and Ellie. Good evening, happy birthday to Mohammed, and all of that. I just wanted to, well, there's 2 things. Number one, the whole thing about the gentleman asking about scientific proving.
Okay. Just a second. The picture we have on the screen, your lips are not moving. Is that intentional?
Oh no, that's just the picture. I don't have a camera on this. This is a photo just to make me look like as if I've got a camera, but I don't actually have a camera on this computer. So it's just it is me. It's just a still image. I mean, if you prefer, I can turn it off. It'll be like that.
No, that's fine. I just took your frozen or something. Okay.
Yeah.
Your life. Tell us.
Yes, there was a couple of things. One was with the gentleman talking about scientific evidence of Jesus's birth. If something is defined as a miracle, by definition, it is outside the realms of science. It is a suspension of science. So asking for scientific evidence for something that isn't scientific is an oxymoron. But that wasn't really what I wanted to talk about. What I actually wanted to talk about was the fact that I believe. I mean, I don't know if it was the previous Muslim or this particular Muslim that you had on the show just before, the Afghani gentleman, but if Muslims, you know how they constantly talk about their wars have always been in defense of Islam. It's been defensive. They've never had aggressive wars. They've never, supposedly gone out and aggressively attacked anyone. This is a letter which is from Omar bin Khattab to Yazgad III, the Shah, the Emperor of Persia, the Sassanid dynasty. And in this letter, it is absolutely clear what Omar bin Khattab is saying. Omar bin Khattab is literally saying that we're going to come and we're going to kill your people unless you submit to Allah. And there are literally historic. I mean, these letters, both of them are actually at the British Museum. The problem is they can't put them on display because they're controversial. I've posted the link if you guys want to share the screen and show that the actual letters. There's images of the actual letters in here. But my interest is actually, the reply of Yazgad III to Omar bin Khattab is what's really interesting in this for me. And it's quite a long letter, so I'm not going to try and read it all, but I just want to read the first 2 paragraphs. It starts with, in your letter, you summon us Persians to your God, whom you call Allahu Akbar, and because of your barbarity and ignorance, without knowing who we are and whom we worship, you demand that we seek out your God and become worshippers of Allahu Akbar. How strange that you occupy the seat of the Arab Caliph, but as ignorant as any desert roaming Arab, you abolish me to become monotheist in faith. Ignorant man, for thousands of years we Persians have in this land and land of culture and art have been monotheists, and 5 times a day we have offered prayers to God's throne of Onassis, while we laid the foundations of philosophy and righteousness and kindness in the world, and held high the sign, the sign of goodness. Oh, sorry, good thoughts, good words, and good deeds. This is the Persian sort of quote. This is the Persian equivalent of Allahu Akbar. And you and your ancestors were desert wanderers who ate snakes and lizards and buried your innocent daughters alive. Now, there's a lot more in this, but this just to give you guys like a basis for what the Arabs were doing and how aggressively they went around. Now, you can argue this wasn't Muhammad, this was Umar bin Khattab, this is after Muhammad's death, but this concept of all the wars Muslim fought were in self-defense is a complete farce. I mean, it is an absolute lie. There's nothing of the sort. The second thing I wanted to mention, which is, well, the third thing, I guess, which is the miracle of the birth of Muhammad itself, because Muhammad's birth apparently was about 2 to 4 years, according even to the Afghani gentleman. The longest animal that has the longest gestation period, the mammal, is the elephant, which is 18 to 22 months. I'm amazed that Muslims always talk about the miracle of the Quran, but they never talk about the miracle of the fact that his mother was pregnant for nearly 4 years. That would have been kind of significant in that part of the world. If a woman is pregnant for about 4 years, I think people would notice. Sorry, your thoughts.
There is a video by Muslims they are discussing on television channel, and Sheikh is saying in Islam, woman can be pregnant for 10 years. So they are talking about it. We made a video about it. Yes, it is miracle of Islam that Muhammad's mom was pregnant for 4 years. Just so beautiful. And apparently, since it was very common, it got no one's attention to just only a couple of people only wrote in the biography of Muhammad.
So people were pregnant for 4 or 5 years all the time back then. Is that what they're claiming?
So Sheikh was saying, Sheikh was saying we cannot say you committed adultery because woman can be pregnant for 10 years. I'll send you the link. Drop me a message. I'll send you the link for you to see that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Your brother in Christ, it was you who brought up regarding how it was respond to the Mr. Muslim regarding how Islam does not bring any discrimination towards Jews and Christians. Then you brought up Surah 929. So Banksy style life is kind of ex-Muslim. Do you say that, Papa?
I don't really say ex because I think you would have to believe in Islam before you can be an ex. I'd be perfectly honest. I never believed in Islam since I was about 8 years old. I'm just a person who was born into a Muslim country, into a Muslim family. That's as close I get to that.
Okay, so he was born into Muslim country. He was born in Muslim country. His mom wasn't pregnant for 4 years. Don't get confused.
No. Funnily enough, only the regular 9 months kind of period, just the normal amount.
So, your brother in Christ, what are your thoughts regarding letter you heard how Umar was expressing how he's gonna fight people because of their belief? Argument is being made as like, oh, that's not like defensive. This is you are going and attacking. So that goes against the 10-point Mr. Muslim made about good things about Muhammad. So your thoughts?
Yeah. I'll give the thoughts real quick. First of all, thank you very much for actually pulling up the historical evidence. It's so interesting how they don't do that. How I'll get into a lot of discussions with Muslims, and I'm the one quoting the Quran all the time. How I'm the one quoting their sources. And it's refreshing to actually hear the sources. So yeah, that would be right in line with what we know of as the expansion of early Islam through the rightly guided caliphs. And again, my point was, hey, these were the guys who knew Muhammad firsthand. These are the people who would have known him and would have known his teachings and would have known them backwards and forward much better than someone who is, over 1,000 years later, kind of guessing what Muhammad might have possibly meant by that, or rewriting what Muhammad said. So these people are the ones that I personally liked focusing on. I know I've done a brief history on each of them. My personal favorite was the fourth rightly guided caliph, Ali, because there's just so much interesting things that go on with him. But again, thank you very much for that historical reference.
Yeah, I was, the reason I was interested in your opinion was because when you mentioned the wars between the Byzantines and the Persians, so I figured you had a good understanding of the sort of time frame and what was happening in that part of the world at that sort of about the same time as Muhammad's Islam emerging. Because I'll be perfectly honest, I'm not a religious person, so I don't believe in magic and miracles, but I do believe that these people are the people of their time. I consider, I keep calling this because I keep seeing references in the Quran and other places which seem, I don't know if you know the movie, the TV show Game of Thrones, but if you actually look at Muhammad's time, and especially towards his end of life, it plays out like Game of Thrones. You can see all the different people playing their parts, scheming and backstabbing and trying to jostle for power, because Aisha and another wife of Muhammad is in Surah 66, I think verse 4, where Allah literally brings down a verse, or supposedly brings down a verse, and says to Aisha and the other wife, which I forgot the name, I think it was a Jewish lady, yeah,
Hafsa.
Yes, and to stop scheming against Muhammad or against Muhammad's family, because they knew he's about to die. And usually when a king or an emperor or dictator, whoever is about to die, the military and all the different factions start to jostle for power and try to position themselves in a way that they would be at the top, or at least certainly they won't be executed by whoever takes over next, because that's what normally happens. So it played out just most regular military or dictatorships. When the dictator is about to fall, it plays out like Game of Thrones. It's so obvious that these are not people of any god or any really higher belief. These are just human beings playing the power game, just like people have done throughout centuries, and they're just waiting for this guy to die and for them to take over, or for them to be certainly the next few people in line to be in power. And Omar bin Khattab and all the rest of them. And the funny thing is, Ali, although he became the fourth caliph, this is where the Shiites and the Sunnis fell apart, because they didn't want that. They wanted Ali to be the next in line. But what I've noticed, by the way, I don't know if you guys have seen that film, Lady of Heaven. I saw a fair bit of it. I still haven't finished it yet. But even in that film, kind of, it indicates Ali wasn't like a great tactician. He was a warrior. He was a fighter. He was Muhammad's sword, but he wasn't this sort of political tactician as such. And I think maybe that is why he fell, and he couldn't, he didn't get that position of the caliph right after Muhammad, was because most people didn't even trust him to really be the ruler of a nation. They would like, okay, you're great at war, you can go ahead and like kill armies, but you're not political. He didn't have that political sensitivity about him. I don't know. What do you think?
Well, I think there are some very interesting, and this is why he's my favorite. It's because there's just so much intrigue around his story and so many points of view on it. I think that, again, you're pointing to Muhammad being very typical of a dictator, sort of, and seeing how the collapse is. And you're right, we see that over and over and over again throughout history. You look at European history, you look at African history, you look at Asian history, you see all the same pattern over and over again. When all the power is focused on one individual like this, you see that jostling for power underneath. And I'll pull that back up in a little bit. But the conflict of the first caliph is also very interesting, because it's a question of how Ali's wife died, Muhammad's daughter. That's a critical question, because allegedly, some sources say that it was Abu Bakr who killed her.
Yes.
It was an accident that happened when they went to have a discussion about the position of caliph, and oh no, his wife just happened to die while the guards were there. Could he have been very ignorant to political maneuvering? Sure, he could have been. It's very easy for someone not to focus on warfare and just not be up to date on the politics and how that intrigue goes. It does show that, according to some historical accounts, he was very loyal to the caliphs after that. At the same time, if you look at how the caliphs all died, it's rather interesting, shall we say. The first one died in a siege of a Christian city due to a high fever, which could have been due to an infection of some sort. The second one was assassinated. So the most powerful person in all of the Muslim world was assassinated in front of a bunch of loyal Muslims while leading prayer. Yeah, that doesn't lead to any questions. The fact that it was blamed upon a Persian slave doesn't bring any questions either. The third one was, again, assassinated by Muslims while Ali's sons stood guard. And for some reason, Ali's sons weren't injured at all. So there's just a bunch of questions. Now, again, there's massive year difference in between each of those. So I guess my conclusion to my historical study on him was Ali, power hungry and just waiting for the perfect time to seize his power? Maybe. Or was he just thrust into a very unstable environment and just tried to do the best he could? We're so far removed from the historical events that we really can't say 100% as far as the intrigue goes. Now, we can't say about his internal fighting, but going back to your original comment about how Muhammad's death looks very similar to any other dictators throughout history, I would point to the death of Christ as being an odd one then, because he didn't follow, although the power of leadership was within Jesus, all focused with the disciples. They were all following him. You don't see that jostling. You see a little bit of it, maybe, when they say, will I be at the right hand of you, Jesus? But Jesus immediately quashes that, immediately stops that. And we don't see the same backstabbing. What we do see, according to historical evidence, is the quick expansion of Christianity through peaceful means, and there's no evidence of Christians leading warfares. I think in my studies, that's the cornerstone of the historical studies I was doing between the rightly guided caliphs and the apostles. I was saying, okay, these people were the ones who knew both teachers. How did they apply the teachings? What came of these teachings? And it's very obvious one group led armies, conquered and forcibly converted thousands of people. The others lived very poor lives.
Most of them were not only poor, but extremely persecuted and also thrown to lions in colosseums and all sorts of other things. So the early expansion of Christianity and Islam are just entirely polar opposites, because the argument can be made that because Jesus wasn't a leader of an army or a nation or an, in any way sort of an empire or kind of like a king type character, and so because he didn't have that, he didn't have those people around him where they would be jostling for any kind of power position, because there was no real, his power, if you will, was, he said, the kingdom is of his father, not the kingdom of earth. So there wasn't, I don't imagine he would have had the same issues as Muhammad would for that reason. But for me, Muhammad's, at least the history that we know of this individual, it has the fingerprints of men all over it. I don't see a godly intervention in any of this. This is my main thing is, I mean, with Jesus, okay, he was young, he came, he preached, and he died. And the rest from that, you can say, you know, if you believe in the resurrection and all the rest, then fine, that will indicate some kind of godly or beyond sort of human abilities factor in that. With Muhammad's life, a very much a 7th century dictator's standard sort of life. The miracles and the other bits are highly questionable at best. No one's ever been able to prove that the moon has been split or that the Quran is truly a miraculous book of any sort. These are just claims that Muslims make. They're not based in evidence. I mean, the whole nonsense about if you can write a verse better than the Quran is the most fallacious argument I've ever heard. Who judges what is? I can read the Tolkien's Lord of the Rings, and I consider that a better book than the Quran. I can read Harry Potter and consider that a better. Who is the judge here? Who's going to actually judge the Quran versus other things in order to actually ascertain that other literary works are not better? I've read I mean, in fact, if you read the Quran, it's chaotic. It's not in sequential order. It's repetitive endlessly. That's what makes it so boring. There's just so many things that are just not good about this literary work as a piece of literary work, let alone how amazing. And you know, some people say in Arabic it sounds better. I'll be perfectly honest with you, it really isn't. It's ultimately a work of literature is what it's conveying as a message to you. It doesn't, if some, I don't care if Rihanna sings me Harry Potter. It's the Harry Potter, it's the words in the book that makes that piece of work valuable or not valuable. So for me, the messages that the Quran gives, I mean, I argue this with Muslims all the time. There is nothing in the Quran that I could not find in other philosophy and other religious texts. There is literally not one thing that Muslims ask me all the time, oh, is there one thing in the Quran that you can, or in Islam that you can point out that is good? Because I talk bad about Islam all the time. And they're like, oh, well, you hate Islam so much, but is there anything good in it? I was like, yeah, I found like one thing, which was about the usury. But the usury thing was pointed out by Jesus, even when he turned over the tables of the money changers and called them the den of vipers and all of that. So even that portion of Islam isn't unique to Islam. Other kings and other historical characters have done similar things. To me, the Quran is a plagiarization of multiple faiths, multiple different, largely the Old Testament and the religions of the pagans of Mecca and Medina or that part of the world, and then other parts seem to have their links in either Zoroastrianism or the Byzantine religions. It's just like if I just went onto the internet and wrote in an AI machine, take every book and write me a religious book, and it would just go and pick every bit from every religious book and just compile it or squish it together, and you get the Quran. If there was truly something unique in the Quran, it would stand out because no one would be able to find it anywhere else. And I still haven't found anything in the Quran that is unique to just the Quran. The Quran brought this, I don't know, the formula for penicillin or something that no one else would have possibly ever known. I mean, they talk about miracles of the Quran all the time, yet there is not one absolute miracle or absolute unique scientific information. They talk about embryology. They got it wrong because they actually followed Aristotle's concept of embryology. They talk about the separation of the seas. Utter nonsense. Fishermen had observed that for centuries, and no one ever thought that these two waters don't actually mix. They just do sediment. It's the salt levels. Just all the other things that they mention. There is nothing unique in the Quran. I mean, it would have been if they'd given us, as I said, a formula for penicillin. That would have been like, okay, I have to think twice about this. If they gave us something about, I don't know, quantum theory or relativity, something that was truly unknown. But there's nothing in there that is actually absolutely unknown. Everything in the Quran you can find in other parts of the world that people were discussing, or they had some ideas about, or they'd already produced, work on. So it's hard. I mean, to not believe Christianity is one thing. For me, I have issues with Christianity and with the concept of God as a whole. But to not believe Islam is easy. It's really easy. It's not a difficult challenge for anyone. You just have to read the book and then do a little, it's not even like you don't even have to do a deep dive on anything. Just a little bit of research about where did this information come from? Where did the information about embryology come from? And you'll trace it right away to multiple other sources. They did nothing original. I mean, for me, I will say, Muhammad was the greatest grifter of history. He managed to find a great way of acquiring power and money for himself. Women, he seemed to love sex by the sounds of things, because he just was obsessed with sexual debauchery. But other than that, that's it. He just made some money. He got himself in a position of power and had a bunch of wives, and then he died. And now these guys, people run around the world. The most dangerous thing for me, and I'm sorry, I'm going on a rant. The most dangerous thing for me, and Hatun, you say Islam is dangerous, is that people think that this individual, this 17th century grifter, is the greatest example for all mankind. And that is the dangerous legacy of Muhammad, is that other people are trying to emulate him. And I would rather, if they were going to emulate a person in history, at least emulate Jesus than emulate Muhammad. At least Jesus had, according to the Bible anyway, a better example to follow. And this is something Bob says as well.
Let me step in. I think Jesus is not better example. He's the only example, and he's the only way. So even though we agree on the danger of Islam, and especially you express like it becomes more dangerous when followers of Islam sees Muhammad as the best example and wants to follow that best example. So that makes it like double dangerous with 1.6 or 8 billion people. We would appreciate, I think, if you call into the live stream where we take the calls. It's called call-in live stream, and then we discuss your objections to the Christian faith. It's good that Muslims, Christians and non-Muslims come alongside of each other and then attack the character of Muhammad and how Islam is dangerous to humanity. But I did express you in the past, like, Jesus is the only way. Jesus
I know. Way. You and I will always have, and yes, I mean, the thing is, I didn't want this particular show or this conversation to be dragged towards discussing my skepticism of Christianity. This is an Islamic-based conversation, so I kept it on that.
Yeah, so we are crushing Muhammad's birthday, and I want to hear your thoughts. Oh, sorry. Your brother in Christ, did you want to make any point on what has been said so far? Because I'm going to share something and then ask Banksy's opinion.
Okay, yes. First of all, I guess when you're going on your speech, and I agree with a good portion of it, don't get me wrong. Something I definitely disagree with you is you said that if you had a program and you put it programmed and said, hey, go make this religious book based upon all these other religious books, that you would get the Quran. No, you wouldn't. You would get an actual complete story. And that's something the Quran fails at miserably. So you would get a better book than the Quran itself.
There you go. There's the challenge.
I am a computer programmer. I do this sort of stuff for a living. So I know the limitations of a computer. And if you were to tell it to do that, it would make sure that it actually had a complete story. Something the Quran doesn't have. I mean, there's one complete story. Other than that, kind of falls short. So I'd say that was my major impression from that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, no, you're right. I think a computer program would be far more sensible and logical in the way it would compile a book. Yeah.
Okay. So tell me your feelings and your thoughts on this. Wait, it's coming. It's got a very bad. I've got very bad recording skills, like really bad recording skills.
It's a great piece of art. Did you make that yourself?
Cake. That's birthday cake.
I know. It's like, who made that?
It's a birthday cake, and the reason it has red candles, because Mohammed stole red underwear. I just decided to put the candle.
I see.
And then Mohammed has the candle is covering it up, but he's got the seal of the Prophet on his shoulder.
Okay.
And then man is examined to asking, "Oh, let me take it out. Let me take it out." So that was Mohammed's birthday cake.
Yeah, I think you should bring that to Speaker's Corner and see if Muslims want to have a slice.
I'm planning to do this on Sunday. Yeah,
it is halal. I mean, it's technically halal. It's vegetarian, isn't it?
It's halal, actually. Yeah, it's halal.
That's what I thought. Yeah. One of my favorite questions, actually, to most Muslims, and I'm still waiting for a good answer, is. Well, actually, I'm waiting for an honest answer, should I say. Is it halal or haram to marry your first cousin at the age of 6? And most Muslims will never answer this, especially the ones that are a little bit more like Ali Dawa. I've actually asked for once as well, but they just will not. But actually, the true answer is that it is halal. It is absolutely halal to marry your first cousin at the age of 6. It's nothing in the Quran or the Sunnah that would prevent you from doing that. It's just your morality and your gag reflex would probably stop you from doing that. But other than that, it is nothing. I mean, this is the thing. This is what I'm saying about, like, when I say, it's so easy not to believe in Islam, because it is so easy. It goes to the core of a human being's instincts, that if you look at your first cousin at the age of 6 and think that is a woman you want to, or that is a person you want to get married to, and you don't have some kind of disgust reflex from that, then you've got problems. You've got psychological issues if you don't get disgust reflexes out of looking at your first cousin and thinking that it's fine to marry them. But Islam does this. Islam legitimizes this for you. You can marry your first cousin at the age of 6, and it's perfectly halal. It's according to God, apparently. This is unbelievable. On every metric of every civilization that's lived. I don't know what the cavemen did. I'll be honest. I don't know what the Neanderthal morality was, but just about every civilized nations on the planet have recognized these things are bad. Let me
just step in so that we make sure that we don't give the wrong invitation to people. Doesn't matter who gives you right. Doesn't matter who says do it. Don't marry with your cousin who is 6 years old. Don't do it.
Yeah,
good
idea.
Like, people listen, and then who says, wow, that looks like good, but don't do it. Do not do it. It's bad.
This is the unbelievable, like, you have to actually, even the fact that you have to actually say that in a serious way, because there are people out there who are like, let me think, 6 years old cousin of mine. I mean, the mere fact that you have to actually tell people that you don't do it is unbelievable. I mean, I know we live in a mad world and there's a lot of crazy things happening, drag queen story time and all sorts of other crazy things that I don't want to get into right now. We're living in a very strange times, but this message has been going in the Middle East for 1400 years. This isn't a new thing. This isn't some fad from the West. This is a message that people are acting upon it. I don't know if you remember, Miss Hatun, the chap called Takia Watch. He's still got his channel. He made a whole compilation of child marriages around the world. He did a video which was fantastic. I still use it as my reference, of 8-year-olds, 9-year-olds, 6, 7-year-olds. Just again, there's this like, she looks like about 10, maybe 8, maybe at best. She's getting married to like a 21-year-old man, and the family was celebrating it. I'm like, This is unbelievably disgusting. And these are the people who want to teach me morality, who come to me and go, you dirty kafir, you have no morality, you eat pork and drink alcohol, so you are the najest, you're the dirty one. And you're giving away your daughter to a 21-year-old man at the age of like 9. I'm the immoral person here. I'm the one who should feel bad about myself. It's unbelievable. Absolutely, it blows my mind when more Muslims try to teach me morality. Ali Dawa stood in front of me and said, if my daughter at the age of 9 wants to get married, and her silence is considered acceptance, is considered consent. So if I ask my daughter, do you want to get married at the age of 9, and she doesn't say anything, I will let her get married to like a, I guess, 50-year-old man, because that's what Muhammad did. It boggles the mind. This is a man. This isn't some. I'm not talking to some Bedouin in Afghanistan. Okay, this is a man in the 21st century England. Sorry, go ahead.
First of all, you speak too much. Secondly,
I know. I'm sorry.
I feel I need to step in. Main reason is, doesn't matter if your father or your mother tell you that marry with this Mr. someone, don't do it. Okay, especially you are just a child, like your daddy can give you lollipop and then say, oh, go and stay at this uncle's house. Don't fall into those things, and then don't do it, kids. Don't do it. I need to verbalize that in case like children say, oh yeah, my daddy does this to me stuff. I've got a couple of people are waiting on the line.
Yeah. I'm gonna let you guys go. Thank you so much for your time, guys. It was awesome talking to you, and happy birthday, Mohammed.
Make sure you are at Speakers Con on Sunday to get the cake.
I will. I'll be there first.
Don't come first. Come afternoon. And call into us to the live streams where we can deal with your objections to the Christian faith.
Sure. Thank you so much. Have a great night. Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye. Okay. How are you doing, brother? You are still there? Okay, so I'm gonna take. Actually, I wanted to get. Let me show this picture. So I want to know, brother, what do you think about this picture? You are muted. Are you aware of it?
I was not aware of it. She's a little old. Muhammad liked them younger. Okay. Old ladies, I see.
Okay, tell me what do you see first, and why are you objecting? Like, do steps by step. Sometimes I find difficult when you just jump to the conclusion. What did you see that you are not happy?
Well, she's so old. Look at her. She's still got her dolls. At least she's got that going for her. I mean, Muhammad definitely loved that. But, I mean, she's too old. She needs to be crawling for Muhammad to be more interested.
So you are looking at that picture and you are assuming there is a, like, what's happening, that you are commenting her age?
Well, first of all, I know she's prepubescent because she's got dolls. After all, that's in that culture. She's uncovered. That's a dead giveaway. Definitely with the woman in back being covered. You can see her in the window. But yeah, she's standing. She's not crawling. She's too old.
Okay. So you see the signs of child involvement with marriage?
Well, I mean, if Muhammad was feeling like an older girl, then I guess. But he definitely showed more interest in the younger they are, the more they liked her.
What about this one?
Nice setup for a wedding. Again, she's a little old. I mean, her dad's not carrying her down the aisle.
Okay. Okay. Let's take the next caller in. Hello.
Peace of Christ be with you.
Oh, I'm in trouble. I gotta hide.
And with you.
I'm attached. I can't get away.
Peace and Christ be with you, brother. Brother, your brother in Christ, as well as Sister L. I know she's away, but peace and Christ be with you, Sister Hatun. How are you?
And be with you. I'm good by God's grace. Thank you. How are you?
I'm by God's grace. I'm well. I'm well. I can't complain.
So I think I need to ask the first question. What is your entrance ticket to this crashing birthday party?
First and foremost, I didn't know there was a requirement to enter this birthday party, but as a true person that would crash a party, I'm going to crash the party with nothing but my winning personality and free bacon sandwiches.
That's just only in your dreams, sister. You don't have any good personality at all, and you don't have winning personality at all. And you can't just turn up the birthday parties and then say, I'm gonna crash this party with my winning personality. It doesn't work like that, especially if you are entering Muhammad's birthday party.
Well, I have a message from him for you guys. So does that count?
What is why your profile picture is unique?
Unique?
I didn't know what else to say. What is that, your profile picture?
That is a cross cut out of Ibn Farouk and a paste of Jussie Smollett, you know, after his brave knife attack that Ibn Farouk faced. Was you know, this guy whose face is pasted over that, actually he made a false claim that he also was attacked. So it just seems so right to put his face on top of Ibn Farouk, Ibn Ketchup, footnote, and what Uthmanic Quran now.
Oh yeah, the Uthmanic Quran. 100%.
Yes. So I'll be taking my Shahada soon based on that information, because he had Uthman's Quran.
Well,
But I got a message for you guys.
I'm just double speechless because you are talking about Shahada, taking your Shahada, but also you've got this laughing face as well as laughing sound. Shahada, Allah doesn't like joyfuls according to Quran. So when you take the Shahada, you need to take that seriously. What have you got for Muhammad's birthday?
Okay, well, really quickly, my picture actually is a police officer asking him, so you were attacked? And this was his facial response, that of a person that faked his own attack. But the message that I have from Muhammad, he wanted to come and thank you for crashing his birthday party, but he got choked up in a cave.
By whom?
By Jibril. He got a little choked up.
And he didn't have a chance to get camel urine from your brother in Christ?
No, he didn't. Oh, you have that?
He's been drinking and he seems healthy so far. Did you know that in your brother in Christ in Yemen, so girls are encouraged to drink camel urine because it makes them like fatter. So if you are thin, like if you are not fat, they believe like you are not healthy. So people want to marry fat woman, not fat like.
Yeah, healthy, thick, as we would call it in the West.
Okay, whatever you would call them in West. So therefore, like girls are encouraged to drink camel urine, and also camel urine is very good for health. You can just go to the shop and then buy good for hair. You can go to the shop and then buy camel urine to put on your hair. It makes your hair nicer.
The camel urine got cold, so it's not as good. It's only good when it's nice and fresh and hot.
Put it in microwave for like 20 minutes, 20 seconds. And then just put on your wife's hair, and then her hair will look prettier.
So how is it for the skin? Like, is it good for your skin?
I don't know. I don't know if it is good for the skin. But while you are here, and then it seems you've got like no entrance ticket and nothing, you're just chit-chatting, Sister Kay.
I'm here to crash the party.
I also noticed you specifically waited until I was gone and in the middle of something until you joined in. That was kind of rude, but okay.
Someone let me in right now. I didn't. Someone, the host of the show, just let me in.
What, she did?
Okay. Now everyone is kind of focused.
Yes.
What do you see on the screen?
It looks like Mohammed is he bartering with somebody with his child bride behind him?
Well, you need to figure out. So I kind of thought when people like you calls in Sister K, I won't know what to talk about, so I'll put people in test. So
okay,
since you came to the Mohammed's crashing birthday party, help us out to see what is this picture about.
Okay. One of two things. He's either bartering with somebody, or this is when he killed Sophia's family, and he was spending the night in the tent with her, because he kind of looks like a hostage back there to the left of him.
No,
I'm not sure.
You are not sure because your answer was also wrong. Your brother in Christ and Sister Al? What do you think? What do you see on the picture? And then I've got someone else on the line. Let me take person in as well and then mute him for a second.
Yeah, I'm not really too sure, but maybe he's like trading sex slaves because he liked to do that, or he's stealing his son's wife or something. There's a lot of things that he did that.
Okay, let me move to the next picture. Hopefully we'll help you to kind of put it together.
That didn't help at all.
So
is that Muhammad's son, his adopted son?
You've got to help me out. So you turn up to the crashing.
Oh, I think I got it. I can't remember the source, but when she showed up with bruises, and he came and brought his two sons that resembled him so much like crows resemble a crow.
No.
Dang, nabbit. This is hard.
Okay. Very bad. So far, you all failed. Let's go back to this one. And then let's say hi to our guest. I am going to unmute him.
Oh, I see it. Oh, never mind. I see it now.
Too late now, Sister Kay. Now, let's play silent. Adam Sika.
Hello, sister, and hello, everyone. Peace of Christ be with each and every one of you. How are you guys?
Peace of Christ be with you, brother. How are you doing?
I am doing very well by the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ. Doing awesome.
Okay, so you are entered Crashing Muhammad's birthday party.
MashaAllah. It's not for another day, I think. You are doing an early party.
No, it's today and tomorrow. Tomorrow is in an hour.
Okay,
actually not in an hour. It's like in 6 minutes. Tomorrow will be 6 minutes. I had to get flowers in the mosque because they were celebrating Muhammad's birthday. Okay.
You really send them flowers?
No, they gave me flowers. They were giving out flowers.
Oh wow, nice.
Yeah,
you got flowers.
Okay, Adam Sika, I assume that probably you will turn up without a cake. Do you have a birthday cake for Muhammad?
Absolutely not, but I'm going to do a live stream tomorrow on that.
Okay, you have no birthday cake, then you are part of the quiz. What do you see on the screen? Actually, no, sorry, I apologize. Adam Sika, can you say hi to my guest? Sorry.
Hello, everyone, and they are mute, by the way.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey. Okay, Adam Sika, what is it on the screen? What do you see?
Interesting.
That's not the answer I am looking for.
A guy and a little baby Aisha behind him, and another guy probably trying to say, when you will die, I will marry Aisha, so that Allah will reveal the verse that all of the females of Muhammad are the mothers of the believers.
Okay, you are watching too much movie. That's what I'm looking for. Let me bring you the next picture. Those two pictures are relevant to one another. So what do you What do you make of it?
These two are relevant to each other?
Yes.
Like seriously?
Adam, focus.
I'm focusing. I'm really focused on that now.
Put your focus face on. I really need to figure this out. You can't, like, you didn't bring cake. I don't know if you get to see the cake. Other people brought it. Now you need to answer very basic, very basic question. This is like Islam 101.
Ah, this is Islam 101. Ah, so these are poor people. You were not supposed to laugh, sister.
I know Allah doesn't like joyful people, yet Jesus says, praise me. Yes, come up with better scenario.
Better scenario. I have no idea, sister.
You have no idea? Okay, let me bring you to next picture. So these three pictures are relevant to one another.
Oh,
so
that's Jibreel. That is Jibreel giving Muhammad the information so that she could marry Aisha.
No, remember Muhammad saw Aisha when Aisha was in silk. This picture is not linked with that. Bring up something, another one. Come on, guys. I've got like.
Oh, I have it. I have it. I think I have it.
Yes.
After the revelation, he received. Khadijah did a striptease for him, and that's why the striped dress is in his hands. To get the revelation, and his uncle Waraka told him it was Jibril, and so that's the guy. No.
Man, I was not ready for this kind of a quiz, sister.
Neither was I.
So, see, if you don't bring up a cake to the birthday party, what do you expect?
To get some of your cake.
I'll put my cake on the screen.
You invited us, so you were supposed to give us the cake, sister.
Yeah, no, you go to the birthday parties. That I never go because it's just like, oh, birthday parties are so stressful. I don't go to birthdays.
I know this picture. That is the sign of the prophethood.
Yeah, that's my birthday cake. That's not what I am asking you. I am asking you this one.
See, the easy picture you did not accept it. That should be on the screen.
Adam, that's not my fault, brother. If you didn't make cake, it is not my fault if my cake can be understood by everyone, because I'm taking that to speaker's corner in the intention everyone makes sense of it. So now, be kind enough and then put the stories together. 3 pictures, and you still can't put it together? This is Islam 101.
If we take mercy on Adam's soul and donate one of our cakes to him, can you answer, sister?
I have the answer. I have the answer.
Okay, Sister K is being muted. Sister, keep yourself. Your observations were terrible. Okay, so you get no sayings right now, Sister K. Okay, so yes, brother, your brother in Christ.
Sorry, is this Ali asking for Muhammad's daughter's hand in marriage?
Not at all.
Darn.
Okay, so now
I give it a shot.
I know.
Sister K, make sure you are muted. Okay, Sister K is on the queue. She's waiting now because she turned up without cake and then she gave me 2 wrong answers. So now, reasoned answers.
Hello.
Brother, have you got a cake?
I do have a cake, so I'm exempt from answering this question.
Oh, okay.
Especially since I didn't really see the pictures and I was only half joined.
No, okay. That can't be excused. Let's show you the second picture. So this is the first picture, second picture, and third picture. So I'm gonna remove this. Let's see your cake.
Yeah, let's start with the cake. So I got a cake here. First of all, the cake is for the Prophet. I want anyone to think that this cake is to the Prophet. So we put that on there.
Okay, so it's not, it is 4, not 2. Okay.
Yes. Then we have, they're really small on your view, but we have these little figures here, which could either just be portraits of Muhammad. To be clear, they're ghosts. So they could either just be pictures of portraits of Muhammad, because, of course, he's the whitest prophet in history. Or they could be representation of Muhammad's tormented soul now that he has died. Your choice. Of course, the cake is also black, because you may think that this is because of the black stone or Kaaba or something like that, but actually it's just because Muhammad has brought darkness upon the world. And I have some hadith to back all this up, which I'll get to in a second. And I don't think you're going to be able to tell on the camera, but there is a hole in the cake right here.
Okay.
Which you may think is for holes in the narrative. However, that's not actually what I was going for. I'll ask everyone here if they've ever heard a Muslim say that Islam is true because it's the fastest growing religion.
Yes.
Yeah, I think we've all heard that. And what I always ask Muslims when they say something like that is, was your prophet wrong? Because he said that Islam would crawl back into its hole like a snake. So the hole is there for Islam to crawl back into as it retreats. Okay. So this is our cake.
Okay. It is such a heartbreaking that you don't need to comment on the picture now.
Why do we have to then?
We
brought you. How many folks? We brought you.
It was Adam, Sika, and Sister Kay. So, can you show us your cakes again? Your brother in Christ and
One of them is in the freezer because it's an ice cream cake and it would melt otherwise. But I did send you a picture, so you can put it up if you wanted to. But we've got our Holy Quran. It's got the nice little Mickey Mouse cut out, and it's got the Holy Quran, written by false prophet Muhammad. The genre is historical fiction. And we've also got 2 other Qurans, the front and back of what I designed for Hatoon's Qurans. They show Allah is the best of the deceivers and gives all the verses and the Arabic word makar and goes into the description of what that actually means. And then we've also got, our Charlie Hebdo spoof images where Allah said, and read it, Allah gave proof Islam is false. But we need to defend Christ and critique Islam. And it also shows, and I didn't mention this earlier, Surah I'm going to pronounce that wrong, whatever. Quran 5:43 through 47. And which shows that we have to judge by the Bible, which also proves Islam false. So there are some of our cakes. We've got a quite large ice cream cake in the freezer we can go pull out again. And that has Muhammad just absolutely terrified because truth is getting out and he's just getting crushed by the truth, which is symbolically represented by David Wood as One Punch Man. And then it also has Surah 929 on it in Arabic, because I was a little bit scared if I asked them to print it in English, they wouldn't. And then on the other side, it shows the flip side where Christianity says the words of Jesus to love your enemy and pray for those who persecute you. But we also have some other cakes that I can work on as the stream goes on, but I haven't yet. We've got one that I saw at the store and I just thought was perfect because I really want to make a Mohammed cake where Muhammad is a pig. This seems very symbolic and proper. Good way to celebrate him. And so I saw this cake that just looks very I don't know if you can tell on camera, but it's very pink and pig-like. And so I was going to make a little stand with a little picture of Muhammad as a pig on it. But we'll see. I might do that. And then I also have another cake that's just solid white in a nice box right here. And I got these markers on Amazon that I'm so excited about. They're these, and they just look like normal markers, but they're food decorating, and they were labeled as halal. They were labeled as halal and marketed as halal on Amazon. So I just think these would be like the absolute perfect pens to color on a cake for Muhammad with, because then no Muslims could even say anything about it. I mean, according to Amazon, it's halal. So like, what are you going to do about it? So anyway, yeah, those are my cakes.
Okay, so those are some of the cakes. So now, Adam had the time to think about it. I'll put the picture again.
I'm just going to say that when I was even a Muslim, I never celebrated the birthday of Muhammad with these many cakes and these many beautiful ideas. Quite frankly, you guys are marvelous.
we take this thing seriously. Like, even there is like big debates in the House of Islam. Should they celebrate or not? So I especially went to Sufi mosque today to see like what they do. And in Turkey, we've got like this big Mevlid thing. Anyway, it's happening like around the world. But it's in-house discussion, should they celebrate or not? So now, focus on the picture.
Now, this picture is Jibreel giving verses to Muhammad.
Okay, Jibreel is giving the verse to sister, Muhammad. How do you have those three pictures linked together?
And then this guy is saying, Muhammad, you have gone mad.
That's in your dreams, brother. In reality, look from the Islamic perspective.
Ah, okay.
Put your Muslim cap on.
Muslim cap.
Okay, you failed.
I miserably failed.
What about this one?
This is like Muhammad looking at a woman and getting horny.
Okay, watch the. Let's be careful with the language.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Okay.
Is this his son-in-law or his adopted son's wife that he's looking at?
So those four pictures are so far linked with one another.
I have the good answer.
Sister K, you already lost your chance. Okay, still nothing?
Okay, then this must be Sufaya.
No.
That must be the Jewish guy. No?
No.
I'm wrong. So this is Zainab then, if not Sufaya.
No. No.
This is not even Zainab.
No. So this should help you kind of come up with something. This picture and the last one. Come on, this is Islam 101.
Last answer, I promise I will be right.
No, Sister K, keep yourself muted, sister. Okay, so they want to see if Muhammad is prophet.
Oh, that's the test of the prophethood.
Yeah, they want to see if Muhammad is prophet.
Uh-huh.
And then one of the questions for them to figure out if Muhammad is prophet or not, they need to figure out, oh, look at this child. So child looks like the mother. This child looks like the father. Questions are being asked, and then Jibreel steps in to help Muhammad out.
Oh, so if the male comes out first, that's when he looks like a female? If
Yeah.
that's the hadith?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. That's the dirty hadith, man. Oh, wow.
Okay, so you failed miserably.
Yes,
Nothing
we did.
personal, but yeah, you did bad.
And yet you asked us to watch our language.
You know, that's the destruction of science fully. Why Muhammad is telling that, you know, this thing, like I can't even tell the hadith because there are two females sitting over here. So
Yep.
Yeah.
Anyway, so okay, reasoned answers. Since you prepared for the
well, yeah. So first, I wanted to explain the cake a bit more.
Yes. And
so Sahih Bukhari 4376. We used to worship stones, but when we found a better stone than the first one, we would throw the first one and take the latter. But if we could not get a stone, we would collect some earth and bring a sheep and milk that sheep over it. So fortunately, then according to the narrator here, Muhammad corrected their practice. No longer were they going to pick up stones and say, this stone is better than that stone. We will no longer worship that other stone we have. We'll now worship this stone. And of course, the way he corrected that was by giving them the best of all stones to worship. Of course, it only coincidentally looks like worship. It has absolutely nothing to do with worship. Sahih Bukhari, 1603 here. I saw Allah's messenger arriving at Mecca. He kissed the black stone corner first while doing tawaf and did ramal in the 3 rounds of the 7 rounds. So, he's showing affection to the stone. He's circling it. All things coincidentally that they used to do. Totally unrelated, though, as we know. Because it came from Muhammad, therefore it cannot be pagan. Ibn Abbas narrated that he used to kiss the black stone and prostrate himself to it. No problem there. No problem at all prostrating yourself to a stone. Perfectly halal, because Muhammad said so. And then, of course, we have Umar. So Umar came near the black stone and he kissed it. And he said, no doubt, I know you are just a stone and can neither benefit nor harm anyone. Had I not seen Allah's messenger kissing you, I would not have kissed you. So it seems Umar was a little bit more intelligent than Muhammad here. He knew that there was something wrong with this. He's like, why are we kissing a stupid stone? Well, Muhammad did it, so we better do it too. Just one of the many beautiful things in Islam. But I do have one more hadith on the black stone that I wanted to mention. Unlike Umar, who realized it was just a stone, the messenger of Allah said about the stone, by Allah, Allah will raise it on the day of resurrection with 2 eyes by which it sees and a tongue that it speaks with, testifying to whoever touched it in truth. So the stone will come alive according to Muhammad, which explains why people would worship it if it's going to come alive and be conscious and report on what they did during their life. That's Jami al-Tirmidhi 961.
So you are saying, according to Islamic tradition, while Muslim tells us that they worship Allah alone and no one can share his attributes, you've got this black stone where Muhammad goes and kiss it, and that stone symbolized the sin. It was white, become black because of the sins of mankind. And as you kiss it, your sins are going to be forgiven.
Yeah, Christianity makes no sense whatsoever because Jesus atones for our sins. Much more sense to just have a rock atone for your sins.
And so for that sin to forgive your sins, stone needs to know what you did yesterday, what you did 10 weeks ago, what you did 10 days ago, and then needs to have the power of forgiving sin, coming alongside of Allah and forgiving your sin. Black stone needs to be all-knowing, all-powerful, and all-present to be able to forgive your sin.
But that there's no shirk here because the hadith says it's by the permission of Allah that it does this.
Yeah. And because Muhammad did so. Okay.
I do find it really interesting, though, because just as John Preacher commented in the comment section, he said Zeus had a stone, Aphrodite had a stone, Baal had a stone, and Allah had a stone. But in Christianity, we know that Jesus Christ is our rock and our salvation, and he alone can forgive sins. In fact, it was something that really there was an uprising over during the life of Jesus Christ on earth, while he still appeared to many to be a mere man, but was not, in fact, just a mere man, because he is God. And he brought it up. He's like, you know, that which is greater, the ability to heal or the ability to forgive sins? And that really did not make them happy, because they recognize that God alone has the power to forgive sins. So
yeah. Thank you for reminding that. Adam Sika, what are your thoughts on Blackstone, since you turn up without cake and you couldn't know the pictures, so I will be using you as a guinea pig to attack.
You can definitely use me as a guinea pig, but like once again, the black stone was actually white. We are calling it black stone, yes, but it was white. When humans touched it, it absorbed their sins, and that is how it became black. So touching it, and Muhammad said in his hadith that touching the black stone abolishes your sin. That's how clear it is.
Yeah, that's what Reasoned Answer brings it. And he helps us to remember, actually, even though Blackstone does the attributes of Allah, and Muslims like following examples of Muhammad, it is still not shirk, okay? It is not shirk. Don't think it is shirk. It's not shirk.
Not at all. Not at all.
Not at all. Not at all. Sister Kay.
Yes.
Do you want to make a comment on Blackstone?
Yes, I'm very curious now if the Blackstone can forgive sins, but no one else can atone for anyone else's sin. How does that work?
Reasoned Answers. What do you think?
Well, you know, it all works perfectly as long as you don't think about it too much. But I guess, you know, no person can atone for another person's stone. But the stone is not a person. It's just a stone. So stones can atone for your sins, but people can't.
Yeah, just don't think about it. Okay?
Thank you.
Your brother in Christ, do you want to make a comment or...
Very interesting, very powerful stone. Think about it. So this stone can save you for eternity just by kissing it?
Yeah.
This
Just
is a very
practice
loving
French
stone.
kiss. You are saved for eternity.
Do I get extra safe if I really get into it? I mean, really make out with this stone. Make it believe that I really love it. Do I get a better place in paradise?
You don't have to love the Blackstone. All you need to do is kiss it.
Oh, well, that kind of sucks. Just like a peck and you're done?
Excuse me, don't insult the dogs. Who do you think you are comparing dogs with this Blackstone? Brother, repent. I'll gently encourage you to repent. I made a video a couple of years ago. My black Labrador, I had a stone, and then I asked my black Labrador to kiss it or lick it. She didn't do it. She's got more dignity. Don't insult the dogs in here. Don't compare them. Please, brother.
But sister, I have a small question over here where these
All questions on the topic will go to the Reasoned Answers. So
yes,
bring up the question, brother. Yes.
Yes. When the Karmatis actually stole the stone, he actually made pieces of, and then he put 2 pieces in the bathroom, which he used to sit on and do the poo-poo. So
language, brother.
That's the nicest word that I used. I did not even use the bad word poo. That's like when we talk with the kids, we use this word, sister.
Okay, brother.
That's exactly what is written in Siyasatnama, page number 256. So what do you think of that? Like, which sin was he removing from Karmati?
Yeah, I mean, we would have to ask him to know what sin he thought he was removing. Unfortunately, we don't have any statement that the stones were cleaned before they were put back into use, but let's just give them the credit and say they cleaned them off first.
Are you sure
Okay.
that they cleaned them before?
I'm not sure. It doesn't state it, right? It doesn't state that they cleaned them, so who knows?
Okay. Let's turn to the second reason, because like we can't talk about such a topic and then eat cakes. Like that's I got kicky, and then just like making me to not feel eat it. So
this just puts a whole nother level on holy crap. Just putting that out there.
Okay.
That was my duty.
Answers.
Yes. Well, before I go on to the next thing that I pointed out on the cake, I did want to read a comment from Cogito Ergo. Send flowers to the black stone first. Don't be rude. So before you kiss it, you got to at least send it flowers. And that's what he's saying. And I think that's a good policy. I think that all Muslims should start following that.
Okay, so you need to kind of practice some etiquettes.
So then we have the portrait of Muhammad here, which hopefully you can see it now.
Yeah.
It's a little ghost, because we all know that Muhammad was extremely white. Even though Islam is the religion for black people, Muhammad himself was very white. And there's many hadith on this, but I just pulled one that I really enjoyed. The Messenger of Allah used to say the salam to his right so that the whiteness of his cheek could be seen, and to the left so that the whiteness of his cheek could be seen. So, he's turning one direction, making sure everyone sees the whiteness, turns the other way, and so they see the other cheek and see it is also very white. Otherwise, how would they know it was him if they didn't see that his cheek was extremely, extremely white? So, this ghost here, it might actually be a little too dark to be Muhammad. I'm not sure. You'll have to tell me what you think.
So what is that made of, brother?
It's probably sugar. I don't know.
Okay.
It's a lot sweeter than Muhammad was, for sure. Whatever it's made out of.
He wasn't made out of sugar, though. Okay. Anyone wants to comment on this? Questions?
No, Muhammad was really, really white. We even know about the whiteness of his armpit, let alone his cheeks. So,
and the whiteness of his shin.
Oh, yes.
And his shanks.
Which
is the one that gets me every time, because never anywhere outside of this source, which brags about the whiteness of Muhammad's shanks, have I ever heard shanks in reference to humans. You might like buy some like chicken shanks or something at the store, but I've never heard anyone like walk up to someone and be like, "Yo, dude, I like your shanks." Like, what?
They're really white, man. They're really white. They're perfect shade.
Muhammad was extra white. I don't know how to say it. And apparently that was such a wonderful attribute that they loved to describe how white he was. But it's funny because, like you said, this is a religion for people of color, apparently now.
Probably because he reflected all colors. I don't know.
Yeah, it could be. Could be. Or it could just be that, they wanted to make sure he was not confused with the black slaves that he owned. So they wanted to make sure, you see those two black people, those are the slaves that Muhammad owns. See the white guy standing next to him? That's the slave owner. That's Muhammad. Maybe that's all it was about.
Yeah, that's why he must stick an Arab for a free man and then had two black slaves in exchange for him.
Yeah, and why the
well, see, this is how Muhammad elevated the value of black people, because he said they're worth half of what the Arab was worth, which is, we all know that Arabs are worth a lot. So by saying that a black person's worth half as much, that's actually elevating their status, just like he elevated the status of women by making them the property of men. And because we all know that men are very valuable. So if you get to be the property of a man, then you're elevated, according to Muhammad.
I don't know. The Quran calls them animals of unequal value, though, when referring to black slaves. So, man, like elevating those animals too. What kind of, better guy could he be? Animal rights and all that.
He gave women rights, lefts and uppercuts, and he also gave Flashlights.
Yeah, I think it was Aisha that said that she'd never seen any woman suffering as much as that of a believer, which means that Muslim women have this amazing privilege that no other women in any other religion have, that they get to suffer more at the hands of men than any other woman does.
That's why you need to be Muslim.
And so that's kind of it's a double benefit that you cover up so you're not molested, but also you cover up so when you are being beat, they can't see the bruises, I guess.
That's so reasonable.
Sorry, Adam Sikir. Sorry, brother.
No, I said that sounds really reasonable because obviously you don't want to show everyone that you have been beaten up by your own man.
No, I disagree with you on that because Muslims are very proud of that. So they believe if their husband doesn't beat them, they are not loved. So they are proud of showing those bruises and talking about it and then thinking which toothpaste is better for cover up those bruises.
Do they use a toothpaste to cover them up because they're beaten with a toothbrush? Is that?
No, toothpaste, like if you get bruises, toothpaste make it like go away quicker.
Huh.
Yes, but can they, like he said, can they double task? Like if your husband's beating you with the toothbrush, and say, hey, can you put some toothpaste on it? That way these bruises will heal a lot quicker.
No, because other day, Daughter of Christ pointed out the story where a man, when he beats the wife, he is not able to speak like that. He doesn't need to run commentary on it. So like woman to say, oh, put toothpaste on it, running commentary. She just needs to get beaten and then husband needs to beat. That won't be like.
But Hatun, we have a problem here.
We don't have a problem. We are talking about Islam. Why should we have a problem?
Just a little bit, because
okay.
Muhammad was using maswak. There was no toothpaste back then. It was a long stick.
Not
reality,
long stick. That stick was to clean their teeth. So it's not like you are just like so racist.
The miswak has many functions. You can it's very like I think my toothbrush cost a lot, but I think I'd rather use a miswak because it has so many purposes. You can beat your wife with it, you can clean your teeth with it, and men can be impregnated by it. So it's amazing. The magical miswak.
Yeah, I'll never be the same after listening to that.
Okay, reasoned answers. Brother, bring your proper reasoning. Otherwise, like we are going to talk about miswak baby, and it is not helpful for us.
Yeah, definitely. So to bring it back to where we were heading, James said Islam is the fastest growing street gang. And I don't know about you guys. I mean, I already asked if you'd heard it, but it seems to me that this is always the trump card that the Muslim pulls out. You know, whenever they're losing an argument, that it's like, well, Islam is the one religion that's going to dominate the world, or deal with it. Islam's going to take over the world. And that, of course, goes directly against what Muhammad prophesied. So they have a problem. Either their main source of confidence in their religion is false, or their prophet's false. It's got to be one or the other. Starting with Sahih Bukhari, 1876, Allah's messenger said, "Verily, belief returns and goes back to Medina, as a snake returns and goes back to its hole." So the picture is that the translator adds, when in danger. So the picture being painted is that in the last days, all the Muslims are going to be so scared that they tuck tail and they run away. We can see this in some of the other parallel hadith that talk about the same supposed saying of Muhammad. But for our purposes, what he's saying is that everyone's going to abandon Islam. No one's going to want to be a part of it, such that all of the Muslims in the world will be able to fit between Mecca and Medina. There won't be any Islam anywhere else. It'll just be in that tiny little geographic region.
That sounds good to me. I'm not
complaining. Yeah, I mean, if Muhammad becomes a true prophet on this particular prophecy, it's fine by me. So, Sahih Muslim 146, Messenger of Allah observed, verily, Islam started as something strange and would again revert of being something strange, just as it started. It would recede between the two mosques, just as a serpent crawls back into its hole. So same idea, but different words here. And I do like him describing Islam as something strange. If you go to any, authoritative or well-educated Muslim source, they'll tell you that something strange means barely anyone believes in it.
So therefore you put that hole in the cake.
Yes, so that hole is there because it's time, in my opinion, it's time for that snake to crawl back into its hole, to stop bothering the world. Related hadith, different saying of Muhammad, but related. And he says that the first 3 generations are the best generations, and that there will come a time where people give lip service to Islam but don't truly believe in it. And I believe that time has come now, that the majority of the Muslims don't truly believe in it. They believe in something, which they call Islam. I'm not saying that they're all secret apostates per se, but the context of these hadith is that Muslims are not going to want to fight anymore, that they're not going to want to do what a proper Muslim should do, and they're not going to want to subjugate the unbelievers. And I believe that by and large, there are, of course, Muslims who do want to subjugate, but by and large, this is kind of the position that the Muslim is in today. That there are all these weaklings who are always complaining about those horrible Islamophobes who are making fun of them, instead of doing what Muhammad would do and have those critics executed.
Well, that seems reasonable solution.
So yeah, whenever a Muslim says that, I ask them if their prophet was wrong or if they're wrong, and strangely, they never answer me. They never want to go with either of those. They just want to believe that Islam is going to take over the world, and they want to believe their prophet's right, even though he predicted the exact opposite. Strange.
Well, we live in a century where, because of the technology, many Muslims know much better than Allah and their prophet. So therefore, I would say ideally we want to follow the ones who know more and better, even though they disagree with Allah and Muhammad.
Yeah, I found it very... Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I found it very interesting earlier when there was a Mr. Muslim in here saying all these good things about Muhammad, and he deemed these as good things. And so that would imply that he has some kind of moral compass. It would be good to be good to Christians and Jews. It would be good to be good to those who are typically hated. And all these different ideas that he had, it would be good. It's interesting because he does have this moral basis, and it lines up with the moral basis that the true God gives way more than it does with the basis that Allah gave. It didn't line up at all with the basis that Allah gave. In fact, all these things that were good about Muhammad were things that Muhammad didn't even have. In fact, they were opposite. And so even Mr. Muslim was able to identify that Muhammad was not a good example, certainly not the best example for all of mankind, because he wanted to have an example that was good to Christians and Jews, for example, and Muhammad's not that guy. So just very interesting.
Yeah, sadly, many followers of Islam disagrees with the teachings of Islam, not because they never bothered to read it, but because their conscience are like much clear when it comes to teachings of Islam. Adam Sika, what are your thoughts on?
Yeah, first of all, I'd be like, it's not the fastest growing religion, it's the fastest breeding religion. And I have said that so many times in the past as well. because Muhammad actually said all that. If you look at the Tafsir al-Qurtubi of the Quran, al-famous Quran 434, the wife beating one, in which Hazrat Zubair actually took two of his wives by the hairs and he tied the hairs together and then he beat them up. And one who was breeding more children was given less beating because she was breeding more children. Whereas the Asma, which is the daughter of Abu Bakr, was not a good breeder. So she got more beating than the other one. So this is how he beat these two wives of his own. That's Al-Qurtubi of Quran 434. So Islam is such a breeding religion that if your wife, if you have two wives, and the one who is breeding more children will get lesser beating as compared to the one who gives you less children.
Remember also there is a hadith which talks about don't marry a woman who can't make babies.
Yes, that is also true.
Can someone help us to understand the comment on the screen? So, what is wrong with marrying a cousin? Or is there something wrong with marrying a cousin?
Not according to Islam. First cousin, I mean.
Genetically?
Okay, let's get rid of Islam. So, what is wrong with marrying a cousin?
Other than absolute repulsion?
Well, okay, since they love the miracles of science, they would know if you inbreed too much, there are genetic defects that become more prevalent. And that's what you see in a lot of countries where they follow what Mohammed did, where there's I think they said statistically 70%. I'm not sure if that number's gone up or gone down, of followers are married through incest. So you see a lot of genetic defects.
So it is biologically not good thing to do so.
Nope.
Okay.
At the same time, if you look at the culture of Pakistan and all, we tend to call everyone sisters and brothers. In Islam, this is such a stupid thing that all your life you are like already described this issue, but now look at the social issue. All your life you have been saying brother to a person who's your first cousin, and you guys are living as a brother, and then suddenly he's your husband. What are you going to say to that person on your wedding's night? You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, realize that the dilemma over here, Muhammad removed everything else, especially the adoption and all the stepbrother and stepsister kind of a thing. But at the same time, this is stupidity in essence as a social norm as well. Do you understand what I'm trying to say over here? They're so prone to say to each other as brother and sister because they've been saying that from the last 20 years or so, and suddenly they are your wife or you are her husband.
Okay. Reasoned answers. Any thoughts?
Well, this is just one of the many scientific miracles in Islam, that if first cousins marry outside of Islam, that there's going to be a higher prevalence of recessive genes. That's what it technically will do, which tend to be bad because any dominant gene that's bad will be selected against. So you get higher prevalence of recessive genes because you marry someone outside your family and you have that, you're a carrier of that recessive gene. Chances are high they're not because they're rare. But you marry someone within your own family because they have the same parents, chances are high they have the same recessive gene, which greatly increases the chance that your kid will be born with that genetic defect caused by the recessive gene. So anywhere outside of Islam, that is going to be a problem. But in Islam, because Allah says that it's allowed, and Allah also says that you don't control whether you have children or not, He controls that. I won't go into the graphic details of the hadith there, but that is the lesson that Muhammad taught to his men who are asking for selfish reasons what they should do. He says that it doesn't matter what you do. It doesn't matter who you have sex with, when you have sex, how you do it, because if Allah wants you to have children, you're going to have children, and if He doesn't want you to have children, you're not going to. So because Allah is in control of everything, He just magically prevents those recessive genes from matching up. And there is no problem. Unless, of course, we look at, the actual evidence. But we never want to look at evidence when we're in Islam, because evidence is a very dirty word. It's a word that will lead you out of Islam if you're following it.
Yeah, don't check the evidences. Also helpful to remember in Islam, you can marry with your own daughter if your daughter like outside of your marriage. So like you had sex with someone, made the baby, and then that daughter is happened outside of the marriage. You can marry your own daughter.
Let me add to that, if you don't mind, Sister Hatun. Like, this is also like if you are in UK or if you are in America or Canada or somewhere else, and you are not doing a marriage according to Islamic Shara. That's what Imam Shafi is saying. Then you're doing adultery. And the marriage during, like the children during, after this marriage, which is not according to the Sharia marriage, is not even a marriage. Hence, the child or the child's child, you can marry. So not just the child's child as well. So you can marry a granddaughter of yours.
So you can marry your own daughter, and you can marry your granddaughter.
Absolutely.
Okay, so essentials: keep away from Islam. Keep away from Islam. It is serious.
Keep your kids away too. Far away.
For the women in the West who have supposedly Muslim husbands, if you are doing a non-Muslim marriage, they can actually marry their own daughters born out of you. That's the reality.
Okay, great topic. We did a couple of live streams on it. If anyone is curious, just check the details, how it works. But essentials is keep away from Islam. Keep your daughter and your granddaughter away from Muslim men as well. What else you had recent answers?
Yeah, well, so I wanted to, that covers the symbolism of my cake, but I wanted to talk a little bit about Muhammad's death today.
You can't do that. It is
I cleared it with you.
I know.
We can talk about his birth first, though, if you want. We can talk about how there was a light shining out of his mother's private parts that was seen hundreds, I believe thousands of kilometers away. We can talk about that if you like.
No, actually, I think it makes sense to talk about his death because there was tradition. They believed Prophet would born the day what is the term for
he
that?
was born and death on the same day, Sister Hatun, according to all
yeah,
that
no,
I've heard
like
all my life.
the day you end up in your mommy's tummy, that's the day you are gonna die. So since Muhammad's mom was 4 years pregnant, that means like he died on the same day he ended up in his mom's tummy. Yes, therefore I think we can talk about his death and then how much he suffered or whatever you have, brother.
Yeah, so I think we'll keep this informal. I do have a presentation I could go through, but I think we'll keep it informal since there's a large group here. So I'll just start by, asking you guys what you know about the standard narrative surrounding Muhammad's death.
Sister Al knows a lot about it.
Yeah.
That Allah gave him a death of a martyr by poisoning him because he was praying for death of a martyr. So that's what I know.
Okay, what do you know, Sister Al?
Well, first of all, I don't think Muhammad ate anywhere near enough dates. Did he just like forget about them? Or like
He ran out that day. He's like, oh darn it, not enough.
for years. He ran
Yes.
out for years.
Yeah, you'll get
no
to it tomorrow.
opportunities to have any
For
dates.
3 years.
So yeah, he thought for some reason that it was a great idea to accept food from a woman whose family he had just brutally murdered. You know, sounds like a good deal. Free murder spree, free food after to celebrate.
I'm so
It's
sorry.
a one-stop shop.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. I do not mean to interrupt, but that's not brutal. You cannot say that to Islam. Peaceful murder.
Oh, peace is murder.
Because Muhammad is
Peaceful
Rahmatan lil Alameen. He's the mercy for the mankind. So that murders were done peacefully.
Peacefully, maybe.
Many pieces. Fully.
Okay, so Muhammad peacefully slaughtered these innocent Jews, and then he was poisoned in this food that was very nice. In fact, his friend died because of it, but he went on to live another 3 years suffering. And as we mentioned earlier, Aisha recalled Muhammad talking about how he still felt the poison and it felt like his aorta was being severed, which is very interesting because we all know Muhammad's a prophet, right? I mean, we can all agree that Muhammad had this great prophecy. And if we go back, we see that Allah had said he would show if Muhammad was a false prophet by severing his aorta. And that is what Muhammad described. It's not what the Christians described. It's not what the Jews described. It's what Muhammad himself said. So Allah was very merciful to us by showing this great false prophet who came and claimed to be in his name by severing his aorta through the poison of a Jew, even though, you know, it's very obviously easy to get rid of any kind of poisoning. Just eat some dates. You know, you want to wash them down with some camel urine, go for it. But I don't know, Muhammad forgot or something. So Allah proved his point, I guess.
And you also have the black seed. Don't forget about the seed. So the date will protect you from poison specifically, but the black seed will protect you against all illness.
Yes.
Forgot about that too then, I guess. I don't know, man.
Well, when you get old and then if you've got like lots of wives, you have to remember all of their needs. Life becomes difficult. So it's very normal to forget essentials. Sometimes people forget breathing out and in. Why? Because they've got busy life with lots of wives and then they need to keep eye on everything.
Or maybe he just wanted to help, you know, Allah prove, you know, a very important point. He wanted to finally have one true prophecy, so.
Or he just like, I can't handle that much things now. I need to find ways to go.
Yeah.
The lamb did it.
Go on, Sister Kay.
No, I'm sorry, sister. Go ahead. I just said the lamb did it. I wanted to talk about his martyrdom.
Oh yeah.
I was gonna read the Sunan Ibn Majal 2804, just a piece of it. It talks about how he was a martyr. It says whoever is killed in the cause of Allah is a martyr. Whoever dies in the cause of Allah is a martyr. Whoever dies of a stomach disease is a martyr. Whoever dies of a plague is a martyr. So very low standards as to who is a martyr. Oh yeah, whoever also dies defending it, trying to save his property is also a martyr. So yeah, I guess, yeah.
And others add if you drown, you're a martyr too. So
you keep lowering that bar, everyone's going to be a martyr pretty soon.
Yeah, although Muhammad, it still wasn't a stomach disease. It was poisoning. So still didn't fall under that.
Missed the mark.
Okay, so recent answers.
But before we go further, I have just to add one point. According to Siratun Nabi by Ibn Ishaq, this was a death that Muhammad actually asked for. He wanted to be, so he was poisoned, and by that poison he finally died as a martyr. That is the Sirat Nabi by Ibn Ishaq. I'm not saying that. So that's
Yeah,
why
you know, there's the claim that he is a martyr. I mean, Ed, you kind of allude to the hadith. You think that being a martyr means, you know, being killed for your religion, but they go on and they define various different types of ways you can be a martyr, which is great because, as we all know, being a martyr gets you a free pass into paradise. So great that Allah is opening this up to so many different Muslims after all.
Brother, I was wondering if, because you guys are so well read on these topics, could we create Allah's Book of Martyrs? Sorry.
Yeah, I think so. The problem, though, is, as you pointed out, whoever dies of a stomach illness, for example, is a martyr. So we'd have to know all the people in history who died of a stomach illness. You know, it doesn't say whichever Muslim dies of a stomach illness. It just says whoever. So I guess all kinds of people. Sorry, go ahead.
No, Nabil Qureshi. I'm just agreeing with you. Yeah.
You got a long list, a very long list of not Muslims to go through.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
A lot of people. A lot of the Caesars died of sudden stomach ailments. Considering they're all pagans, they all got in, according to that hadith, they all enter into paradise, right?
Yeah, well, you know, Allah is very merciful. It's one of his 99 names, which are actually more than 99. But we just pick 99 so that we can say that magic number, of course. One of his names is the merciful. So he chooses to let some people who disobeyed and were non-Muslims their entire life into paradise. And that's just how he works. If you take the Quran seriously, which I know is very rare for Muslims to do, but if you take it seriously, that's what it says, that Allah is just arbitrary, that he puts some people in paradise and he puts some people in hell, and you can't really predict who that is, because you could go right up into the point of death and then it looks like you've been serving Allah and he says, nope, I don't want to put you in paradise. Too bad.
But it's all up to him anyway, so you know, what's it matter whether he decides whatever.
Yeah, exactly. You know, if we take the Quran seriously, and also if we look at the very early history of Islam, very deterministic. That you know, Allah picks who goes to heaven, and there's nothing any human being can do to change that. And most Muslims today have a different belief. Shockingly enough, it seems to happen a lot where Muslims have different beliefs than what their God says. But you know, today they're like, oh, it's a cosmic scale. You got to do more good deeds than bad deeds. But that's not what Allah says in his word. So I don't know. Who are you going to believe? Are you going to believe the Muslim or are you going to believe Allah?
Allah seems kind of pointless as well, because, yeah, Allah says anyone that he turns towards him is going to be turned towards him, and anyone he turns against him is going to be turned against him. So it's like,
no point in doing anything.
Yeah. So Muslims, please make this note. Just give up on dawah. It'll all be good.
No, but that would get away with most of the entertainment. Why would you want that? It's incredibly entertaining. One quick mention on the whole cosmic scale, making it level. Whenever a Muslim pulls that up, I always ask them this simple, give them this simple example. You know, if a man murdered your mother, and then on his way to the trial saved another woman's life, should he be held responsible for murdering the first woman? Because it's even. You know, he saved one life, but he took one other. Does that mean if I save someone's life, I get the right to kill anyone I want?
Well, you might think it works that way, but I'll help the Muslim out here. I was reading a hadith today that says whoever breaks fast once, even if they fast continuously for the rest of their life, it'll never make up for breaking fast. So it's not, you can't tell which deeds, you know, balance out each other. You just hope. And this is kind of actually how the Muslim live. They never know whether they've done enough or not. They don't.
But if you die as a martyr while killing somebody, then
Yes.
you are definitely going to Jannah with 72 virgins.
That is the one exception that all the scholars agree on, is that if you die while committing jihad, you will get into Jannah.
I do have a
Just
question.
so
Good.
just the
For
jihad
the
of
women,
fighting jihad. Sorry.
Yes, fighting jihad.
for the women that are say women that go to hell. You know, he looked and saw the majority of the inhabitants of hell are women. But the women say that are really good at, I don't know, certain things, that Allah pulls them out of hell to help the other 72 virgins in Jannah. Like, have you? Yes.
Yeah. So, according to Islam, if we really reason things out, you have much better odds of going to heaven as a Jew or a Christian than you do as a Muslim. Now, granted, it's not much of a heaven. You'll be a servant of a Muslim man. But if we take the logic,
There's another problem here. That is why Allah says in Sahih Bukhari. Sorry, Muhammad said in Sahih Bukhari. It's like attributed to Allah that He will put the sins of others on the Jews and Christians on that day, because they were going to heaven, and Allah will put the sins of Muslims on Jews and Christians so that Allah could put them in hell. So yeah, they had better odds, but Allah will going to play with the odds, and then Allah will use the sins of Muslims on the Jews and Christians.
yeah, to reinforce what you said, even if there's a Muslim that comes to the day of judgment with sins as heavy as a mountain, he can still just put those on another human being, which is odd since no human being can pay for the sins of another, unless, of course, Muhammad says so, because Muhammad overrides the words of Allah so often. But back to what I was saying, that, Allah will pick out people, women from hell, exclusively Jews and Christians, to be servants of the Muslim men, or additional wives, however you want to put that, of the Muslim men in heaven. So if most of the people in hell are women, that means, and he's taking out the Jews and the Christians to be servants of the men in heaven, that kind of means that it's mostly Muslim women in hell. So as a woman, your odds are better if you convert to Christianity. Now, granted, it's still not much of heaven, like I said. You're getting to be the servant of a man. But, it's better than hellfire, right? So Muslim women should probably convert to Christianity if they take the words of their God seriously.
Well, everyone should convert to Christianity if they take the words of their God seriously, because according to Allah, you must judge by the Bible anyone who does not judge by the Bible. And it does say anyone. It's not just Christians or Jews. It's anyone who does not judge by the Bible is not a true believer. And so in order to be a true believer, you must believe in the Bible. And if you believe in the Bible, then you must reject the Quran. And so if you reject the Quran by rejecting the Bible, Islam is false. If you reject, if you accept the Bible and reject the Quran, then Islam is still false. So it's pretty much a win-win across the board. You just need to listen to Allah and never listen to Allah again. So it's pretty straightforward. Plus, as a Christian, if you do convert to a Christian in order to try to get away from Jannah, don't worry, the real heaven is much better, and you'll actually get a chance to be with Jesus Christ. However, Jannah is a created place, is it not? So if Jannah is a created place and Allah can't enter into his creation, you've got a bit of an issue, and you will never truly get to know Allah.
I'm not sure that the Muslim has an issue with that, though, because if you ask them what heaven is, they'll say, I get to have sex with lots of women or something like that. They don't care about their God being present there. I've had many Muslims. They're like, what does your God offer you in heaven? I'm like, to be in his presence for all eternity? And they're like, well, that's lame.
Wow.
And no, it's not lame.
If you think practically, Muslims and Christians, like, we are focused on our desires to please God. As a Christian, day after, we pray that Lord helps us to incline our hearts towards him. He is our only desire. Therefore, for us to be in heaven in presence of him is like most important thing, because we will be amazed by his beauty. We will be spending eternity with him. Versus in the minds of Muslims, since like they pray 5 times a day, they do their fasting, why? In the intention of pleasing Allah. Yet when they die for eternity, they will be in a place where Allah is not even bothered to dwell with them. I find like that's so heartbreaking. All you do is try to please God, but your end goal is free version of Las Vegas. Your end goal is a place where, as a Christian, we look and then we say, it's very similar to hell, because God is not dwelling with his people. Versus for Muslims, that's just like so mind-blowing. I just don't get that mindset. Like, how can you exchange God, exchange his dwelling with free Las Vegas?
I mean, I do get it from a Muslim's perspective, why when you recognize the character of Allah, you want nothing to do with him. But then I don't get why you remain Muslim in that case. Please, Muslims, just reject Allah and accept the true God. He desperately longs for you to love him back.
Yeah, but me being the devil's advocate, if you go to Jannatul Firdaus, the top, in the Jannah, there are levels of Jannah. Depending on which kind of a Muslim you are, the levels can be either 7, 28, or whatever number in between as well. But if you reach the top level Jannah, Jannatul Firdaus, Allah will serve you wine with his own hands as well.
Well, do you want? We have a God who stepped into the world, humbled himself, and then sat down and then washed the feet of his disciples. He showed his love, his care, his beauty by what he did for us. Versus you go to paradise, and then if you get there, what do you get? God who is serving you the things which he forbid in this world. You get Allah as a free servant.
Yeah, if you look at it this way, that's so bad. That is just so bad.
Like, I know we all stand against abuse of slavery, but those who will reach the top level of the paradise, in Islamic paradise, will use Allah as their slave and then even abuse their right over Allah. And that Allah didn't even bother to do anything for them. He doesn't even care. So he serve you sharab, so what? He serve you wine, so what? Like, that's like, no comment.
You can go to a restaurant and get better service, I'm pretty sure, than Allah. I'm just saying, just leave a nice tip.
You pay for that, sister. In Islamic paradise, it's free.
Is it really free?
Nothing practical, okay? Allah already, I don't want to be mean, but Allah already has this disabled qualities. He's not like fully formed, he doesn't have fully formed body. How he is going to move around with one shin? How he's gonna carry the wine or like, anyway.
He's got lots of hands to deal with it though, so yeah.
That's
true. You really need
left one, so balancing is difficult. And then I don't know, that just breaks my, you get to see in Middle East, you get to see children who's got disabled qualities. They are like serving in places, and then that just breaks your heart. You just kind of think, oh, that child can do job in different job and it will be more comfortable for him, versus you are quite happy, the creator of universe, Allah, to become your servant in paradise, the place where you're supposed to be meeting with your desires, and your desires is Allah is serving the wine. Another reason to just not become Muslim.
Yeah, I think that's one of the most important differences between a Christian and a Muslim, is that the The Muslim views God as being so above us, so distant from us, that it would be an insult to him to enter into creation, because they have no concept of a God that cares about his creation. At most, the Muslim can hope to be served by Allah, be the free waiter, as you guys put it. Whereas in Christianity, we believe that God, because of his nature, because he loves us so much, because of his nature of loving, he creates us in the first place. There's no reason why human beings are created in Islam, and there isn't really a good explanation for that. And then, despite us screwing up, he still loves us. He wants to be with us, but he can't tolerate sin. He can't. We agree that God is above sin, right? We agree that he's above the things of this world. But our God, his love is more powerful, and he enters into creation despite it being, quote unquote, beneath him. And he saves us with his own self. He saves us with his own person, because to him, that's way more important. And, we don't have this as a result, because we have a very different conception of God, because we view God as love, not as power. Obviously God has both, but we primarily view God as love. The Muslim primarily views their God as powerful. And because of that different conception, we can't see anything other than, any solution other than the incarnation. But the Muslim looks at the incarnation and he says, this is the greatest insult to God. And I think that's the most important difference between where we stand. I mean, there are, many differences, but I think that's the most important, is that the Muslim God is not about love. That he may supposedly have it, but it's not an important aspect of his character.
I think that's one of the more interesting things I've had conversations with Muslims about. And that's something they'll come up and say, do you think your God came here and he peed and he pooped and he did all these things? I'm like, yeah, he did. Are you saying Allah is not powerful enough to do it?
Yeah, flip it on its head.
And that they've had to, every time I flipped it like that, they've had to admit that Allah could have done that if he wanted to do it.
Except he can't, because he can't enter into his creation. So Allah is not powerful enough. It's
Oh,
not that Allah is so weak.
We do have Islamic sources which talks about how Allah enters into the creation, which disagrees with Muslims on character of Allah. But yeah, you do have sources where Allah comes and enters into the creation.
But my point being, that opens up the door to the incarnation. That opens up the door to them thinking, well, Allah could have done that.
Yeah.
And then the question is, why would he have? Yeah. And to focus an attack on that.
Yeah, it's really powerful that our God loves us enough to go through all of that for us. Is it hard? Yes. But was he willing to do those hard things for us? Yes. Does Allah care about doing anything for you? No.
I'm interested in the fact that, okay, maybe he doesn't want to come into this filthy earth. But, okay, after you've gone on to Jannah, he doesn't even want to bother to come downstairs to speak to you. It's just very interesting.
Yeah, why would he even make humans anyway if he wants nothing to do with them? Makes no sense.
He needed them.
For him to be God, he needed to create. He needed to create mankind for him to have his full attributes.
Wouldn't that be an imperfect God then?
Yeah.
Yeah, before the creation, needy and imperfect.
And if he wasn't God then I would wager that he's not God now. That's not how God works. God isn't dependent on humans. And that actually makes humans the God. If humans are the one that give him his power, humans are the powerful ones. We're more powerful than he is.
So Muhammad, ironically enough, tends to be the God of Islam. So
yes. The Shahada, or his version of it at least, is my favorite. It's just how I think about Islam always. Can I say it?
No, there is no God but Muhammad, and Allah is his messenger.
According to Islam, that is Islam summarized very quickly.
See, I have another Shahada.
Yeah.
There is no God but Muhammad. No, there is no God but Khadijah, and Muhammad is his puppet. It's her puppet.
Okay.
So,
yes, brother.
I was going to say, shall we get back to directly discussing Muhammad's death now? Okay.
Yeah.
So you guys, everything you said was correct. You focused on the story of Muhammad being poisoned, about how Bishar, his friend, ate the lamb. He started to turn green. Then Muhammad had a revelation that the lamb was poisoned after he'd already taken a bite. And he eventually died of this poison several years later. What none of you did mention is how his actual death went down in Islam, other than the cutting of the aorta, which we'll get to in a minute. So there's a standard.
People had to carry him. He couldn't even do the prayer.
Yes. So I'm going to briefly go over one of the standard narratives, as we'll find when we dig in a little deeper. There's alternate stories in Islam, but the most popular story in Sunni Islam, taken from a Sunni website. About 2 weeks before he died, Muhammad grew ill. And then 5 days before he died, his temperature spiked, and he gave his final speech in which he blessedly cursed the Jews and the Christians. These were among his last words, was spewing hatred against the Jews and the Christians. 4 days before his death, he calls for a writing tablet, which is interesting since he supposedly doesn't know how to read and write.
It's called
yes. Umar, his faithful servant, declines to bring him the tablet. I suppose Umar's like, "What are you talking about? You can't write." I don't know. But anyway, Umar declines to bring it. So then the people fight over whether or not the tablet should be brought in to Muhammad. You're going to see that a lot. There's a lot of fighting in these last days. And I think eventually we'll get to answer why everyone is fighting. But Muhammad gives 3 commands. So this is what he wanted to write down, but he wasn't able to write down. He says that the Muslims must expel all the non-Muslims from Arabia. That's the first command. The second command is that they must give honor to all political delegations sent to them. And no one remembered what his third command is. I'm not being funny here. This is serious. This is the traditional story, is that the third command was forgotten. So Muhammad's dying, giving his last words here, and no one bothers to remember what he said. So after this point, Muhammad grew very weak, and as Hatun already alluded to, he was not strong enough to lead the prayer anymore. So Abu Bakr took over the responsibility.
Yeah,
However, Yep.
I think it's helpful for us to compare the last teachings of Jesus versus last teachings of Muhammad. Muhammad's concern is like spreading hate, and even like you've got sermons where he calls women like animal stuff, versus Jesus's last concern is people whom he died for. Like John 14, 15, 16, 17 all tells us the heart of Jesus. That's like his last days. And then chapter 17 is his prayer, and his concern is for the world and for his disciples. It's just like so different when even you look at what Jesus and Muhammad teached in their last days.
Yeah, absolutely. Even from the cross, Jesus is forgiving people and blessing people. And as Muhammad realizes as he's probably dying, he instructs his followers to make sure that they kick everyone who's not a Muslim out of Arabia. He makes sure that they are eternal enemies of the Jews and Christians specifically. So complete and total different focus there, for sure. So as I was saying, Muhammad, he's growing weak and he's unable to lead the prayer, so Abu Bakr takes over. However, two of Muhammad's followers decide that they really want him to be present for the prayers, so they put him on a mat or a chair or something, and they carry the half-dead Muhammad into the mosque, or the place they're having prayers. And I no doubt that was super inspirational, seeing the slumped over dying prophet being carried in.
Yeah, you forgot the very important last words of Muhammad.
Well, I haven't gotten there yet.
Oh, because you said
He's
to carry
not
on
dead
the
yet.
oh,
I said
sorry, my
half
bad.
dead.
Oh, half that. Sorry, my
Yeah,
bad.
he's like,
I forgot. I did not hear half that. Okay, perfect. Sorry.
let him come to the moment that he's gonna die. Let us enjoy Adam Seeker. Why
I
don't you
am
want us to enjoy
so
this?
sorry. I'm so sorry about that. I am so sorry.
I'm joking, brother. Yes, recent answers. We are
So you want me? Yep, I can continue on. So, on his last day, which is traditionally said to be a Monday, Muhammad tells Fatima that he won't live another day and that she'll be the next to die among his family. And she bursts out laughing, apparently overjoyed at the thought of dying next. Muhammad declares that he's dying from the poison of Khaybar. The Muslim website didn't have any further details on that, but of course, as we've already alluded to, the hadith, and I will read Sahih Bukhari 44:28, the Prophet in his ailment in which he died used to say, "O Aisha, I still feel the pain caused by the food I ate at Khaybar, and at this time I feel as if my aorta is being cut from that poison." We'll come back to that in a minute, but first let's finish the story of Muhammad dying. So after he declares that he feels his aorta being cut, he brushes his teeth with some difficulty, and then he washes his face. He wants to look good for Allah when he gets to see him. And then his traditional last words are, "Death is full of agonies." So another great contrast with Jesus on the cross there. Jesus is in control. The Muslim will tell us that he cried out, my God, why have you forsaken me?" as some sort of proof that he was, not in control, or that the Christian has maligned him. But the Muslim believes that the last words of Muhammad is that death is full of agonies. So he doesn't seem to be in control either. And of course, we have a very good explanation for Jesus' words. So Muhammad died.
He died?
Yep, he's about to die. So let me just.
Adam Seeker, get ready. He's about to die now.
No, he
So
cannot die yet.
that's the next line I got here. So he dies. Traditionally said to be June 632.
No, wait. That's not the famous last word. Now you're forgetting the famous last words.
Okay. What am I forgetting?
The famous last words, according to the Sahih Muslim 1636 and many other, he asked for a basin.
Yes.
Then he urinated and died on the chest of Aisha. These are his last words. Bring me a basin to urinate.
You are correct, Adam. I was just reading the Muslim website, though, and they didn't.
How blessed the Prophet is, how blessed this Prophet is, that his last words were, "Let me urinate." Like, imagine that this is the Prophet of all times, for the worlds, not just this world, worlds. The Khatamiyah, right? The seal of the Prophet.
He's gonna die, so he wanted to leave something behind where people will drink it and not keep away from paradise.
MashaAllah, yes, that is also true, because when his
It's very
slave
thoughtful.
actually, when his slave actually drank his urine, Muhammad said the hellfire can never touch you anymore because you already have my urine in your stomach. But sister, like think about it. How can you be this kind of a prophet who would ask to urinate and then suddenly die?
No, Adam Seeker, you are missing the point. He's so kind, he's so generous, okay? He stood up for the rights of people, and even he knows he's about to die. He wants to leave something behind, which once people drink it, they will enter paradise. That shows how much he loved his ummah, how much he cared for his ummah.
But sister, I have a question for you. You gave me 3 questions with 3 pictures. Now I have a question for you.
You can't ask the question. You didn't bring anything to the birthday party.
But I'm the bad Muslim as well, you know. I can bring.
Well, you are not Muslim anymore. You are repented, forgiven sinner.
Okay, so may I ask you a question? I'm your guest.
You can ask the question, but I don't have to answer the question. But ask it, yeah.
So when Muslims goes to Hajj, we bring the water, you know, the holy water, which we call Zamzam, if you remember that, you know, the water of Zamzam.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And when we bring it to Pakistan, because we cannot carry so much, we carry only a gallon of a couple of gallons. And then we bring it to Pakistan and we add normal tap water to make it more, because any water which will go into the Zamzam water, it will become Zamzam, right? Now, when the Muhammad gave his urine, did the Muslims add more urine in it to make it for every Muslim at that time, or did they left it as is?
I don't know. I wasn't there, but all I know is, as Brother Reason Answers expressed to us his last words and his last actions. All I know is he, with his death, with the false preaching he did, he took people to hell with himself, and today he's taking many people to hell himself. The Zamzam water which people bring from Saudi Arabia is not helping them.
True that.
So actually, the Muslim website that I pulled this from was embarrassed of those hadith. Hatun gave a reasonable explanation as to why these hadith exist, but let me offer another one, and that's...
It is not as reasonable as mine.
Well, you know, there are Sahih narrations that say that people collected the sweat and urine of Muhammad and drank it or used it as perfume. So, you know, it's a reasonable explanation. But I think probably the reason these hadith were invented, and, you know, to make my position clear, I think that very few of these hadith have any historical value. But I think the reason they're probably invented is because when someone dies, they do lose control of their bladder, so they wet themselves. So by saying that he peed right before he died, then he wouldn't have the embarrassment of wetting himself. And that's probably why they invented that hadith, actually. So continuing with the story here. So he dies leaning against Aisha, as Adam alluded to. Now here's where things get interesting, as if they weren't interesting already. Umar doesn't believe that Muhammad is dead. Umar goes around saying that Muhammad is going to come back after 40 days. That's the way it's usually phrased. Inspired by the story of Moses being on the mountain for 40 days and people thinking he was dead. Umar thinks that Muhammad too is not dead and will return after 40 days. Abu Bakr comes along and he says, nope, you're wrong. Muhammad really is dead.
May I please add?
Yes.
Umar? Sorry,
yes.
You're forgetting the most important point. Umar said in Sahih Bukhari 3667 and 3668 that Muhammad will come back alive and he will cut the hands and legs of many of you. You know, so Jesus came back, they knew that. They were thinking Muhammad will come back. In most of the hadiths, it is 3 days. In this Sahih Bukhari, there is no days mentioned. But once again, his coming back is going to be cutting the hands and feet of many of the men.
And you nailed it. I was going to get to the actual hadith later, but I was just going with what the Muslim website said. They sanitized it a bit, but absolutely, Jesus comes back to bring life. That he comes back as the first fruit of the resurrection, so that as he has life, we can have life. Muhammad, at least in the Muslim mind, is going to come back to continue killing people, or I guess not technically killing them in this case, punishing people for not believing that he was going to come back. Stark contrast indeed. So I guess I'll continue on. So Muhammad has just died. The Umar and Abu Bakr disagree over whether he's really dead or he's coming back. Before his body even hits the floor, metaphorically speaking, a fight breaks out over who is going to be the next caliph. Their beloved prophet that they supposedly believe has been sent from God as the greatest representative for all people. You'd think they'd be a little upset that he's died, but apparently not, because they start fighting that very day over who gets to succeed him as caliph. Apparently, Muhammad never named a successor properly, so they start fighting among themselves.
But that was very important. So it makes sense, because if you are going to be caliph, you are going to get lots of zakat from people, and then you are going to become rich.
Oh yeah,
so
definitely.
Everyone is hunting for that money. Who cares about dead Muhammad?
Yeah, exactly. And I keep in mind, this is the traditional Sunni narrative. This isn't something I'm saying. This is what I got off a Sunni website written for Muslims to tell them all the important information about Muhammad's death. So they don't even dispute that this happened. Kind of really shows where his followers' minds were, though. They weren't so much concerned about his religious message after all. They were concerned about the power they were obtaining through waging war. As the people are disputing who is going to be the next caliph, they're like, well, we figured this out. Let's just lock his body in a room so no one messes with it, and let's go ahead and figure this out first, because this is what's really important. So eventually the dispute is resolved, at least to the point where they're ready to bury Muhammad. So the next day, they take his body and they wash his body. Okay. And surprise, surprise, another dispute breaks out. They can't decide whether they should wash him naked or they should wash him with his clothes on.
Hold on over here, please. Sorry, sir. Once again, this website actually omitted a lot of stuff. This is the third day. And it came to the third day because they were waiting for him to come back to life. Tabaqat ibn Sa'd says in page number 630, it says they were waiting for him to come back to alive until his tummy blotted with gas and he started to stink. They did not say like a pig. I'm adding it as like a pig. Sorry. So that's me saying that. Tabaqat ibn Sa'd is not saying that. So then they decided, okay, now we should bury him. But once again, there were people. Tabaqat ibn Sa'd is saying that Ibn Salma bin Abdul Rahman stated while they were sitting in the house of Aisha, where Muhammad's dead body, stinking dead body, is placed, he said that Muhammad is supposed to be witness upon us. How can he be witness upon us if he is dead? So he has to come back alive. This is the third day. Just like Isa ibn Maryam, he will come back. This is Tabaqat ibn Sa'd, not my word. Page number 630. Now, witness is Quran chapter number 4, verse number 41, and Quran chapter number that Muhammad is the witness upon his people. So people were saying, how can he die when he is supposed to be the witness? So they, right there and then, people already knew that Muhammad is a false prophet.
Mm-hmm.
And then again, comes the problem whether we can.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
I was just going to say, Adam again with the spoilers that we're going to get to eventually.
You're skipping the part.
Fun.
Yeah, so what we're going to see. as we go along, is that the traditional narrative that Muslims believe today has been sanitized. That these details, like the ones Adam is talking about, that are found in Sahih narrations, have conveniently been forgotten, and that they've been brushed aside to enhance the death of Muhammad. Let me go ahead and finish the rest of what this website says, and then I'll ask you guys, just going based on the Muslim version of the Sunni Muslim version, I should clarify, the Shia version is quite different, that this traditional Sunni Muslim version of Muhammad's death, I'll ask you your opinion of what you've seen. So Aisha remarks that if she'd known what was going on, she would have washed the body herself. Very strange detail. This has led to some very interesting speculation, which I will not get into, but if you're really curious, you can look that up. Muhammad is then wrapped in white sheets, and yet another dispute breaks out. It seems all they want to do is fight one another. They can't decide where they want to bury the body of Muhammad. Some people thought he should be buried in his house. Other people thought he should be buried in the mosque next door. Other people thought he should be buried in a garden. The Muslims all come to pay their respects, and then the body is buried in the middle of the night. The Muslim website doesn't say why, but I think Adam kind of already gave you the hint that they're trying to cover up that his body is starting to decay and rot and stink and so forth. But the traditional narrative just says that he's buried in the middle of the night, no particular reason given. And this was done very suddenly, such that the beloved Aisha didn't even know what was going on. She narrates that she only was informed what had happened days later. So this is kind of the best version of the story, because this is the version taken from a Sunni website. This is what they want Muslims to believe about it. So taking their version of the tale on face value, I'd like to open it up and see what you guys think about it.
Your brother in Christ. Brother, would you like to go first?
Sure. I think this shows a very interesting parallel, them thinking he's going to come back in 3 days. It's very interesting to see that in comparison to what they would have been hearing about Jesus at the time, that Jesus came back after 3 days. So they're saying, oh, well, Muhammad would do the same. I think this is, again, a great witness between the two, even to Muslims themselves, saying, hey, why did, according to Christian beliefs at the time, why did Jesus come back after 3 days, but Muhammad didn't? If Muhammad's supposed to be the example of humanity, although he did sin, although was corrupted by this world, where Jesus, even in Islamic teachings, wasn't corrupted. Why is there this big difference between the two? Did Allah love Jesus more than he loved Muhammad?
I mean, he raised him.
That would be my main point.
Okay. Sister Kay?
Yes. These sources are so profound that I'm ready to become, even with the Shia sources, I'm ready to become a Sunni Shia, so a Sushini Muslim. At this point, yeah, I mean, it's such a wonderful death. But I was like, all jokes aside, I was thinking along the lines of when we were comparing the last words of our Savior to Muhammad. I was thinking more so along the lines of like Stephen, and how even though he was being stoned to death, he said, Father, forgive them, as opposed to Muhammad trying to curse, Christians and the Jews. And then on top of that, even in the midst of his distress, was able to see Jesus standing at the right hand of the Father. Whereas like Muhammad's last word, I mean, some of his last words are basically there, I guess, so many troubles or trials or whatever he said in his death, which, I mean, you would think he'd have more peace. And I guess that's the only reason why they say peace be upon him, because he had none in this life and in the next.
Okay. Sister Al? Okay, she's not there. Adam Sika.
Nope, there she is.
Oh,
She's back.
What are your thoughts on Muhammad's death?
I would say it's very telling. It's very interesting that Allah would save Jesus from death and bring him to himself, but not Muhammad. Allah could have at any point protected Muhammad. One would think, at least. Even if Muhammad had listened to Muhammad, he would have protected himself, supposedly. It's just at every point, Allah and Muhammad and the teachings of them, which seem to all come from Muhammad anyway, weren't good enough for saving. And yet the teachings of Christ, shown through Christ himself, has the ultimate message of salvation, the ultimate. Christ carries the ultimate salvation. He is the ultimate salvation. And yet through Muhammad, we just see death and destruction in the lives of everyone around him, in his own life, his own actions. Just evil led to his own falling, which is very good to see, at least. It's very nice when you see the actions of evil coming to their logical conclusion. I think having this moral compass that God's placed within us, we know that we are not to be the ones to enact revenge, because justice is ultimately in God's hands. But it's good to see the justice of God, especially in such a powerful way, that shows that Muhammad was a false prophet and he couldn't even save himself, let alone anyone else. So those would be my thoughts.
Thank you. Yeah, he couldn't save himself. He's not capable to save anyone else. Adam Sika, since you destroyed the full funny story.
I'll give the moral of the story. Thank God he's dead. With that moral of the story, I'll go a reverse back to that. Islamic narrative have two narratives. One of the narratives actually says that he will come back alive after 3 days, just like Jesus did. So there were Muslims who knew that Jesus did come back after third day or on the third day. So there are Muslims who are writing that. So they knew and they agreed upon that. In the same book, if you go to page number 626 of Tabaqat Ibn Sa'ad, 630 is saying that, but 626 is saying otherwise. That Allah will not collect 2 deaths on Muhammad. So he died, he will not come back to die again. He will have only 1 death. And he just had a miraj. So some people were saying he just had a miraj, like a miraj, just like Musa had the miraj, right? Like the divine revelation miraj that he also had to go up in the so-called Asra wal Miraj. But once again, so if you look at the both of the narratives in the same book, in just 4 pages, you will see all of these Muslims are so confused at that time because the teachings of Muhammad were not clear to anyone. Because there is no Quran right now. We all the Muslim agree that Quran is not even written at this time. These are not even written at this time. They have no idea what's happening. Islam was in limbo. Muhammad died and the whole narrative of Islam was in limbo. Nobody knew, nothing. And then Islam became a political movement to go out who gets the power. Just read these verses and these things. Yet if you look at the historical Jesus, not even the biblical Jesus. Let's look at the historical Jesus. You know, there's nothing like that you will find over there. Full stop. There's nothing. You won't even find any of these kind of. I don't even want to use the word, but you won't find any of these kind of bad references to that. And if you go to the biblical narrative, which is very, very clear, absolutely clear, he knew what is going to happen to him. And he already told his apostles that this is what's going to happen to him and why he is going to allow this to happen. Otherwise, 12 legions of angels can come and protect him, right? He allowed this. And final word of Jesus is, I give my soul in your hand. Thank you so very much. That's what Jesus is. And yes, he came back alive. He came back and he showed what resurrection is to every one of them over there. So they would have a belief by looking and feeling him. Even his own apostle Thomas did not agree upon it. And he said, I want to touch him, right? So they felt, they saw, they heard, and they acknowledged life after death. That is what our Jesus did. What did your Muhammad do? Think about it. Thank you, sister.
I do have a question for you, Adam. You said Jesus's last words were, I give my soul unto you.
I live
Sorry. I put my spirit in your hand, right?
Okay.
Let me open up the Bible so that I will not misrepresent the verse.
He gave up his soul. I think he gave up his spirit. You are confusing with that part, Adam?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, because I thought it is finished. Then he bowed his head and gave up his spirit.
Yes.
Yeah,
You're
he's
right.
like, yeah, that's not his saying, but that's the act of it. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, the traditional ordering is I commit my soul into your hands, or my spirit into your hands, and then it is finished.
Sorry about that. Just wanted to clarify.
Yeah, this. Yeah. So yes.
Were you finished, Adam?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
So I believe Sister Kay has a good question to get us thinking here.
Yeah, she kind of confused me right there, and then I thought I might have said something wrong, but yes, I did not. Father, into your hands I commit my spirit. So he was still in control even at the last moment, and he willingly committed his spirit into the Father's hand. That's what I was saying. Luke 23:46.
Okay. Sister Kay, what is the question?
The question was, if Muslims didn't believe at the time of Muhammad's death that Jesus died, what would they obviously did, or did they? Because they waited 3 days exactly for him to return. What did Isa ibn Maryam return from after 3 days if he wasn't crucified?
Yeah, and I think that's an excellent question. Where were Muslims getting this idea? And I think, I'd be happy to hear anyone's guess. I'll leave my conclusion to later on. But we need to be asking these questions. How do we make sense of the data? How do we make sense of the data? All these things seem to be happening. These are coming from Muslim sources. We're not making any of this up. We need to look for the story behind the story, if you will. We need to say, how could the story that we have now have arisen from what actually happened, historically speaking? And that's the question I'll be asking throughout. But if anyone wants to take a guess now, I'd be happy to entertain that.
It might be helpful for us to remember, you've got Muslim Islamic tradition talks about how a prophet who comes for Israelites die for the sins of Israelites by bleeding. So like according to Islamic tradition, death of Jesus is there. So it's not like today's Muslims are interpreting Surah 4 verse 157 differently, but early Muslims interpreted that much different than what Muslims are interpreting now.
Anyone else want to add anything, or shall I move on? I think that Hatun has the big picture correct. We'll get to the details, but the big picture is that early Muslims believed different things than Muslims believe now. That the Islam taught by Muhammad or whoever the founder may be is not the same thing as what is believed today. So my observations from the story, well, first of all, the first thing that jumps out to me is there's just constant disputes. Everyone's constantly arguing with one another. It doesn't seem like a group of people that are really, committed to one prophet as their guidance. It seems like a bunch of people who have different opinions are often looking out for themselves. I noticed that the story says that Muhammad dies in Aisha's arms, and then she's taken away from the story, no explanation given, and she remarks, after everything's kind of said and done, I had no idea what was going on. And, this incongruity here suggests that something has been changed in this story, that there's something missing from the historical reality. We saw this expectation that Muhammad wasn't really dead and that he was going to come again, at least from some of the Muslims. And we saw that the death was linked to Khaybar and specifically to Judaism, which seems historically improbable. It seems highly improbable that someone would be poisoned and die from that poisoning 3 years later. Possible, perhaps. Could someone mistakenly say that? Absolutely. But still, it seems implausible. So is there a better explanation for where this story came from than from historical reality? That's going to be the question I'm looking at. And then other than that, sorry, go ahead.
You can go to Shia references and you will see that Aisha actually gave him a slow poisoning.
Yes. We'll have the Shia story in just a second, which is very, very different than the Sunni story, which is also going to tell us something about the actual history here, that multiple different stories have arisen, suggesting that something has been changed. But other than those details that I highlighted, it seems to be a pretty ordinary death. And someone gets sick, he lingers on for a little bit, and then he dies. Nothing particularly unusual there. No discussion of Muhammad's death would be complete without the line about his aorta being cut. This is one of our favorite lines as Islamic polemicists. We like to bring this up because in the Quran...
Our favorite line. It is what Allah said and Muhammad fulfilled. So we are just trying to help them.
We're respecting the Quran, right? We take the words of the Quran seriously. Often the Muslim does not. They don't take the words seriously. We take them seriously and we go to where they lead us to, right? So in Surah 69:46, it says, and if, this is Allah speaking, and if he, meaning Muhammad, had made up about us some sayings, we would have seized him by the right hand. Then we would have cut from him the aorta. So if Muhammad was making false sayings, making stuff up, Allah promises us in his eternal word from all eternity, existed long before Muhammad existed, that he would die from having his aorta cut. And then, of course, we already read Sahih Bukhari. We can find this other places as well. But Muhammad declares that as he's dying, he says, I feel as if my aorta is being cut from the poison at Khaybar. So since we've been using this and asking Muslims these questions, of course, they've come up with a few different excuses, explanations, contradictory different explanations. Probably the most common one I hear is that the Quran and the Hadith, they use two different words for aorta, even though it has been translated the same into English. This is technically correct, but what do you guys think about the plausibility of this explanation? Does this really solve the problem, is what I'm asking.
Any comments?
No comments.
I don't think it changes anything. I think the words of Allah are perfectly clear, that we don't need any other interpretations of them, that they are enough on their own, and what he has stated is plain for all to see.
Yeah. As far as Muslims having contradictory stories, I mean, how could they not if they want to be like Allah? And we've talked about how Muslims don't really seem to care about Allah. Allah doesn't really seem to care about Muslims. But say you wanted to model that which you follow, it makes sense. I mean, after all, you are supposed to model the actions of Muhammad and Allah, which kind of makes Muhammad equal to Allah, because if Muhammad wants something, then Allah wants it, not the other way around. Nonetheless, I digress. So we see that Allah is very contradictory. We have established this time and time again, which I think is hilarious, considering Allah says if the Quran was from any other, it would contain within it much contradiction. So again, Allah has been trying to drop this massive hint. It's like that girl that's been like dating this guy for like 10 years, and she keeps asking him about all these different rings and like showing him like bridal magazines. It's like she's trying to drop a hint. She wants to get married. It's like that, but way worse with Allah. He's like putting it right in everyone's faces, not just like his hopefully soon to be betrothed, but just everyone. He's like, hey guys, I'm false. If this happens, it happens.
I'm the greatest of all deceivers. Oh, shoot. Should have done that one.
I'll say it again, just in case anyone missed it. But it's okay, guys, because who is more truthful, more wise than Allah? Except that seems like a contradiction, since he is the best of the deceivers. So there's another one for the books, containing much contradiction.
Just abrogate it away.
Yeah. So something that he's brought up a lot recently, which I didn't really think about in the same way beforehand, is abrogation itself. It makes no sense.
It's a contradiction.
Yeah, it makes no sense. Like, okay, yeah, the only reason there is abrogation to begin with is because there's contradictions, which you still can't get past the point of, containing much contradiction and therefore not being from Allah. But yeah, if it's from the beginning of time.
Yeah, if the Quran is eternal from the beginning of time, why would it need to abrogate itself? Wouldn't it have all existed all at the same time beforehand? And all Gabriel's doing is just getting these messages that are already written down, already set eternally, right? So they would contradict each other because they're always there. They've always been there. So the eternal nature of the Quran proves it to be false due to abrogation. So the only way abrogation makes any sense or is even necessary is if you're making this up as you're going on. If you're pulling these out left and right, and the Quran isn't eternal, it was just whatever Allah was saying at the time to be able to be applied to those situations. But again, that contradicts basic Islamic teachings. So, yep.
Might helpful to remember under the obligation, it is he will send something similar or better. So better makes sense. Okay, he changed his mind from eternity beginning in one point. So something better is going to come. But if it is something similar, why it is being abrogated at the first place? It's going to be similar.
Even if it's something better, why didn't he just start with the better one?
Yeah.
Why did he need to do the crappy one first?
He can change his mind. This is Allah. He can change his mind.
He's fickle.
Yeah,
but this is that similar part is problem. It seems that's early Muslims were discussing, like why he's sending something similar.
Well, because Allah revealed it in like 7 different ways, right? So I mean,
that's magic. That's magic. Just wanted to point out something. It is strange to me that while 465 expresses that Muslims need to have full submission to Muhammad, and Muslims need to dress like him, eat like him, all those kind of things, live like him. Yet, even within Muslim community, they disagree on what Muhammad did, what Muhammad said, how Muhammad lived, how Muhammad died. So very basics of Islam is being disagreed by Muslims. So at the end, I think it will be fair to say Muslims, not Christians, but Muslims will never know what Muhammad did in his life in its fullness, because Shia group has different accounts, Sunni group has different account, and both of them are written within early Islam, and they contradict one another.
Yeah, to both of your points. Well, first of all, we need to clarify that abrogation only works on moral commands. It doesn't work on statements of fact. So he can't abrogate statements of fact, only moral commands. And that's because
you need to get to know Allah. In Allah's line, things are different. Don't go with don't follow your brain. Just
don't think logically.
Yeah, Islam only works if you don't think about it, and you can't
I also
ask questions.
And
Definitely. And then don't ask them either.
Very important thing over here. You said moral commands. Which of the command in Quran is moral according to you?
Well, he can only abrogate instructions. Maybe I should have put it that way. Maybe I shouldn't have called them moral commands. He can only abrogate instructions.
Like that makes more sense in essence. Like moral commands, I was thinking about that. Like it was moral.
But again, if this was an eternity, and this was before, like Allah's word is eternal, as they've established, I guess. Yeah, then why is there a need for abrogation if it's already been established long before time?
Right. I mean, I don't think there should be one. The Muslim reason, of course, is saying that it was too hard for the first Muslims. So as a mercy, he gave the harder or the easier command first, and then he made it harder after they got used to the easier one. If you look at the actual things, that doesn't necessarily work out. But I also wanted to point out that it's not just the Quran. Hadith can abrogate Hadith. Hadith can abrogate the Quran.
Scholars can abrogate the Quran too.
Yes.
Consent of scholars abrogates the Quran.
Right. The only thing that actually matters is the ijtihad, the consensus of the scholars. And that's the final saying, because the scholars are incapable, the consensus of the scholars, not as individuals, but as a consensus, are incapable of error, because Muhammad said that the community would be protected from error, and the scholars interpreted that as meaning we determine by consensus what is the correct meaning of the Quran. So you can have the plain words of the Quran, and as Christians we read that and we think that it's saying one thing. The scholars have determined that the plain meaning was abrogated. The words weren't, just the plain meaning of the text, and it now has a completely different meaning. This is one of the miraculous claims of Islam.
So interesting that you bring that up, though, that now Allah saying what can and can't be wrong, and you know how Allah affirms his words, that he'll protect his words.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting because according to Muslims he didn't, and that's something time and time again they claim that Allah's words are capable of being destroyed. I mean, we see that with the Quran, we see that with supposedly the Bible has been changed so many times. It's interesting that humans, again, are shown to be so much more powerful than Allah. Allah is not powerful enough to keep his words, and he's not powerful enough to protect his words. He changes his words. His followers change his words.
Scholars change his words.
People who are against him change his words. It doesn't really matter who you are, whether you're for or against Allah. Just go ahead and do whatever you want because you're more powerful than he is. So just pointing that out.
Is it like when you're driving and it says under construction? Should there be like a sign on the Quran that says under construction?
I want to make a new Quran that says that now.
Yeah, well, that's a perfect description of the Quran during Muhammad's lifetime. No one knew how much there was to it. The only way they knew it was complete is when Muhammad died, because that had to be the end of it.
Except it wasn't, though.
200 years later.
Yeah, well, actually, related to his death, we're going to see a particular line of the Quran was revealed after Muhammad died, or at least sounds like it was revealed after Muhammad died.
Oh, interesting.
But Hatun's point about different Muslims disagreeing, of course, Muhammad himself prophesied this in his infinite wisdom. He said that Islam would break into 72 sects. And to be clear, 72 is a symbolic number. It just means very large. It doesn't necessarily mean literally 72. Same thing as 72 virgins.
Because that's once again a scholarly consensus. Otherwise, Muhammad did said 72, and now the Muslim knows that there are more than 72. Rather, there are multiple of 72 sects in Muslims. That is why they are saying it's a symbolic word. Otherwise, it is a number. It is a number.
Yes, exactly.
Why did Muhammad not said many? Like there's an Arabic word for many. Like Muhammad could have said many, kasir. Like whatever.
Muhammad, well, it's all perfectly clear except when it's not.
Yeah, because Ibn Taymiyyah actually said in his book, I forgot the book name, but he says, okay, philosophy leads to logic, to heresy and atheism. So do not apply logic or philosophy on Quran and Hadith. Full stop. In Islam, if you put logic, you will become an atheist. That's what Ibn Taymiyyah is saying.
But if we're supposed to follow what Muhammad did, we have to. We have to follow what Muhammad did in order to be righteous. That means that Muhammad didn't use any logic either. So,
yeah, I mean, if you go to a Muslim help website written for Muslims, it'll say, like, if you have any doubts about any of the teachings of Muhammad, and then they'll put a star, or anything that there's scholarly consensus on, you're not a true Muslim, and you're in danger of hellfire. So you have to just completely believe everything blindly, in which this is created because of the need for Muslims to survive. It is indirectly created this atmosphere where Muslims don't want to question anything. It's either you learn so much that you're a scholar and you know everything, and you know all the loopholes and all the exceptions and how these things that look like they contradict supposedly don't, and so on and so forth, or you learn nothing. Because if you learn a little bit, then you're in big trouble, because you're going to start doubting, because it's totally illogical. So you either have to learn everything or you have to learn nothing, and it creates this incentive for Muslims not to ever question anything.
but Muhammad down in Muhammad. So how does that work?
Well, it doesn't, obviously. But so Islam's going to break into these 72 sects, or a large number, whether we feel generous or not. And only one of them is going to be correct. And then Muhammad was asked, how do we know which one's the correct one? And he very helpfully said, the one that follows my teachings. Which, of course, all of the 72 sects, or all of the 5,000 sects, whatever number they really are, they all say that. They all say, we're the one that is correctly following his teachings. So, in reality, no Muslim can know whether they're in the fraction of a % of Muslims who are correct or not.
I don't know. They try to kill all the other ones, though. So, I mean, in that, they're each striving to compete after following Muhammad, too. So, yeah.
Yeah, well, see, that's how you ultimately know who is correct, is whoever is victorious at killing the others.
Yeah.
Okay, let me cut in. It's just after 2 o'clock in here in UK. Probably it's still yesterday wherever you are right now.
Yep.
So I'm going to bring your attention to my program. Before that, reasoned answers, have you got much to go, or shall we stop here on the death of Muhammad? Because you already killed him. And Adam Sika wasn't even patient enough to wait. Came together
so maybe I could give 5-10 minutes to just kind of go directly to the conclusion.
Okay.
If you will.
Yep.
So very briefly, if we look at the Shia story, it's completely different. The Shia version of Muhammad's death, he's in complete control. Gabriel comes to him and asks him whether he's ready to die or not. And he says, this is a rare privilege. No one's ever been given this honor before, to decide whether you're ready to die or not. And Muhammad decides he's ready. Or if you look at other versions of the Shia tale, it is Aisha and Muhammad's wives that conspire to poison him. So he still dies of poison, but has nothing to do with Khaybar. Now, what is the historical reality? Or I should say, and that's not all, because if you go to, when you start to dig into the Muslim sources, you're going to find all kinds of different tales that aren't in any of these versions, any of the widely accepted versions today. And I got I'm not saying the exact source, but Islam QA or one of the other fatwa sites, they said, on the death of Muhammad, there are many strange and improper things written, i.e. what they really mean is there's lots and lots of Islamic sources that tell different tales about what happened with Muhammad's death. So we have to say, well, what is the historical reality? Well, first, we can go to a number of historical sources. The first source of any substantial length that's extant in Islamic literature is Ibn Ishaq's biography, or the edited version of it, technically, which is written like 175 years later. Not necessarily too late to be accurate, but that's a good amount of time. The Muslims always tell us that the Gospels written 30 years after the death of Jesus are way too late. And then they go, and they don't even like Ibn Ishaq. They'll throw him out, and they'll go to the Hadith, which are 200 to 300 years or even more after the time of Muhammad. So I have a compilation of 14, I believe, approximately 14, let's just say, non-Muslim sources on the early history of Islam, all written roughly the same time as Ibn Ishaq, or well before it in some cases. And all of them seem to indicate that Muhammad was still alive during the conquest of Jerusalem, or the conquest of the Levant, which is very odd, since he supposedly died before that happened. And all these sources that are just trying to report history, they're not trying to argue Islam's false. They're not trying to argue that Muhammad was a false prophet or anything. They're just trying to report what happened historically. They say that Muhammad was leading the army. And then we go to the Islamic tales, and we kind of see some echoes of that. We see some hadith in less well-accepted collections, but which have every bit of authenticity as the accepted ones in reality, because the hadith science is totally bogus. It has nothing to do with historical reality. And we see some echoes of this, saying that Muhammad died in Syria, saying that that there's different hadith that record different age of death, that Muhammad died at 63, or he died at 65, or he died at age 60. So we have the historical sources that say he was still alive, and we have Islamic echoes of this, that when they cleaned up the hadith, they kind of missed these things because they were too subtle. So based on the historical sources, which are substantially more reliable because they're closely connected to the time period, they have no particular reason to be biased, unlike the Muslim sources, we can say at minimum that they changed the day that Muhammad died, the time that he died. And then we have to ask, why would they change the date? Why would they change the date? And I think there's a couple possibilities. One is to make Muhammad a martyr. But I mean, they could do that at any time. They don't have to change the date to make him a martyr. Let's assume that he just died in an ordinary way, and they're trying to make him into a martyr. Well, if they're just making the story up in the first place, why not just say he was killed in battle? So that doesn't seem very plausible. A more plausible story is that this was done to delegitimize the early Syrian-based center of power, i.e., the Umayyads. There was two groups, and they both wanted to control the Islamic Empire, which had very little to do with religion. And they're like, how can we delegitimize them? Well, let's say that Muhammad didn't die in Syria. Let's say that he died in Arabia. Then we'll have a greater claim of authority over the empire. The other possibility is to cover up embarrassing information. And Adam kind of already alluded to some of this embarrassing information, which we find in the Islamic sources. And the final possibility is that they did this in direct response to Christian polemics. So with that idea in mind, if we turn to Christian polemics, we find a bunch of interesting material. I'll just briefly summarize what we find, but historians usually haven't looked at Christian polemics. They haven't looked at sources written specifically saying Islam is false, because they say those are biased sources, blah, 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 which may seem like it makes sense on the surface, but it's actually very odd, because there is no such thing as disinterested history in ancient times. Every history was written with a purpose in mind. If the idea of writing something as a disinterested observer was like kind of stupid in the ancient mindset. It's like, no, you need to look at history and you need to determine why things happen. You need to show that, the reason that the Romans were victorious is because God was in control and their emperor was favored, or whatever you're looking at. So historians normally look at biased texts. That's not to say that they just take them at face value. They know that they're biased, and they have tools to determine what's correct. So when we dive into those sources, we do have to take them with a grain of salt. We can't just say that the Christians were necessarily reporting true things. But what we find is that the Christian sources were saying that Muhammad is a false prophet because, one, he predicted that he would rise from the dead, and he didn't. Two, his body began to rot. And three, his body was stolen and eaten by dogs. It was disgraced in that fashion. When we look at the Hadith collections, when we look at the less well accepted Hadith collections, we sometimes find these exact stories repeated word for word, i.e. the Christian sources weren't repeating a story that they heard. They had access to the same Hadith that the Muslims were at that time believing in, that they were using this material and using it, the Muslim claims about Muhammad's death, against them, and saying this proves that he is a false prophet. And when you say, well, what about his body, decaying? Why would that make someone a false prophet? I mean, obviously predicting his own resurrection, that's pretty clear, but what about the body? Well, the common belief among commoners, not necessarily people who are well educated, but among commoners, was that the bodies of saints didn't decay. This is a Christian belief at the time, that if a person was particularly holy, their body wouldn't decay, and then their body would be raised up on the last day, exactly in the same form as it was then. So they were saying that even ordinary saints don't decay, and Muhammad decayed. So the Muslim response wasn't to say, you're wrong, that you have, you're mistaken about that belief, or at least the one that prevailed. The response that prevailed wasn't that. It was to clean it up, to make Muhammad's body not decay, not become corrupt. And there are plenty of Islamic tales about how Muhammad's body was bloated. Adam alluded to that. How his fingers were turning green, how his face was turning color, all kinds of different ways of describing him having an ordinary death that any other person would have. And then there's the eaten by dogs, which of the three elements is the least probable to actually be a historical event, because it's the one that could be drawn from the biblical narrative, but at the same time, there are bodies of disgraced individuals eaten by dogs in the Bible. However, lions is more common. So, we give that one a maybe. There are some slight Islamic echoes of that, and we can see that was definitely a very early claim. We have legal rulings from Islamic texts saying that anyone who says this deserves to be put to death. Anyone who says that Muhammad's body was eaten by a dog deserves to be put to death. We have a hadith where a wall falls and a foot emerges, and people thought at first that it might be Muhammad's foot, and then there were hilariously, the grandson of Umar comes along and says, no, I recognize that foot, it's Umar's foot. But the point being is that they were afraid that it was Muhammad's foot, because in theory his foot might have been severed from his body when it was the rest of it was eaten, or they were afraid that it proved that Muhammad hadn't resurrected like he and gone to heaven like they expected. So taking all these sources together, especially the fact that the Islamic sources also contain echoes of this, we can say that it is fairly probable that Muhammad, so jumping straight to the conclusion, here's what I think happened. I think that Muhammad was end times prophet. He was going around saying that the world was about to end. He predicted his own death and resurrection. He probably, did he say 3 days or 40 days? Because there's Islamic sources that say both. I say, as per his usual pattern, he probably said both at different times. Sometimes he said he'd rise in 3 days. Other times he said he would rise in 40 days. And then when he died, there was two groups of people. There was some percentage of people calling themselves Muslims, or whatever they were called then. I think they were really actually just called the believers at that point. But there was some percentage of his followers who actually believed his religious message. But there's a much larger group that were only interested in the military conquest. They're only interested in the war booty and whatnot. And the people who actually believed his message when he failed to resurrect, they apostatized. They said, screw this, he's proven a false prophet. And then we had the Ridda Wars, where the larger group brought them back in by force. And then over time, the belief that Muhammad died an ordinary death took over. His false prophecy was forgotten. They believed that he died an ordinary death. So they had these hadith where his body was, decaying, and they're like, the point of these hadith was to show exactly what they seemed to show, is that he was an ordinary human being. They were trying to counteract the belief that Muhammad was going to raise from the dead that was still lingering in the community. And then as they encountered Christians, and that became an unacceptable belief, they just changed their belief again, because it was really all about military conquest, military control to begin with. So, ironically, even though Muslims dislike Ibn Ishaq now, it was originally written as propaganda to try to unite the empire. It was created as the first major biography of Muhammad to try to give one story to counteract all these different conflicting tales and unite everyone behind this figure which they projected back on Muhammad. So that's basically my theory as to what happened.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone wants to add or make a quick comment on what has been said on death of Muhammad? And then we will bring our attention to his birth.
So just a quick comment. This is going way back, but since we're at the very end and we're just summarizing last thoughts, I do think it's interesting going back to the whole Muhammad peeing thing. So random as that may seem, because Muslims get so obsessed with Jesus peeing. Jesus peed, Jesus peed, Jesus peed. Okay, if this is such a big deal and you call Muhammad the best example for all of humanity, isn't God a better example for humanity than a mere mortal? And if God was willing to enter into his creation as a man, would he not want to be the best example in that way? I mean, that's what Christianity teaches, that Jesus is the best example. But even in Islam, where Muhammad's the best of examples, many quotes. Yeah, he's still peed. So anyway, that's my final thoughts. Thank you.
My final thoughts, going off of what you were saying there, was: did Muhammad squat to pee?
Yeah,
I'm just
on his deathbed.
I'm kind of concerned because, according to him, that's a trip to hell.
Yeah.
And by the sound of it, he got pee on himself.
Yeah.
So,
and on Aisha. So that's probably why. Yeah. So he's in hell, guys.
There's a hadith where somebody saw Muhammad going up to the roof, putting one foot on one brick and one foot on another, and squatting to do the poo and the urination. So yes, it's a Sahih Bukhari hadith, brother.
So his last pee was him squatting.
No, his last pee was on the bed. He was laying down on the bed and then peeing.
Well, then he's not
while
squatting.
While his head was between the chest and the chin of Aisha.
So then he's going to hell because he peed wrong.
Inshallah.
Just had to point that out.
Yeah, that's interesting. I didn't think about that before. I'm glad we connected those dots. Muslims, one more reason not to believe in your false prophet, Muhammad.
Sorry, Hatun. I mean, this keeps going off the rails, okay? These insights just happen.
It's good that you are bringing our attention to certain things and then helping us to see how Muhammad made his way to hell. So that we appreciate that, brother. Sister Kay, what are your last thoughts on death of Muhammad?
I think he died a very horrible death, which was again to me was just punishment on this side, but he had to face the eternal judgment, and he came to stepping on the other side, found that Jesus Christ is Lord. He is the one who reigns. That's for me. And also just listening to the depiction of what you guys were talking about, him asking for, I know it's going to get derailed really quickly. I'll come back. That when someone is in death throes, they tend to, all their muscles tend to relax. And they do, not only do they have to use the bathroom to pee, they actually have to do other things. So I'm wondering if he was able to clean himself in order to enter into Allah's presence.
Okay. Adam Sika?
I think I have already said a lot, but yeah, I think I don't have to say anything more on this topic. Like it's already done. Like this guy is done. Like he died a miserable death. And after his death, he did not even get the grave right there and then, until his body started to smell and stink and rot. And people were thinking that he will raise back alive, come back alive. All their thinkings are gone down the drain because he couldn't. Women and children from the other part of the country coming there and saying, hey, he can't die because he's supposed to fulfill what Allah said. What he said, Allah said, and he has to be witness upon us. They are, his death proved from the internal evidence of the Quran and the Hadith that Muhammad was a false prophet. That, like, literally speaking, if you read just the Sahih narratives and the Quranic verses and their references and their tafsirs, you will come to realize that Islam is false, Muhammad is a false prophet. Yet I don't know how there are so many Muslims in this world, even at this time and this age. That's it. That's all what I would say.
Okay, thank you, brother. Just a quick comment from me. We might find it's helpful to remember. So one of the Muslim objections on death of Jesus is Allah would, I know some Muslims kind of believe he died, but the ones who deny it, they state that Allah wouldn't allow his prophet to die in such a death. So out of kindness, Allah doesn't allow Jesus to die, takes Jesus to himself, versus Allah is quite happy for his last prophet walking Quran, beloved Muhammad, to suffer whole 3 years, and then die very painful, have very painful death. Once he dies, no one cares about him. Versus when Jesus gave himself, he was buried, and then he walked out of that grave on the 3rd day. For Muhammad, his body stayed there, smelled and smelled and smelled. Then they got rid of him. So, like, the way Allah allowed his prophets, according to Islam, to be treated is very, very different. So there is kind of extra attention to death of Jesus. Such a shame that Bible talks about heart of God is not people to end up in hell. Hell is made for devil and its companions. So Muhammad, like every human being, had a chance to repent and turn to Lord Jesus Christ. But he chose to preach a false gospel. He chose to not repent. He missed his chance, and he's being punished in hell now. And I think overall point is, God of Bible doesn't want anyone to end up in hell. His heart is desired for people to come and spend eternity with him. Muslims don't have to follow examples of Muhammad. While you are breathing out and breathing in, there is a hope for you. There is a hope for you to repent and turn to Jesus to have eternal life with him. And it's such a shame that while Muhammad is the center of Islam, Muslim community is divided regarding what he did. Even history contradicts when he died. Like, he's still going to the wars 2 years after his death. When people say in the state that people voted, I think that's what they mean. Like, while they kind of picked up that from Muhammad. Muhammad is dead, yet he still went to war to Jerusalem, to conquer Jerusalem. And then dead people are voting in the state. you put that together. But basics for dear Muslim friends, just leave that false religion, leave that false prophet. And such a shame, while gospel of Muhammad was so disturbing, you have chance to not follow such a gospel.
You have an
Amen.
option not to follow that stupidity. Let's just put it this way. The more I read the Islamic narratives, the more they prove themselves to be false and really stupid.
That's strange. Like, I find that strange in a sense. More I read the scripture, but more I read the word of God, the Bible, I see how God becomes more beautiful and more beautiful, how gospel becomes more glorious and glorious, versus you read Islamic sources and then you get to see how ugly it gets every time. And every time when you read something, you say, okay, I think this is the lowest version. Yet, following day, you get to find something more ugly or uglier.
Absolutely, sister. You're
Okay,
so
so now, reasoned answers killed Muhammad.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I mean, we all knew he was dead, though. It's not like it was a mystery.
Yeah, but like, you just killed him in live stream. That's heart crushing. That's heart crushing. So I'm gonna take us back to his birthday. Okay, is that okay? So if anyone,
yeah, if I could say just one thing real quick.
Yes.
Well, first of all, if you want to see more of the details of yes, I'm going to say something again. If you want to see more, and you'll like what I have to say, Adam, if you want to see more of the details about how I reached all those conclusions, you can see my talk on the death of Muhammad on Adam Seeker's channel. And I want the Muslim to understand what the claim being made here. The claim being made is that you're not following the religion that Muhammad taught. You're following a religion that was innovated, that is full of bid'ah, if you like, that was developed specifically to counteract Christian claims that early Muslims believed. So you're not following Muhammad's religion, whether you believe me or whether you believe Muhammad, because Muhammad said that only the first 3 generations would properly follow his teachings, and there'd come a time where no one followed it. So either way, you're not following Muhammad's teachings. So if you're already not following Islam, stop following what you call Islam, because it can't be right from your own perspective. That's all I have to say.
So now Theodis is a killer. Let me bring Muhammad back alive. Allah said,
no, you can't bring him back. It's too late.
Sister, there is a way.
He's
Sister,
dead.
there is a way.
No, he's dead. He didn't repent. Only way he can breathe out in again when he stands in front of our glorious God. That's it. But if you feel really what you are going to say affects people eternity, please do so.
I'm sorry, but there is something that Muhammad said as well.
He did?
And yeah, he did. And he said in Sunan Abi Dawood 2041 and Riyadus Salihin, multiple references, if any one of you would send salam upon me, Allah will return my soul to me so that I could respond the greeting or the salam. So let's send salam to Muhammad so that Allah will give his soul back to him. Once he say wa alaikum assalam, Allah will take the soul back. So let's give him some more agony.
I can't wait to see the day which every knee will bow down to Lord Jesus Christ. That's all those knees are going to bow down to Lord Jesus Christ willingly or unwillingly. They are all going to bow down. That's including knee of Muhammad. I can't wait to see the day where every tongue is going to confess Jesus Christ is the Lord. And that's going to happen again willingly or unwillingly. There is God of Bible is one who keeps his promises. He says, this is going to happen. Every knee is going to bow down to me. Every tongue is going to confess. And that's going to happen willingly or unwillingly. And it is heartbreaking for us to see 21st century where there is internet, there is check Google, check YouTube, and there are people who are still not willing to put their knees down to him. That's just no good.
Amen to that, sister. Amen to that. But I have a very silly question. When did Google got the PhD degree of being a sheikh?
Since when you give reference to Muslims, okay? Even if it is from the Quran, Google overwrites the Quran. They go to Google and then they go to Islam QA and then get their answer. So since then it becomes sheikh. Sister Al, where is your husband?
He left her.
Well, he suspected, that I might rebel at some point in life, and figured he'd just move on while he still had the chance to go off into the world. Find another wife.
I don't want to be mean in here, but you and your husband knows well. only one way that marriage can be not marriage anymore.
So he actually just went over to start the fire so that our house does not freeze.
Okay.
Oh, you are living in 18th century, still using wood to warm the house.
I mean, it's very efficient, and we like not dumping our money into things if we can avoid it. So
congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay. What I'm gonna do is let me just check the time. So it's 2:30. I've got Brother Hussein is gonna join at 3 o'clock. If any of you want to go, you are very welcome to go before I kick you out. But
Mashallah.
before I do that, I want to go to my plan, since I had a plan, okay? People who come to birthday things and then you don't have anything to speak. So what you do is you bring cards while you lead the conversation. So I've done that. Everyone is ready?
Ready.
First, doesn't matter what it is, everyone is ready. And first people who are going to respond to the question will be the ones who didn't bring the cake. And Sister Al cannot give her extra cakes to anyone. Okay, are we ready?
She already had 4 of them.
She's like, she took this very seriously.
Well, I was told to make cake and I had all these different ideas. I didn't just want to do like one idea.
That's good.
I was trying to be kind and share, but you won't allow me to share. You're not being very nice.
You don't need to share those things.
Is that the point of cake? To like share?
Sister, if you share the cake, then you have to share the camel urine and the date.
I mean, you guys are welcome to come get it too.
Yeah, so it's all complicated. Okay? You are ready?
We are ready.
Yay! Okay. Angels of the grave! They'll ask questions. I got this one. And if you answer wrong, a hammer will bang on your head.
Okay, unpack that for us, Adam Seeker.
I got this one. When you die in the grave, you'll be asked questions.
What are those questions?
You'll be Mandinuka. And the 2 other I forgot. Who's your God and what is your religion? These are the 3 questions, right? If you don't answer them right, there will be a sledgehammer that will be banged on your head, and the voice will be heard under the 7 layers of earth. But the people who are alive will not be able to hear it, but all the dead will hear it.
Okay.
Sunan Abu Dawood.
I don't know.
Sorry, who is speaking?
Sorry, I was just going to say, this picture just seems to also perfectly summarize, like, in figuratively, of course, all of YouTube. It's like all these like fake Muslims pop up, or like these like Muslims with these fake things that they're saying, and we just show the truth, and it's like playing whack-a-mole constantly with the ideologies. Anyway, it's pretty fun. This seems a lot more destructive in other ways, though.
Okay.
I'm sorry, sister. Go ahead.
Go on, Sister K. I'm going to kick you out very soon, but go on.
I know you're going to kick me out. I knew I was going to be the first to go. Sunan Abu Dawood, that's 2214, isn't it? For that source, that picture.
It's in Sahih Bukhari and Sahih Muslim as well.
Yes. But that's the one I have. Yep.
Okay. Reasoned answers. How does this picture make you feel regarding teachings of Islam?
Well, you know, if I taking this from the Muslim perspective, I think that's how you want me to answer it. As a human being, I would feel uneasy with people being hit over the head. I mean, they're already being punished by going to hell. I would say separation from God, but that's not the Islamic belief. So going to hell. So why are the angels also, just like for the heck of it, hitting them on the head? And I do have a question here as well. It says that the cry of these people being hit on the head will be heard by all except human beings and jinns. What does that entail exactly? Does that mean animals hear this?
Yeah. Rabbits, monkeys, angels. ants.
Okay. So the animals apparently are constantly hearing human
Rocks,
beings being tortured.
trees, yeah.
And that's interesting.
Yeah. Rocks, trees, water.
How convenient is that? That, oh no, you guys can't hear it, but everyone else can. Because they would have challenged him immediately to say, yeah, you know what, this doesn't literally sound and figuratively sound correct.
Well, it's just like the moon splitting apart that was the greatest miracle of all because everyone saw it except no one saw it. So
no one believed it.
Sister, they were sleep. It was night time.
They were
People were
asleep.
sleeping.
No,
Yeah, it was night
Muslim,
time. People were sleeping.
but Muslims have specifically told me that it's like the greatest miracle of Allah because so many people saw it, but no one saw it.
Sister, it was night time. At that time, people used to sleep early. That is why nobody is the witness.
Then what's the point of the miracle?
You're going towards logic. You'll become an atheist.
Okay. It's helpful to remember. Sorry, I forgot. I changed it. Sorry. It's helpful to remember when eternal Son of Father gave himself on the cross for us, and when he walked out that grave, waged war against death, and conquered the death, his sufficient enough work allows us to stand in front of Holy God and spend eternity with him. Mr. Muslims who are following such a teachings live in a fear. And as we look at the cross, we get to see hope. Versus when Muslims think about death, that's what they are thinking about. And this is not even like you reach the hell.
This is only the grave in which you will be there till the day of judgment anyways.
Yeah.
But
since you were speaking, Adam, since you didn't bring cake or anything, what do you see in this picture?
yeah, these are the fishes who are so mean. These are the mean fish. They only come on the Sabbath and not other time. Such a mean fish with the brain.
Okay, put your normal voice.
Sorry.
And then tell everyone to make sense of the story.
So Allah said to the Jews that you cannot do any work on the Sabbath. So,
okay.
But Allah made the order to the fish that you will not come out. You'll be deep down in water and stay down hidden until the Sabbath day comes. So only on the Sabbath day, fish will come out and jump and laugh and enjoy and play around, and the people of that area town will see the fish on the Sabbath day only. So finally they tried to cheat. Yeah, see, these are the fish, beautiful, beautiful fish. They will only play on the Sabbath and they'll tease, we are here, yet now you can't fish us, right? And then these guys were so hungry. This is how Allah took the test of these people by not letting them have any food at all. And finally, they did a game with Allah. They put the net a day before, a night before. And Allah made them pigs. No, sorry, apes. Allah made them apes. All of them. This is what Allah did with them. But sister, now, now on a serious note, let me connect this to the Holy Bible. When God said to Israelites that do not collect food on the Sabbath, one day before the Sabbath, God said, collect 2 days of food so that you will not go hungry on the Sabbath. What kind of a God is this who would actually let them go hungry as a test and let them die as hungry in the test And what kind of a test is this? Let them fill their stomach, then take the test. So if a person on the Sabbath will go out for food, now that is the right test because you already have food. Why are you going out on Sabbath for food when you already have been given the food? Now, like, see the sharp contrast. It's not about, like, this is human need to eat as well. Like, what kind of a God is he if supposedly he's the God?
Good question. What kind of God is he? And people do worship. Okay. My next picture is gonna go.
Before we go on real quick, Adam, do you know where that story really derives from? I mean, it supposedly comes from Muhammad, but do you know where it really derives from?
Surah 7.
Quran.
It's from the Talmud, surprisingly enough. And the basic outline of the story is in the Talmud, and that was used as inspiration for the Quran.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Quranic reference is Surah 7 verse 163 to 66 and Surah 265, which Allah stole it.
Yep. Yeah, you know, the rabbis had a creative interpretation of the Old Testament, and they came up with this story about, the details are slightly different, but the basic idea of the fish only showing up on Sunday and is from the Talmud, and the people being changed into apes is stolen from a different part of the Talmud. So two stories have been merged into one.
Okay. Sister Kay.
Yes. This one's for me, I'm assuming. This one is the angel Jibril. He has like a lot of wings. I think that's 600 wings. Yeah. And that's like Bukhari 380.
Okay. Thank you. I believe at this stage you are cheating, but that's okay. Why do you think this is funny and you are laughing, sister?
Because you're assuming the worst about me, sister.
No, I am sure you are cheating at this stage, but that's fine.
Just as we're supposed to, you know, judge Allah based on his character, she's just judging you based on yours. I mean, can't blame
What?
her.
I'm a cheater? Wow. Just to be clear, there were no rules set to this game.
Sister, focus. Put your focus face on. Reason
I know
answer.
this one.
What is this? What do you think is this one?
When you lift your eyes. Oh, it's me. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to tell you exactly where it comes from off the top of my head, but I'll just describe what it looks like. It looks like that she's kneeling down, and maybe she was supposed to be praying and lifted her head, and now her eyes are popping out as a result of that. That'd be my guess.
Okay. And where is that lead?
Yeah, I don't know where that's found offhand.
No. Okay, so.
Oh, where does that lead? Oh, her eyes run away, apparently.
Allah, her eyes are being snatched out. Because in Islam, you can't pray by looking up.
Yes, yeah. I've heard that she was being punished for, looking up during the prayer.
Yeah.
And apparently Allah stole her eyes as a result.
You always can get, there is always like saying, 4 eyes are helpful. Okay.
So that's in Sahih Muslim, Volume 1, number 863.
Okay.
Just for anyone who wants to look into that.
Okay. So that's also a quick response to when Muslim says Muslims pray like Jesus. John chapter 17 starts with he looked up. So according to Islam, Jesus' eyes should be snatched out, but it's not.
So I have a challenge for the Muslims, and they could very easily prove the truth of Allah here. All they have to do is set up a tape recorder, look up during prayers, yeah, they'll lose their eyes, but think of the benefit. You know, you'll earn great rewards for being the Muslim who proved Allah's words true. Just, you know, film those eyes being snatched out, and then people will be forced to believe Islam's true. So
Yeah.
who says that Allah doesn't give Muslims any way to prove Islam? And here's a great way they can prove that.
Yeah, actually, I have
We
a
did
video.
that.
Yeah, and I have a video of truth defenders doing that. Actually, it's one of my videos that I need to get up soon. But he and Hatun and Sister Kay.
A brother from park, which when we went to that park, a brother took up the challenge.
Balboa Park.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so we got a video. I mean, he raised his eyes and he prayed looking towards heaven to God to reveal himself to the Muslims, and his eyeballs stayed in his head. It was quite interesting how God chose to reveal himself as not Allah in that moment. And none of the Muslims that were right across at their booth had anything in return for that. So, you know.
So he still
Yeah, so
have
we-
his eyes? They did not run away?
No, they're still in his head, even today.
We checked it and it was there. So there are Christians who took up the challenge, but Allah was too late, I think. I think there was enough time though, because like he prayed and then that was enough time for Allah to come down to the earth and then do his business. But anyway.
I mean,
Well, just to be clear, does the hadith just say anyone who prays looking up to heaven, or does it say a Muslim who prays looking up to heaven? We need to clarify that.
I don't think it says Muslim.
I have the verse. It says, it is forbidden to lift one's eyes toward the sky in prayer. Abu Huraira reported all his apostles saying people, so just people, should avoid lifting their eyes towards the sky while supplicating in prayer. Otherwise, their eyes would be snatched away. So it's just people in general. He didn't have
All right. So, yep, we put Allah to the test, and he failed the test.
Yeah.
Again.
But I mean, again, like you were saying, like Muslims, do you want to try this out? I mean, it's a worthy sacrifice for Allah, right? It's a very easy way to prove to the world that Islam is true.
No, think about it. It's not even like Muslims. You can kind of say, okay, Allah is like kind of showing mercy to Muslims if they do it, but it's a sinful non-believer practiced it, and Allah didn't turn up. His helpers didn't turn up, and like I don't know today, but like last time when I saw him, his eyes were still on his face, and it hasn't happened yet. Allah is like missing some deadlines there.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't gotten any like SOS texts or anything from him saying that they're gone all of a sudden, and I've seen him in live chats a lot lately.
If his eyes are gone, he wouldn't be able to type anything, sister. Come on.
But he's been in the live chats. He's been typing away, reading other people's comments, responding. I mean, he's got to have his eyes still.
We can test it again. Okay, so does anyone want to go at this stage, or do you want me to kick you out like as the time goes on? Because I've got Brother Hussein is just under the screen is waiting there.
Yo, I want to at least stay to say hi to Hussein. So
you want to say hi to Hussein? What's wrong with you? Yeah. If Hussein doesn't have cake, he doesn't get hi at all.
He's a great guy. I want to say hi to him.
I have a cake for him as well. So once I can say hi to him, then
You
I
don't
can
even.
leave.
It's only Sister L has extra cakes. Don't deceive.
Hello, Hussein.
Hi, brother.
Hello.
Good to see you again.
How are you guys? By the way, you guys.
Nice.
He has a piece of cake.
It's the last piece, you guys. I'm a diabetic and I need sugar. And so I ate it all, but I did leave one piece just to prove that I did get cake. I am beside myself with happiness today. And so I just, but I did get cake, so nobody can say I didn't get cake to celebrate.
Well, that cake doesn't look like it has anything to do with Muhammad, brother.
Well, you see, when I have a picture of what was on the cake, and so can I share that?
You can share that, yes.
Okay, because this is very important for me. That I do this correctly. And Just 1 second here.
Okay, while you are putting that, let me put my cake in here as well for everyone to see.
Subhanallah.
So he's got only 2 candles because I calculated buying 1,456 candle is like too much money. Okay. Why are you laughing?
And you won't have enough space on the cake, sister.
I could make the space. I could put the candles top of each other, brother. I can be creative when it comes to those things.
But you might set your house on fire.
Well, yeah, I will be houseless very soon. But anyway, and then so you've got red candle, mainly because he stole people's red underwear. So I had blue option, but I didn't want to put the blue candles. And then there is guy who is examining his like.
But sister, I had a Muslim guy who came in and he said, no, it's not an underwear. It was a red velvet cloth. You can't call it an underwear.
Ah, I'm sorry. Okay, where is Brother Hussein's cake?
Okay, can you see it here?
I can see Al's hand. Oh, sorry, no, that's your brother in Christ. Okay, I need to make the screen smaller so I get to see. Is that the cake?
This was what was on the cake, and I just need to explain a little bit. This is because I'm very serious about this. I'm not just here to make noise. I want to help.
So are you trying to say we are making just noise without any point? Brother,
yeah, come on, Hussein. I just spent the last 2 hours talking in detail about the death of Muhammad. You just call it noise?
So, you know what, you guys? Let me just be honest. Speak from my heart, okay? My last name is Mashni, and I used to be a busboy. And because I used to break so many glasses, they used to call me Crashni. And so I'm very sensitive when we say we're coming to crash a party. You see, it opens up wounds, okay? So excuse me if I say things maybe that are hurtful.
Through his wounds, we are healed, brother.
Yes. So anyway, you know what this is, what this map, I'm doing this in case, you know, because they did expect that Muhammad was going to come back to life. Okay, there was an expectation when he died that he was going to come back to life in 3 days. So just in case, you know, he did, and he wanted to come to America. What I wanted to show him, is Hatun going to come back?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So what I wanted to show him is how many years he could expect to be in prison for what he did to Aisha. And you see, in different states, it's different. See, each state is different. Like in Washington, up at the top there, you get 5 years to life for what Muhammad, you know, it's called statutory rape. Okay. In Texas, it's between 2 and 20 years. In Louisiana, it's between 10 years with hard labor. And in New York, it's 25 years. In Pennsylvania, 20 years. Now, these are the maximum sentences, okay? And then in Florida, it's 15 years. In California, I don't understand it. I don't understand California, but
that makes more than one of us.
Where is California on the map?
I'm sorry?
There is California on the map?
See on the left, far left there, the California.
Not far off.
Well, you know what? They say that actually is how the name California came about. There are some who say that one of the reasons that it's called California came from a lady. There was some lady called her first name was Caliph something, and it actually is related to caliphate. So anyway, but anyway, so I just wanted to present this as a gift from America to Muhammad, just to warn him that if you come to America, these are the states where you're going to get the harshest sentence for what you did to Aisha. Now, if you look at Wisconsin is 40 years, but Michigan, surprisingly, is life. Oklahoma.
Just a second, brother. Just a second. I need to find. Is it Michigan not the place where lots of like Muslims live? Dearborn, is that?
Yes.
Yes.
Our sentence.
Which is surprising, you know. I was so surprised to, but you know what? You get a life sentence in Michigan for what Muhammad did to Aisha. You know, there's several criteria that they use to determine the sentence, and Muhammad passes all of them. You know, for instance, in all of the United States. In all of the 50 United States, if he was to come to any of them, the age of consent is at least 16 in every state. Some it's 17, some it's 18, but the least is 16 in all 50 states. And
okay. But just a second, brother. Just a second. First of all, this is not the top of the cake, is it?
No, this was the top of the cake. But you know,
are you sure?
It was, but well, it's gone now. So this is all.
Okay. Okay. So okay. What is that? The red. Where is that red place on the corner?
Okay. Okay. That's called Maine, and you know what? You know what happened? The truth of the matter is that I had to hurry to an appointment, and so I wasn't able to finish this. So, but I do have it, so I can look it up for you.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, where is the pink place which says 50? Where is
50.
What is that?
Okay,
Yeah,
this is South Dakota. This is Nebraska. Nebraska, Muhammad would get 50 years. If he was to come to Nebraska, he would get 50 years for what he did to Aisha. Now,
okay. What about? Sorry, I'm just trying to find out where are those places.
Yeah, sorry about the because I don't have the names of the states on here because I couldn't put both the names and the and these numbers on there. So, but
no, it's fine. It makes sense to like Americans. I'm just trying to figure out. I just know where California is. Like I didn't even know.
California has only 4 years.
You know what? I looked and you know, I'm not horribly surprised. California is very friendly to criminals. But you know, that's when you look on it's you guys. I got this from a website, and it's about the statutory rate state by state, and I couldn't find nothing else for California, and I hope it's wrong. I hope it's wrong, but you know what? I mean, look at the others: 50 years, 40 years, 20 years. Look at Wyoming up there. Wyoming is 2 to 100 years. You know, so Muhammad wants to stay away from there, you know. So this is just kind of a warning. It's a gift to try to help him, should he ever come to America, to know what to expect here, you know, for what he did. And, you know, there's different factors that they look at in determining the sentence. Number one, the age of the victim. And in every single state, Aisha passes the test because there's what's called the minimum age. There's the age of consent, which in every state is 16, but then there's the minimum age. And the minimum age is at the age at which nobody under any circumstances can give consent to have sexual intercourse. In most states, that's 12 years old. So in any case, Aisha passes that test too because she was 9.
So do you think California is 4? Maybe it has something to do with Las Vegas.
Well,
because Las Vegas is like free, like paid version of Islamic paradise.
But Las Vegas is not in California.
Yeah, Las Vegas is in Nevada, which doesn't.
Which is the 1 to 5 right there. Right next to California.
Forget my question. That's why I thought Las Vegas was in.
But we have San Francisco, Hollywood. All of those are here in California. So, you know, I'm hoping I'm misunderstanding something about the California laws because I mean it has every single state, and that's what came up with California. Now, Texas has 2 to 20 years, you know. So anyway, this was just my gift, you know, thinking that should he ever want to come to America, just to know what he would get in, you know, should he come to these particular states. Stay out of Michigan, stay out of Wisconsin, 2 of the toughest states, 40 years, Montana, stay out of Oklahoma. Oklahoma is where Tulsa is, you know, there has Oral Roberts University. And
so which color is that in the map?
That's the one that looks like a pan that's orange, like dark orange. It's so random, though, because it's 5 to death.
What is it? What is it? I'm sorry.
It's 5 to death? Like, that's so random.
You can really get screwed, or, you know, walk away.
You know,
it
you guys,
depends
there's
how
one
good
other...
you are when talking in front of a judge. So it depends, are you crying or are you smiling?
And what year it is.
Yeah,
that can
it's
also
election year or not, I guess.
If it's election year, you might as well kiss everyone goodbye.
According to the oldest record in English law, okay, 1275, okay. If you have sex with someone who is under age of 12, okay, that is seen as rape. And punishments for that is prison, blinded, or hanged by the neck until die. That's like 1275 English law.
Did they use that when they were doing all those grooming gangs and all that stuff?
No, no, because grooming gangs goes under the protected group.
Yeah, that would be the very hateful. I can't believe you would even say that. I'm so offended.
I'm
that
sorry.
You just discriminate like that.
So what is just a practical question, the light green place, 2 to 100, which country is that? Which state is that?
I think that's Montana.
That's like beautiful mountains, and there is lots of nice sky gazing, stargazing places.
Yes. Right beneath it is Wyoming, and now the one that is 2 to life. I'm sorry, 2 to life is Idaho.
No, they said 2 to 100. I thought.
I said 2 to 100.
Yeah, 2 to 100 is Montana, but next to it is 2 to life, which is.
It's the same thing, brother.
What is it?
2 to 100 or 2 to life is the same thing. It's
Yeah, I
1
don't
to life,
see
by
2
the
to
way.
life.
It's 1 to life.
1
to life. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, 1 to life. Okay, yeah.
100 years of life is almost the same thing. If a person is at like 50 or 20 or 30 doing this.
Yeah, well, the difference, Adam, is how probation works.
Yeah. For some states, if you get life, you are in there for the rest of your life. If you get 100 years, they can like chop it up to time served and give you like good behavior points. And at some point, you can actually be out.
Earlier.
Yeah.
So what is your, Brother Hussein, what is your intention to have a birthday cake with this map on it?
Well, I was trying, you know, like I said, they expected that Muhammad was going to come back to life after 3 days. You know, when the smell came out and he didn't come out, they realized that he wasn't going to come back to life. But just this is kind of like letting you know, in light of what he did to Aisha, if he was to come to America, this is how long he could expect to be in prison in any state in America. And in a sense, it's also to show, because with all the justifications of what he did to Aisha, with all of the, you know, that it's always being justified, like, oh, it was because it was back then, it was because women were bigger back then, and because, you know, the camel urine made them stronger. And, you know,
never estimate the power of camel urine.
Well, I wanted to say something about that too. If I could just change channel just for 1 second. I just wanted to say that I wanted to have more luster in my hair, and I tried camel urine, and look what happened. So I just want to say,
Did you use it? No. Did you put it overnight? Because so you put it overnight.
Now you see, everybody's got a different set of rules with it. Okay, it's like that's not what I read. Okay,
that was your fault because you need to put it at night and then wash it in the morning and do that like a couple of times.
Well, I don't know if it's going to help now, but anyway.
Are you saying the miracles revealed in the Quran aren't as miraculous as they might seem?
Well, it was kind of miraculous when I woke up. But I just want to say one other thing about this statutory rape thing. And because, again, Aisha would pass every rule in every single state because she was 9 years old when he had sex with her. And Muhammad would pass every rule in every state because there's what's called the minimum age. The minimum age is the time between they're too young to consent to intercourse, but if somebody within their age group like had sex with them, the sentence might be lighter if it's within like a few years, like 4 years or so. And Muhammad, because he was 45 years older than her, he would still, be eligible for the strictest sentence. So I just want to say that based on the rules that they use to determine what statutory rape is, Muhammad passes with flying colors on all, on the 4 factors that they use to determine statutory rape. So, and this is just in America. I don't know what it's like in other countries, but I think France has a super strict rule about statutory rape. So he would have a hard time in France too, I think. So
I was saying I wanted to bail out California for you. So I looked it up while you were talking. Okay. The maximum penalty for statutory rape is 4 years. However, what Muhammad did would not be considered statutory rape. It would be considered child molestation, and the penalty for that is 16 years.
Okay.
So that's probably why you're seeing some of these disparities is some states don't define what Muhammad did as statutory rape and some do.
I know Ohio doesn't. It'd be different.
That's so random and weird though that it's worse to molest than it is to rape.
Well, statutory.
Well, no, the statutory rape, is like adult taking advantage of. In theory, adult taking advantage of someone who is sexually mature. So if it's a kid as opposed to an adolescent, then it's a different category of crime, which is why it's worse, or has the longer penalty. Because you can't have a statutory rape because that implies some sort of consent, like the 12-year-old or 14-year-old, they consented even though they didn't really have the ability to fully consent, fully understand what they're doing, whereas the child can't consent at all. That's the difference. So what Muhammad did would be considered, raping a child as opposed to statutory rape.
Wow. Well, thank you for that, man, because I live in California, and
yeah, I know that's why I was stressing you. So yeah, it looks like 16 years for sexually abusing a child, but 4 years would apply. Like when a teacher takes advantage or convinces an adolescent to go to bed with her, for example. So you get a 14-year-old and their 25, 30, 40-year-old teacher. That's one category. You can see why it would be considered a lesser crime because while they took advantage of someone, it's different than forcing yourself on a child who really can't consent at all. You're using your position to persuade someone to do something as opposed to, literally forcing yourself. But that's probably why some of these states are, have much longer penalties because they probably just don't have that age distinction and they're just saying any sort of activity with an adult and a minor is going to be called statutory rape, but the younger the child, the longer the penalty is going to be. The bigger the age difference, the longer the penalty is going to be. All the factors, and that's how you can get these really. That's also why there's such a wide disparity. Probably, 2 to 100. It's like you can get 2 years or you can get 100. Well, the 100's probably for, you know, abusing a child, or and the 2 is a 25-year-old has sex with a 17-year-old or whatever.
Okay. You know, also I'd expect there to be a much higher number in Utah, but Utah's only got 5 years, so I'm not sure exactly what's going on there either.
Well,
Utah, you forget the Western Muhammad created his religion out there, Joseph Smith. So
yeah, I mean, Joseph Smith, he married at least one child, not as young as 9, but like 12 or 13-year-old child. So.
Oh, okay. Wow.
So with all being said, I would like to be excused. I had this great information now, which I did not had before, but thank you so very much. If Sister Hatun, may I be excused for some time? Maybe I might jump in after a couple of hours if you're still alive.
I don't know. I need my beauty sleep.
All right.
You know, like some people need beauty sleep. It's not like I need it, but it will be good to have it.
Yeah, no, definitely, you definitely need your sleep for sure. But yeah, this is the special night, you know, special night for Muhammad.
Before you go, I just wanted to verbalize that you failed to identify one of the basic pictures. I will be keeping that against you for a long time.
But I actually verified 2 of them, so my score is
it's
2
not
out
it's
of
not
3.
a score like this. That was Islam 101 and you failed it.
I was not expecting that, you know. You never told me that I'll have to go through this examination.
Well, did Allah tell people I'm gonna put you in test? Here's the rules and questions.
La ilaha illa Hatun.
Why not? Why not? Anyway, thanks for jumping in, brother.
Thank you, sister, for inviting me. May the
God
Lord
bless
be
you,
with
Adam.
always.
God bless.
God bless
Farewell.
you,
Thanks
sir.
for being here.
And,
The
and
original
Hussein,
second
remember,
favorite, Murtad.
I am the
All
favorite.
right.
Murtad.
God bless.
Brother.
Take care, guys. God bless you all.
Finally, one less person. Isn't that amazing? Like, I really don't like crowd, and people are just like, good. So he went, so we can have a party because he left us. On a serious note, okay.
Hussein, did you see my cakes earlier?
Yeah, I was gonna ask that if you can show it. Did you see
You
it?
did?
Yes, I did. Very nice. Very nice.
Which one's your favorite?
I kind of like the pink one, and I'm not going to say what you said with it, but that was kind of my favorite. So
okay. Did you see the ice cream cake one too, or did you just see it like after that one was already in the freezer?
No, I saw the pink one, and then you know what? I was out at my table, and so I was listening to you guys while I was out on my table, so I didn't hear everything, but I just remember seeing the pink one and the accompanying images.
I have not seen the ice cream one either. I just saw the other ones.
Did you bring it back from the?
We can bring it back. I will be right back.
So I don't want to be mean while she's leaving. Now we can say lots of things. Yes, she left. So she is so creative. She makes you feel so jealous, and that feeling is very bad. You need to repent after that feeling. So she's like, Hussein, did you see this, brother? That's what she made.
Wow.
I know.
Wow.
So this is like on the cover of the Quran.
Wow, that is very nice, man.
I know. She just makes you feel so jealous. Like around her, you commit sin quite often. And her cakes are like another disaster because when you see the cakes, it just makes you feel like so bad with what you make versus what she made. But
yeah, that's true. I mean, I thought I had a creative cake, but I only had one cake, and she's got 4 of them. And she's like, and I'm making 2 more.
Okay. So, Brother Hussein, we are going through some stuff about Muhammad. Since you jumped in, we didn't see your cake. We just saw a piece of the cake. No, that doesn't count. It doesn't count, brother.
Look at that chocolate. Mm.
Brother, it doesn't count because it doesn't count. So you are.
I'm in the
You
corner.
have the privilege of taking the exam.
Oh, dude, this again. I watched this 7 times. I don't know what. I thought it was Adam and Eve and Cain and Abel. Oh.
Okay, what is
this one's easy.
Okay, my hair tonic. No, just kidding. I'm just kidding.
What is this?
Okay, this is the story of those guys who ripped off, who went and killed Muhammad told them go drink camel urine, and they ended up going after this shepherd and they killed him. And so Muhammad cut off their hands and feet and poked their eyes out with hot irons. Mercy to the world, mercy, 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 and let them while they were chomping on the dust. They were so thirsty, they were wanting water.
So
you didn't tell us why.
Didn't they had a stomach ache, and then they needed a cure, and so he told them go drink camel urine.
Okay.
But that one is easy compared to those other ones, though.
I know.
Okay, this one.
Okay, Abdul. Okay, now this could be more than one thing here. This,
No, this is only one thing. Don't use that more than one thing. This is one thing. This is that one thing.
Okay, I'm thinking. I know what I would like to think. I mean, not like to think, like to say. Okay, and that is that this is Muhammad's aunt that he had sex with when she was. No, okay.
No, come up with something else.
No, maybe, but it's an Abdul, and so it would have to be a guy there. I don't know, because he was crying because he couldn't intercede for his mother.
No.
No, sheepers.
I think I might know. Is that little bird there a hint?
Just a second, Sister Kay. No.
Am I allowed to say?
No, Sister.
Okay,
Kay.
I'm not going to say. That's why I wasn't going to say.
Yeah, because it goes under the cheating. So, yes, Brother Hussein.
Shoot. Okay. Those are the two big dead. Oh, Ali's there too. Ali isn't.
I don't know, brother. You are the one who is seeing the picture.
Okay, Ali, Abdul, and Ahab and okay. Abdul, who's the
okay? Who wants to help him?
I don't necessarily know the correct answer here, but clarifying question: is the little bird important, or is it just there?
Well, it's a picture, so if someone put it there, there is importance.
Well, then I think it's probably the raven that taught the sons of Adam how to bury their dead.
No.
Cain and Abel, but there's
yes.
one.
Well, no, it's not Cain and Abel. It's just sons of Adam. Allah doesn't know their names.
Okay.
No. This is basic.
Well, my first thought that was Muhammad mourning his father who he couldn't save, but because his father's Abdullah, so he's the slave of Allah, even though they didn't know Allah.
Can you imagine being a prophet of God, yet you can't even pray for your family? But no, that's not that one. Come on.
How many other deaths? So we don't even know if this is Muhammad.
Okay. So let me tell you what it is.
Okay.
Oh, on the grave of those who suffer.
I don't think I knew that one, actually.
Oh, okay. In that case, can you read it for us?
Wow.
Sure. This is from Bukhari, Volume 2, number 443. The Prophet passed by two graves, and those persons in the graves were being tortured. Then he took a green leaf of a date palm tree, split it into pieces, and fixed one on each grave. The people said, "O Allah's apostle, why have you done so?" He replied, "I hope that their punishment may be lessened until they became dry. And the translator has to tell us that they refers to the palm leaves, since it could refer to either the people or the palm leaves. And in fact, the natural referent would be the people. So the translator has to clarify Muhammad's words for us.
Yeah. So palm tree can save you.
Well, not save you, just reduce your torment.
Yeah. Can you imagine like how long it's gonna be? So you are saved with a couple of years or even day.
Yeah, that's amazing. You know, we talked a lot about the black stone earlier, but here we have another object that is essentially taking away some of your sin. If it's taking away some of your torment, some of your punishment for sin.
Yeah, yeah.
And I bet that is really good business for palm leaf sales. You know, like
especially in Arabia. Okay, what is this one?
Oh, dude, I got to make that big.
Can I answer this one?
No, if you are cheating, no.
I'm not cheating.
Okay, if you're not cheating, then yeah, that's fine. If you are cheating, no.
I'm not cheating.
Sure, you're not.
No, I'm not. Oh my God.
Sister Kay?
They're in hell, right?
Yep.
Okay,
so do you think that's hell?
Isn't that look at that guy right there? He's falling over. You can tell.
What? How do you know that guy?
Yeah, those are all girls, because the majority of people in hell are women.
Okay.
What happened to Sister Kay? She left.
She left. She's gone.
No, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here.
No, Kay's just trying to kick you out.
Oh,
she's saying that out loud.
Okay, let me remove you, Sister Kay.
Oh, okay. All right. Bye, everyone.
This is nothing personal.
It's okay.
Because it's going to be difficult for you to kind of keep quiet as you kind of get to see what's going to happen.
No, I'm not saying anything. I'm not.
That's okay.
All right. God bless everyone.
You are very much loved by Lord Jesus Christ. And if you commit suicide, don't call me. Bye. Okay, she's gone.
That was
so
okay.
What do we have here?
Is this when they're taking the women out? The women who get to go up to the women who get to go be Houthis, you know, because you're supposed to get like 2 from the Houthis and then 70 from hell of the women from hell.
I can't remember who mentioned that. A little bit earlier, someone mentioned how out of mercy Allah is taking some Jews and Christians from hell. No, but that's not that one.
No.
Observe what you see in the picture first. Tell me, like, what are the things getting your attention from the picture?
Okay, there's devils who are like poking at these women, and there's one real.
So there are lots of women.
Yeah, there's one real happy guy. One of them is a real happy devil, a very powerful big devil.
Okay.
He's very happy.
So you already picked up a couple of things, but you didn't pick up the hadith yet.
Oh, there's a hadith with this. Okay.
No, like what story of Islam this is?
The one I could think about is like our brother said. You know, there's the one where Muhammad said that women are deficient of intellect and that he saw hell and that the majority
of women are in hell.
Yes, majority of the people in hell are women. Yeah. And then he said that because your intellect deficient of it, hell is populated mainly by women, according to him.
Okay.
Women can't get a break, man. On earth, they can't get a break. On hell, they can't get a break. In heaven, they can't get a break.
Finally you understand.
Hey, Hussein, I want to clarify that though. You said it was because they're deficient of intellect, which Muhammad said, but they're the majority of the inhabitants in hell because they're deficient of religion. And do you know why they're deficient at religion?
Because they have the period and they can't pray or something.
Yes, because they have a period and Allah made rules that they can't do certain things during their period. So Allah created women to have periods, gave them rules about what they can't do while having a period, and then punishes them for not doing things while they are on their period.
Everyone likes barbecue. Maybe Allah likes seeing women to be barbecued. and plus, they are not grateful to their husband as well.
Yes.
Okay.
And I love the circular reasoning when I love the circular reasoning that Muhammad used when he explained this to these poor women. These poor women. First of all, he tells them the majority of the people in hell are women. It's because you're deficient in intellect, deficient in religion. And these poor women say, "Oh, Prophet, peace be upon you. Well, why is it that most of the people in hell are women? And why is it that we're deficient in intellect?" He says, "Doesn't it say in the Quran that the woman's testimony is half that of a man?" And they say, "Yes, it does say that." It says, "See?" And so these poor women just.
That's legitimate. Sister Al, how does that make you feel, since you are the woman here?
I mean, I think I serve a great purpose. I don't think I'm deficient of religion or of intellect. In fact, I use my religion and intellect to create quite beautiful things sometimes, including this ice cream cake that I designed and had made.
Wow.
So there we see Muhammad, who is
Very
super
nice.
fearful because he lived his life in fear, never knowing if he could trust Allah or himself because he was clinically insane. But right now in this picture, he's just absolutely terrified because he's being exposed very, very thoroughly, very quickly, very much by all of these, people who know the truth and want to share the truth, like the evil David Wood, who's just coming in the power of Christ with just one single punch that he has. Metaphorically, of course, not actually encouraging violence, unlike the Quran, which, as we see right here in Arabic, Quran, Surah 929, which the first word is fight to kill, is what that word means, or fight/kill, or fight to the death. Those who do not believe in Allah and all this gobbledygook, not because they need to defend themselves, but because, just because they don't believe in Allah. And Muhammad, of course, because Muhammad really is Allah. On the other hand, we see what Christianity teaches. So we see that Jesus said, "You have heard it said that you shall love your enemy, you shall love your neighbor and hate your enemy. But I say to you, love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you." And so we see that the very stark contrast between Surah 929 and Jesus's words in Matthew 5:43 through 44. And so that is why we do what we do, because we love our enemies, because we know that the Muslims who are being deceived by these evil ideologies aren't our true enemy. It is, in fact, the lies that are deceiving them that we hate. And so in order to love them, we want to expose these lies. And I like doing so with my very intact religion and intellect by creating masterpieces like these. So anyway, those are my thoughts.
Beautiful cake. Beautiful cake.
Hey, I have a little joke? It's really dumb. Okay,
don't tell us. Well, it's not funny.
I'm not going to know if it's dumb unless I share it first. And so
okay, but give us warning when we need to laugh, okay?
I'll tell you guys when to laugh. Okay, now this is, I ate most of the cake, but I do have a piece left. And so you could kind of say, "Peace be upon me."
Only if you put it on your head.
Or it could be "peace to me." So I don't see.
I appreciate it, even if everyone else doesn't.
That's so funny. You just
Hatun really loves it. She's trying not to cry because of how
it was so funny, like really, really funny. You just need to practice. Like I told you, like tell us when we need to laugh, and you missed that part. So therefore, everything was behind of everything. Okay, are we ready for the next one?
Yes.
What is this? Yes. I don't know what to understand from silent. I put those pictures so that there is no these silent moments.
Well, when we don't know what the picture is, then we have no choice but to be silent. So,
well, let's first of all try to figure out what is happening in the picture. What do you see? Who are those people in the picture? Who do you think they might be?
There's a man and a woman, possibly married.
Okay.
There's a man in a
What
green.
kind of people group are they?
They're not Arabs. Are they Jewish? The nose. I'm just kidding. Sorry.
Why would you think they are Jews?
Because of the man's hat.
And the sheep. Okay, what else? What are they doing?
I mean, they seem to be, a couple of them seem to be looking at the relatively small sheep, and one's holding a staff, which could mean it's Moses, and he's like looking out into the distance. But I doubt that's correct. So,
is it possibly one of the exiles where they exiled the Jews?
Okay, they're lost. I'll give you a little bit tip. It looks like they are lost. And what else?
oh no. So these are more Jews that they have been turned into rats, and you know that you can tell the difference between a real rat and a Jew that's been turned into a rat by the kind of milk they drink.
Okay, so that's this one.
Yes, drinking sheep milk is the sheep milk's what the real rats drink, right? The Jews won't drink the sheep milk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Where'd you get these artists? That's great.
Are we ready for the next one?
Dang, that's great.
Ready for the next one?
Okay, this is when the Jews, because these are the Jews they violated the Sabbath and were turned into pigs. And where's the monkeys? Oh, there's no monkeys, but.
Well, that's because this particular hadith doesn't mention those monkeys. You got to remember that Allah had very different opinions about what animals he turned people into in different hadith.
So is that right? When he turned them into pigs and rats?
Yep. Yep.
As well as rats. That's not dehumanization.
No, not at all.
A de-evolution.
What about this one?
So this is an easy one. Muhammad had a spell cast upon him when, a witch or whatever you want to call them got a hold of his hair. And he didn't realize for a year, and he thought that he had visited all his wives and had sex with them when he actually had not.
Okay, so last prophet of God is being bewitched. Okay, this one?
He's eating fish.
It looks like one of the fish is jumping out of the basket. That might be a hint there.
Where are they?
At the mosque.
At the mosque. Which part of the world?
In Mecca.
Okay, they are in Mecca.
And they're love, soft as an easy chair. Okay.
So it looks like the roof, a hole has been made in the roof there.
Okay.
Birds are watching them.
Okay, they're in Mecca. The roof is open there. They can be seen. Okay.
Oh, Jibril comes.
Oh, I know what he's about to do. I'll see. I'll give it to the others a chance, but I know what he's about to do.
He's got the mole on his back. This is a prophet. Sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Yeah, but what's the angel about to do?
What is Gabriel is doing? It doesn't look like he came with peace. What is he doing?
He's trying to kill him.
Is so? Is it so?
When is this like when? But this that would have been in the cave.
He's peacefully tearing out his heart.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah,
And then?
But I thought he was a little kid when that all happened. Yeah, they took the black thing out of his heart and cleansed him out with the Zamzam water.
Okay, see how useful Zamzam water is. And then what happened after that?
They sewed him back up, right? And they.
So he's also pouring the water inside to make sure he's pure. Yet another thing that can take away sins. We got a rock, we got palm leaves, now we got Zamzam water.
Yeah, if you think about it, Muhammad got like lots of chances. His heart is being cleansed, and then he's got like this Zamzam water in his body.
And then he got that. He got that verse in the Quran where Allah forgives his past and future sins. I mean, that's a carte blanche. So.
Even he had clean starts, yet he messed up again.
He washed his organs in a bowl of Zamzam water.
I do think Hussein was right, though. I think that this was supposed to happen while he was a kid or teenager before his call to prophethood.
While I was, so Sahih Bukhari 345, Muhammad said, while I was at Mecca, the top of roof of my house was open and Gabriel descended, opened my chest and washed it with Zamzam water. Then he brought the golden tray full of wisdom and faith, and having poured its contents into my chest, he closed it. Bukhari
Okay.
345.
Yeah, that definitely sounds like he was an adult. The Sirah later says that it was, I mean, the Sirah comes later, so we can take this as the more authoritative if that makes any sense. But the Sirah says that it happened when before he was called as a prophet, that it was in preparation for his call.
Yeah.
Well, there's a story too of when he was a kid, when he was a little kid, and the nurse got nervous about him because he was demonized, and she gave him back to his mother, and his mother goes, "Oh, is he possessed?" And she goes, "He's something." So it happened.
But either way, think about it, like he has these clean starts in his life. And then it says like a golden tray full of wisdom and faith. Yet he just messed up.
Mm-hmm.
Your brother in Christ, would you like to add anything?
Oh, it's pretty clear. I mean, it's amazing the surgical technology they had of the day where Jabril didn't leave a single mark on him. There wasn't an obvious cavity still there. I mean, no infection. Must have been really pure Zamzam water there because, whew,
magical.
Parasites.
I wish I had some, like, when people give their kidney away, so you've got these like marks. You have to pay a lot of money to get rid of it. So you could use that one, but next time. Okay, this one.
Well, the guy in the back looks happy. So this is a happy event here.
Okay.
There's 5 people here. No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people with a baby.
Okay.
So it's a family, kind of.
Okay. Let me bring up the next one.
Oh, no.
Go ahead, bro.
It seems that Muhammad is getting a revelation.
Okay. How did he get his revelations?
They came. Well, I mean, it varies depending on which hadith you read. But here, he's getting them with the sound of a bell. Yeah. Curiously, he elsewhere said that when you hear a bell, you're hearing Satan. So strange stuff.
There's a song by AC/DC called Hell's Bells. It says, Hell's Bells, Satan's talking to you. So yeah, I think there's a connection. Oh.
Okay. What's happening in this one?
Muhammad dying?
Come on, it's too early for him to die.
It looks like someone is slipping and grabbing his chest. Might not be Muhammad though.
There's people watching, so it's kind of like during the daytime or something. And that girl in the
Yeah. Okay, so this could be a different way that Muhammad got revelation. He could be having one of those seizures.
Oh, yeah.
His face would turn to red, and he would fall on the ground. Okay.
You know, a really good advantage to Allah making Muhammad so white was you could tell when all these things were happening so quickly, because he would either turn red or green or just like all the shades of Christmas, you know.
This one, again, red faces.
Yeah, this is yet a different way that Muhammad got revelation. In this case, he is going to foam at the mouth and make sounds like a camel.
Yes.
That's like, you need a lot of skill for that.
I like the way the camel's looking there with love. Look at its eyes. It's like
The camel's like, that sounds interesting.
It's amazing how all these revelations seem like mental illness.
Or like demonic intervention, seriously. Just saying.
Okay, this one.
They had to fan him back to awakeness because he would pass out.
Yeah.
Put blankets on him and try to help him feel better. Very traumatic.
This one.
he's preaching to the multitudes. Oh, wow.
So just quick aside here, the covering with a blanket is from Jewish mysticism. That Jewish mystics would wrap themselves in a blanket to protect themselves as they tried to ascend to Yahweh's throne room. And they're passing through the levels as they at least think they're entering into the unseen divine space. They're in great danger, so they wrap themselves with a blanket to protect from that. So that's where Muhammad got the idea from.
You know, when rock stars would collapse because they'd be so high in their music and everything like that, they'd always put blankets on them too. Remember? They do that.
So you're saying that Muhammad inspired the rock stars? That you almost like it was a cultural miracle.
Well, you know what? I think they have the same spirit. You know, if you look at, I did a program once called Hell's Bells. I used to have a TV program on Father Zechariah's channel, and it was about stuff that like Kurt Cobain, who shot himself from the group Nirvana. It says, you know why he shot himself? He said the music stopped coming to me. The inspiration stopped. That's exactly what Muhammad said when he wanted to throw himself off the cliff 3 times. Because he said the inspiration stopped because Waraka bin Nawfal died. So anyway, just saying. So, happy birthday.
Yeah, demonic possession just seems like the most likely situation. I mean, Muhammad himself admitted that he revealed satanic verses. So
there's that.
Not really sure how to get around that. Yeah.
Easy. You just deny all of the 70 sources that talk about the satanic verses, and then they never happen.
Yeah.
I don't know if it works like that.
If you eat garlic.
Okay, what about this one?
I mean, that one actually seems the most accurate out of all of these.
What happens to you if you eat garlic or onion?
Boy, I don't know this one.
If you eat garlic and onion before prayer, what will happen?
Then your prayer won't be accepted.
Allah wouldn't hear your prayers.
Wow.
Couldn't hear or just didn't listen? Like, is it actually blocked from him, or does he just say, I don't want to listen to that guy, he has stinky breath?
Because it's bad breath. So Allah can't handle bad breath.
Okay. So what we're saying is onions are more powerful than the law.
And garlic.
And goat.
Yes, and garlic.
Yeah, so garlic is good for heart. I don't know what is the purpose of onions actually, but well, apparently they have power over your prayer and hearing skills of Allah.
Was Allah a vampire?
Yeah, that's what I was about to ask too. I'm starting to wonder. I mean, he made his, his final messenger like the whitest dude around, drain of all blood.
And he's scared of garlic.
So,
Just saying.
And
There
cross.
seems to be a parallel here.
yeah. Just in case, we should probably just all eat garlic bread.
Yeah, one of the things you can do is like just eat lots of garlic every day. And none of the Muslims will ever bother you. Like when they knock your door or when they try to get into your place, like from the window stuff, all you just need to do is like breathe out. And then they will just like run away.
Wow.
So on our farm, we need to grow lots more garlic. We need to have lots more pigs. And Black dogs. Sounds like a good deal to me.
Dude, this cake is so good.
This one?
Yawning. Allah doesn't hates yawning.
Yeah.
Yawning.
Yeah.
I just read that.
Yeah.
Yawning is from Satan.
Yeah. Okay. What about this one?
Before and after?
Before what and after what?
We had a weight loss program.
No. In 7th century Arabia, there is no weight loss program.
This is very obviously Ramadan, right? I mean, how to feast while you fast?
Think a little bit more differently.
Is this before and after eating pigs? Are you
No.
turning into a pig?
No.
Yeah, I could see that. I imagine that all these skulls and skeletons are important. Otherwise, I would say that Muhammad's pointing out where sperm are produced, but I think something else is going on here.
Let's try again.
This isn't the heaven where there's that room in heaven where there's lots of images of guys. And
No. So what is the difference between those two naked men? What is the difference between them?
About 400 pounds.
No, okay, what else? What is the
one
difference
guy?
of face? Look at their face.
Yeah, one guy looks more like a pig than the other.
Okay, so
Okay. Yeah,
a believer eats in one intents, wherever as non-believer it's with 7 intentness. whatever, how, I don't even know how to pronounce that word. I'll write it for you here.
Intestines?
Yes,
Oh,
yes.
intestines.
Oh, I see. Okay, he's got a bunch more intestines.
Yeah, look at
there.
their faces. So one of them is like face of non-believers, and then other one is the face of so-called Mr. Muslim, probably.
Isn't this like a very easily scientific, just cut an unbeliever up and cut a believer up, and then can't you just compare the two?
You've got
I mean, that seems pretty obviously an easy solution here.
They have lots of dead bodies lying around on both sides too, so it's like
Yeah, or like once they like got rid of the people in Medina, they probably like checked them out.
Yeah, that's how Muhammad determined this. He examined all the bodies.
Yeah.
And you see all those heads there because he chopped off the heads of all the Jews. So.
Yeah.
So what exactly did that hadith say again?
A believer eats in one. How do you pronounce that word, sister?
intestine.
Whereas a non-believer eats in 7, in 10. Whatever that word, however you pronounce that one.
Well, that's very scientific sound.
It is.
A miracle of the Quran right there.
Yeah.
And all our biology textbooks are wrong. Obviously.
I don't think I've seen that chess one before though, that you just breezed past.
Okay, let me get that one. This one.
Yeah, he who played chess is like one who dyed his hand with the flesh and blood of swine.
Yeah.
It's so random.
And in Turkey, like we've got like at schools chess clubs. Yet according to Islam, chess is not like acceptable at all.
But chess was pretty common throughout the Islamic nations.
Is it really?
Well, they don't know about this hadith.
I mean, I'm probably just gonna make a wild stab in the dark with this one, but Muhammad was invited to play chess and lost, and he was not happy, and a revelation from Allah.
Might be, yeah. Or he didn't know what's happening. He just like, I can't even play this. It's the miracle. What about this one?
Now this is Satan. He's drunk, or he's.
Think about the little opening.
Yeah, where is it?
Nostrils.
Okay.
Oh.
Come on, you should know this one.
Oh.
This is very on the nose. It's right below your eyes.
Yeah.
Yep, there's the devil going in, or the demon going in there while he's sleeping.
Satan lives in the upper part of those at night.
This should be like, what is it? Relaxing, because some people are afraid of sleeping by themselves.
I mean,
I would like to know how this even made sense to Muhammad's audience. I mean, did they think that there was many Satans, that they could enter many different people's noses, or that he divided himself up and he's omnipresent, or what?
Brother, do not ask questions.
I mean,
Sorry. I didn't even get to the real question, which is, we know there's always night somewhere now. Muhammad didn't know that. We know it's always night somewhere. So is Satan like sleeping 24 hours a day? I don't know.
I don't know, but I mean, it is relaxing in a different way than Ivan Katoon brought up, though.
Ablution? You got to clean out your nose with putrid dog water?
Well, I mean, you got to get Satan out of there somehow, but at least he's not under the bed. You know where he is, like.
Yeah, and he's pretty small, so that's comforting, I guess.
Yeah.
Snort him out. Get him out of there. His greatest weakness is water.
Sneezing is not enough.
Well, you guys, isn't there Now, just to kind of
look at his eyes, guys.
Isn't there a belief like that when when somebody sneezes, they say "bless you" because they think Satan is going out of you, and then
well, so it's not that they think that Satan's going out; it's that they think that your heart stops, and so Satan can enter in. But like, yeah, Islam never gets anything right. Even with these cults, when it tries to incorporate these like cultish beliefs, it's just like not even.
I'm wondering where that belief came from, because it seems a little bit similar, because it's like you're getting Satan out of your nose.
Look, if you're looking for the one about the heart stopping, I would look at Roman paganism.
Oh, okay.
Because that had a heavy influence in some of the apocryphal accounts.
Okay.
And I believe that's where that comes from, is the apocryphal.
What about this one?
I mean, there's music going on, so I don't know if that woman is making fun of Muhammad and about to die for it. It kind of looks like the food itself is singing, though. I guess they're just so happy to be eaten by the prophet. What better belly to go to?
Or
it's poisoned.
Or this is in heaven, you guys. This could be. But where's the 80,000 boys?
They didn't say they're female.
Okay, so we don't have 8,000 boys, but so we've got music, which is haram in Islam, but we've got also those interesting vegetables. What else?
He's eating a fish, a happy fish.
It's like it's like the commercials. He wants to give him that fillet fish.
This is the dark side of VeggieTales.
No, this.
Okay, so I have a question about this. So this hadith, Sahih Bukhari, talks about, no doubt we have heard the meal glorifying Allah when it was being eaten by Allah's apostle. So did the poisoned food, did that glorify Allah?
It did talk, though. It did talk. The poison food did talk, but it talked after Muhammad ate it. Just right after. I mean, it was a little slow, but it did talk. So.
It wasn't slow. It was going to speak, but Muhammad was so quick.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
He didn't have time to speak.
Okay, yeah.
His poor friend.
Yeah.
You should.
What about this one?
The tree talked. It smiled at Muhammad.
It doesn't
No.
look like a smile. It's like screaming
No.
for its life. I would be too.
What is it?
Free in Muhammad's way.
Is it? Well, I was going to say the tree was warning that a Jew was hiding behind it, but then the screaming makes me think it's about the command not to chop down trees in war or whatever. You know, one of those great mercies.
No, there you go. Tree hugging right there.
Is that in the hadith? Tree hugging?
Yeah.
Well, you know, this is one of the things that we hear from Muslims when we're told, give us something positive in Islam. They say, Muhammad did not allow people to chop down trees during war.
Just tell people.
Yeah, so Bukhari 41. The Prophet used to stand by a stem of date palm tree. When the pulpit was placed for him, he heard the stem crying like a pregnant she-camel until Prophet got down to the pulpit and placed his hands over it.
Okay.
Okay, so this guy is hearing...
Tree is upset, crying, and then until Muhammad gives a hug to the tree.
I mean,
so
I feel
Muhammad's
like
love language is hug.
Out of gratitude, the date trees could have given him some help, save him from the poison.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, so Muhammad's hearing food talk to him. He's hearing trees talk to him. He's hearing a voice in his head talk to him that is in the form of an angel.
He's hearing
How does
Satan
this
talk to
not
him.
sound nuts? How do they?
Well, I do have to correct you. It was the people who heard the food. It wasn't Muhammad.
Oh.
According to that hadith, it said, "We heard the food crying out, blessing Allah when the messenger was eating it." So that one, it's claiming that the people heard the food.
At that point, I just think like crazy people lead crazy people would be my best guess.
It's contagious. Run.
Okay, let me see if I've got like more. What about this one? Come on, guys, my beauty sleep time. At this moment, all of you needed to say you don't need it, but no good.
Oh, I need it. I don't know what you're talking about.
So what do we have here?
Is this the Benu Qurayza?
I don't know. Like there's smoke, so it kind of makes me think.
There's a bunch of bodies.
Yeah, so like war situation, but Muhammad doesn't seem to know. Well, I don't even know if that's Muhammad.
Yeah, I think that's probably not Muhammad in this.
Is it a Jew?
So they're just like wondering what's going on, which we are too. So I guess the man who died for 100 years.
Restore this town to life. Oh, the sleepers. Yeah.
The sleepers.
How many were there?
7.
Allah knows best.
Allah knows best. Yep.
No, that's actually part of the story. It says some say there was 3, some say there was 4, some say there was 5, some say there was 7, but Allah knows best.
Maybe I'm getting it off of the apocryphal account.
Since it was a Christian.
Well, it's not really even. I don't think it's fair to even call it apocryphal. It's post apocrypha.
Yeah.
I mean, no one said it was biblical. I mean, for it to be apocrypha, someone has to claim that it's part of the Bible. I don't think anyone claimed that the 7 sleepers of Ephesus was part of the Bible. It was just a legend that was around at the time.
Until Muhammad stepped into the world.
But, true.
Several young women with their dogs.
Wait.
Sorry. I did land fast.
But
this from here.
If they had a dog with them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, don't you see it? It's here.
I do.
Very nice.
Allah hates dogs.
And then
Sometimes.
they sleep together.
Did the dog leave the same age as well?
Mm-hmm. In the Quran. It's not. The dog isn't part of the original legend, and that's a mistranslation, confusion. But
Allah is very merciful to dogs.
Yeah.
It wasn't.
More merciful to dogs than he was to Muhammad. He extended the life of a dog by over 100 years.
Oh dear.
But who cares about Muhammad?
Okay, this is a demon peeing in the ear of the sleeping.
It's fine though.
Yep.
It's a blessing, right?
They are praying. See,
Go
they are
ahead.
praying. They are in sajda. They are praying and then fall asleep during the prayer.
I would be in trouble.
If one sleeps and does not offer prayer, Satan urinates in his ears. Narrate Abdullah. The prophet said Satan urinated in his ears.
Wait, how do you know? Did he wake up mid-stream? I just want to know. It's like, oh, I feel something warm.
I don't know. Sometimes peeing on people.
no, it wasn't the person who was. It was Muhammad who said that Satan urinates. It wasn't the person who was receiving the urination. Just to be clear, someone was sleeping in, missing prayer, and Muhammad said, that guy missed prayer or fell asleep during prayer because Satan urinated in his ears. That's what happened.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense.
What about this one?
About much.
That just looks like Islam in general. Everywhere Islam touches, everything just dies.
Dead, or are they just sleeping?
I don't know. They're pretty dead. Look at their eyes.
Dead.
They're like X's and everything.
I know, but his legs are up.
I know, but I don't know. Maybe that's how Allah thinks that they die.
Yeah, that's what happens when dead people like die for 100 years.
Okay. Oh, this is
They were dead for 100 years, and then Allah raised him and his donkey and his possession back to be the same as the day they died.
It's very kind of him.
So, background of Surah 11, verse 259.
Again, Allah is so merciful to everyone but Muhammad.
Even to donkeys.
Yeah,
Even
he saves
donkeys.
Jesus' life. He extends the dog's life by 100 years. These guys, he raises from the dead after 100 years. And
Ethiopian king says, honor your leaders even if their head is like a raisin, like an Ethiopian.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's not racist at all.
Just racist.
In Arabic, Ethiopia is Habash. So you want to say Turkey and also Turkey.
What about this one?
This is getting the lice out?
Yep.
Yeah? Okay. One day the wife
Yes.
have been she provided
He was very clean person. So clean. He
Well,
was
we
actually-
know his clothes weren't. Clothes
Yeah.
were filthy.
And if you think about it, he was like so caring. He even look after the animals. He sacrificed his hair. Look after those like animals. That's what is called love.
West Baghdad.
So is this supposed to be Jonah?
Jonah.
Like a super twisted Jonah?
No.
Nope.
No, he has a Quran with him.
I know, but like
on the ground.
Yeah,
Hey!
it's on the ground.
Open face. I wonder what surah he's reading.
You mean which story he's not reading?
Yeah, this fellow looks like he fell asleep.
Okay, what else? What else?
I don't know. He's like staring off into the sunset, maybe.
Okay, yeah, he's checking sunset.
Oh, this is where he finds out where the sun sets.
Oh, okay. Yeah, in a pool of muddy water.
And there were people there.
Yeah.
One bad day.
Dr. Nake said that means he just found it. I mean, what does it mean? No, it appeared that the sun.
Appeared. Yep.
The word wajad there doesn't mean appeared.
Yeah.
And don't worry, in case there's any doubt, the best interpreter of the Quran in the Sahih narration says point blank that the sun sets in a pool of water. So
Modern scientists just don't know anything.
What about this one?
A very upset donkey.
Why would you say that?
He does not look happy.
Yeah, look at his eyebrows and his eyes.
yeah, he's definitely angry, I would say.
People are all angry at him too.
Or camel.
Are they?
A camel.
Ate their last date.
Oh no.
Why? What's happening?
Someone in the comments replied about the last one and said, I wonder why there's no steam each time the sun sets. Pretty funny.
Yeah. Continue to wonder. Okay, what do we have here, guys? Come on. What is this animal?
A camel.
Camel, okay.
It's got a hoof up in the air, apparently. It's raising its hand, so to speak.
What about...
Oh, now it's dead.
I don't
What
know.
happened to the camel?
It didn't pee for them, and they weren't very happy.
Did it have an upset stomach? Is a martyr?
No.
They were eating it.
Did it like just wander into the village and then they're like, let's kill that camel?
Yeah. There's that one camel that, what's that story?
That's what she's asking you.
I can't remember it.
Why they killed the camel? Who killed the camel and why?
They
and then what did Allah do?
Allah destroyed the whole city because of the camel, isn't it?
Yeah, why?
I can't remember.
Why did camel turn up to the city? To preach.
Oh.
And then people killed it. And then what did Allah do?
He destroyed the whole city because of the camel.
Yeah, because they killed the preacher.
Sure.
Yeah,
this is in the Quran.
The camel's still dead.
Yeah, that is Surah 773. And then this is how Allah destroyed them because they killed the preacher camel.
Preacher camel.
Yep, camel was the preacher.
Someone needs to make a cartoon series.
What about this one?
I'm going to guess this is the rising place of the sun.
Where there is no protection from it.
Mm-hmm.
What else? Now this is the moment we are regret we got rid of Sister K.
Oh, this is where the sun, isn't the sun turned to blood or something? No. Okay, I thought.
So why did camel went to preach in the city?
Samud.
So it's too hot. Life is kind of frozen because everything is hot. And then Allah sends this giant camel to preach. And then people kill the camel, and then Allah sends earthquake to destroy them.
Okay.
Oh, maybe the she camel grow out of them. Yep. Hey, Sister Hatun, I need to go, but
you need to go?
I need to go. It's been, like I said, I've just been beside myself with joy about this occasion today. And but I just want to say one thing about Buhaira, who I believe was Muhammad's father. And I was reading Father Zechariah's book, and he talks about Buhaira, the monk Buhaira. And the interesting thing is that Buhaira he didn't repent, but he regretted what he did at the end. And there's this paragraph that Father Zechariah wrote where, it's from an Assyrian manuscript, of an interview with Buhaira. And in it, if I could just read part of what it says, because, that's, it's related to Muhammad, because I believe that he was Muhammad's real father. And okay, let me see if I can find it here real quick. Okay, this is what Buhaira said. It says, Buhaira acknowledged the evil he had done and regretted it. But he declared his despair of God's mercy and said, I have sinned a heinous sin, and I have no further forgiveness, because I was assigned for a terrible thing, and I followed my desires and did what my evil soul helped me to do. My soul is in a fire that cannot quench the flame, and I have made falsehood true, and I have foisted upon the sheep of Christ ravenous wolves, snakes, and wild beasts. And so I just want to say, he regretted what he did at the end. And so some people believe that he's the one who inspired Muhammad. He told Muhammad, he said, according to these these manuscripts, the Assyrian manuscript, he said to Muhammad, I'll teach you things at night, and then you go tell it to the people in the daytime. And then if they ask you who told you, say Jibreel gave this to me. And he says that he's the one, there's a hadith about it, says that he says he gave Muhammad the Quran. He's the one who wrote it for Muhammad and stuff. So anyway, when I read this, I thought, dude, I thought that was pretty powerful. So anyway, I just wanted to share that. So
yeah, that's very helpful.
Yeah.
Thank you, brother.
Yes.
So just to clarify, I'm pretty sure that this is the monk Bahira, right?
Yes.
Very different spelling, but I was pretty sure from what you said that it's the same character.
Yes. Yeah. The monk.
Okay.
And Father Zechariah did a thing where he showed evidence that he's the real, because, you know, Muhammad was born 4 years after his alleged father died. And so either it was a miracle, 4 years of pregnancy, or somebody else is the father. And the likely father, because Bahira really cared about Muhammad, he told Khadijah to marry Muhammad 20 years before they got married. He told, he really was very concerned about Muhammad. And so anyway, there's a lot. I did a program with Hatun about this. So yeah. Anyway, but at the end, apparently he regretted what he did, and hopefully he repented. I don't know if he did, but anyway, thank you so much for having me. It's been wonderful being with y'all.
Thank you very much for jumping in, brother. Thank you.
All right. Happy
God
Muhammad.
bless you.
See you.
Bye.
Peace be upon me. So.
Okay. Yes. So it is. We've been live for 7 hours, man. That's a lot of time.
How long are you planning on going? Are you still planning on doing the 24, or are you calling it quits soon?
Yeah, I've got Bible study at 6:30. I need to prepare for that one. And then I remembered, someone reminded me, I've got live stream with like a group of people from India as well. I need to prepare for that. And then between them, I need to go and do some street preachings and then prepare for Speaker's Corner. And then we've got David just jumped in.
Yes. He just asked me when he should join.
I was like, we should stretch this out just a little bit longer.
Hello.
There he is.
I can't hear us now.
I didn't think he was going to make it.
Wow.
No, they were there. You guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Hello.
No, they were still doing Q&A, but I was still up in my room, and my wife needed to go to bed because it's past 11, and so they said all the questions were for the Muslims there at the end. So he said I could check out, so I moved down here.
Thank you. David. You caused someone to set up website called I Hate Hatun.
Did I?
You did.
Yeah.
You forgot? You forgot? Oh, man.
Yeah, you're the one who said it and everything. And we even went over how, you know, that certain someone of unknown origin would even have to make it like, I hate Hatun Tosh too, because the Muslims already took the first one. But, you know.
Really? What did I have to do with that?
You said it.
You're the one
We had a
who
conversation with you all about this.
That doesn't
In your
really-
final live stream?
Anyway, it's good that you don't remember, but
No, I don't.
that website still exists.
Hey, just so everyone knows, I forget like 99% of the stuff I say. That's why when I'll be live and I'll come up with an awesome idea, I'll say it live, and I'll say, everyone, I want this, and remind me a month from now when I forget about it, because I know I'll forget. It'll be like an awesome idea, and then someone will contact me and be like, hey, that awesome idea you had. And I'm like, I have no clue what you're talking about, but that is a good idea. So I said something about I hate Hatun.com.
Yep. Okay.
Do you want me to tell the story?
Why is Thaddeus 9 times louder than anyone else? Am I that louder?
No. He's just
No,
well, this
no one told me I was loud. I've been here all this time, and no one told me I was
Like
loud.
you're like 10 times louder than everyone.
I thought he was just loud naturally.
No, he did that on purpose to look how strong I am. Whoa.
Get attention. Yes.
I could have adjusted my mic at any time. No one told me it was loud.
We also had someone who was super quiet, and no one told them either. We're just really bad at this, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So I said I said when I was leaving, because I had to get out of my room. So I said I was going to go ahead and dip out of the debate, and then I said I was going over to Muhammad's birthday party on Hatun's channel, and then Perfect Dawa doesn't like you, Hatun.
I'm so heartbroken. He doesn't like Jesus. So
yeah, shame on you.
And give my heart.
I'm pretty sure he doesn't like Muhammad either. So
yeah, shame on you for opposing the ideology that calls for your brutal death.
Oh yeah, it's just I'm heart crushed. Not even heartbroken. I am heart crushed.
Wait, did you guys do the cakes yet?
Yes. What is your cake?
But I will go get my other one if you wait to show yourself.
Otherwise,
I will wait.
Where's your cake, David?
I made it. I forget where I put it.
Okay.
Don't
show it yet. Hold on.
I made it before the debate. Hang on, I gotta go find my cake.
She's gotta get her other one too.
While he's finding his cake, let me put music on, okay? So everyone just like get a little bit fresh air. So I'm gonna put the music on.
All right, I got my cake.
Oh,
Mohammed's on my lap right now.
Okay. Okay, we need to wait for Elle then, so she can
She's
see
grabbing
this.
the other cake.
I got one too. So
Elle has superior artistic skills, but I have superior making fun of stuff skills. So it would actually be a pretty decent match. Although artistic skills would probably be more helpful right here, but I did what I could with this cake.
We've got date and camel urine in case you need it after you eat the cake. You make it so that you don't get poisoned.
No, this is regular cake. I just decorated it like Muhammad.
Okay. Okay. Until Al comes, I'll put my cake here.
Hey, everyone's cakes are way fancier than mine. Hey, everyone's got fancy pictures and stuff. You know what I was using? Icing.
Okay.
I'm just using icing, hand drawing this stuff.
Mine just has icing too, David. So
well, you will get point for those things.
Yeah.
Elves are very fancy.
Yeah, that's extremely fancy.
But you'll see mine in a second, and then you'll feel better.
Okay.
Oh, good.
So we want David would feel bad. So therefore, first we start with Elle's cakes because like everyone sees her cakes, and then people are, yeah, mine is awful.
Oh, Elle's muted.
Well, we had to take off some things, so I didn't want loud sounds.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
But I don't know, man. I want to see David's.
But we want David would to feel bad. If we see your cake, everyone
wants me to be. She wants me to come in. She wants me to come in at the end and like, and everyone's gonna, oh, you suck, David. What a loser.
That's okay. Nothing wrong with that.
So we have quite an assortment of cakes. I did a bunch of different stuff because I had a bunch of different ideas. So yeah, let's move the camel pee out of the way so we can get to them. And we've also got our nice date things. So we've got 3 different Quran cakes. So we've got the Holy Quran that David made for Hatun, right there with
that is beautiful.
all of the mouths.
To be fair, I should probably be listed as co-creator of that cake.
No, I'm totally fine. It's all under like inspiration of your cake, and you did it better with the real version. Mine's just probably tastier than like paper, but I don't know, David. That'd have to be up to you to judge because you've actually eaten the Quran, and I've only eaten Quran cake. But yeah,
I'm about
we've
to eat
also
some
got
Quran cake. I'm going to eat one of Muhammad's eyes and turn him into the Dajjal.
There you go.
There are the other ones. The same illustrations as I put on Hatun's Qurans, but in color.
Hey, why are there 3? Did you guys eat one?
Yes.
Hey, I got impatient.
It's cake.
Yeah, I made 2 of the Quran, the Truly Holy Edition cakes. And my first one was like, okay. It was a little bit more messy than this one, which I know the Quran is like a lot messier than anything I can make. But I just figured I'd do it over, and the kids were all around me like looking at me like, please feed me. If you don't feed me, I'm going to destroy the rest of them. And I was like, well, whatever. Worthy sacrifice. Had to make sure it was good. So there's those. And then I had some other ideas for some cakes that I was going to do. But that was back when I thought this was a 24-hour thing. But I really like the idea of Mohammed cakes. So it's going to have a little picture of Muhammad, spelled properly and everything, as a pig, and put him on top of this delicious looking pig cake.
That's mean. That is super mean.
I mean, I don't know.
Look at this squad of totally mean people we've got right here, all in one live stream.
And then this is another one that I did not complete, but I plan to. I mean, yeah, I was gonna put Muhammad's face on here, but I think it's pretty much perfect as is.
It is what?
Like, yeah, so there's that. But just in case, like, I wanted to add color to Muhammad's face, like, when he received prophecy and it turned red, or he was dying and it turned green. Like, I did buy these very fancy food decorating pens, and they are labeled by Amazon and promoted as halal. So I mean, come on, guys, don't hate the player, like, hate the game. They're halal.
No, that's good, because one thing we don't want to be is disrespectful.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course not. So going halal and everything. And then finally, the ice cream cake, which is my personal favorite.
Oh, nice.
So we have Muhammad, who is just very, very upset because all of his lies and deceit are being exposed by those evil Christians online who are sharing the truth with the world and the power of Christ. And with just a single punch, all of their poor theology just crumbles. So he's very ticked.
These are fun times, aren't they?
And we also see what Islam actually teaches.
Wow,
because some might claim, like, that this is promoting violence in this picture, but it's not, because it's all just, symbolic. But no. Surah 929 does say fight/kill, or fight to the death, or fight to kill. Those who do not believe in Allah, and that's not really explainable away as much as they try. Meanwhile, we see what Christianity teaches, and Jesus said to love our enemies and pray for those who persecute us. So that is why we do what we do, and we expose the lies of Islam, because we love Muslims and we want them to know the truth and to come to Christ. So
I see a criticism here. RJ said he's got a full set of teeth. That was before the Battle of Uhud.
I also did not include his.
I just want to point out that my cake only has five teeth for Muhammad.
So Al, I have bad news for you, Al. If you eat that cake, you'll have eaten a Quran, because any portion of the Quran is the whole Quran.
That does count if you have the Quran on there.
I mean,
it's in Arabic, so it counts.
Yeah, I did eat part of that Quran and part of the other Quran too. I mean, I could have this perfectly good.
But it has to have a verse in Arabic, though, or it's not the Quran.
What kind of monster would eat the Quran?
I don't know.
Anyone who wants to be untouchable and wants to have eternal life and doesn't want anyone to touch and harm them. And you've got Quran inside, no one is going to harm you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should tell that to the jihadis.
I mean, we're declaring it right here. There are multiple of us who have consumed the holy words of Allah, and you cannot kill us, or you will be killing the words of Allah.
Hopefully you will have that. You will have the time to verbalize those things.
I mean, if they screw up and they don't listen and they don't heed our warnings right here, right now, I mean, that's cool. They can just have that on their heads for the rest of eternity.
Okay, David Wood, what do you have? Let's see your
cake. My cake? I thought Thaddeus had one.
Yeah, I do. You want to see mine first?
Yeah.
All right. I'm happy to see it hasn't melted yet. So we have this cake that is for Prophet. Don't want anyone to think that this cake is to the Prophet.
Wow, that's way cooler than L's.
It's okay.
Then
It's about,
we have this portrait of Muhammad here.
That's pretty good.
Yep.
He's almost white enough.
Exactly. You know, that's what I said the first time. I was like, it might be a little too dark. I'm not sure, but it's as white as we could get. Although it could also be, you know, a symbolic representation of Muhammad's soul in hell. But we also have, you can't really tell on the video, but there's a hole in the cake. And you might think it's because of the hole in the narrative. But it's actually the hole that the snake of Islam is crawling back into. So that's my cake.
That cake looks disgusting.
Well, that is perfect. That it looks disgusting because it's an Islamic cake. So
it's still not anywhere near as disgusting as Muhammad was. So I think you're pretty set. You left out all the stuff about like the darkness that Muhammad brought to the
yeah. So the reason it looks disgusting is because I tried to make the cake black, and that was a little difficult to do. But I said it when I originally introduced it that you might think it's because of the black stone or the Kaaba or something, but it's actually just because of the blackness, the darkness that Muhammad brought upon the world.
That is like, I tried to make a cube, but I stuck it in the oven, and this is what came out.
No, it wasn't an attempt to make a Kaaba. I could have cut it into a square easy enough. That part's easy. The decorating's the hard part.
I would agree.
Okay, now, David.
You didn't have one, Hatun?
I put the picture in here. Let's see yours first.
I feel like this is going to fall over as soon as I try to stand it up. I don't really care, though, except for the fact that I have to clean it up. But I have Muhammad here.
Oh, my gosh.
That is so great.
That's awesome.
This is all hand decorated. I don't know if you can see, but his 5 teeth are all yellow. I don't know what the color's like. There's just overhead lights here. But so anyway.
That's beautiful, actually.
Obey all of my commands. Surah 4, verse 65. You must submit to all of my decisions and find no resistance against any of them. Rah! Rah! See, scary.
Yeah.
He looks tasty.
We good?
So he's got five teeth? No.
So now you need to retitle this video. David Wood eats Muhammad's face.
Now,
is he the sweetest of all prophets?
Now he's the Dajjal.
Thaddeus, we should hold up our cakes too so we could get a good screenshot.
The Dajjal. I have found inconsistent hadith. Some saying that the Dajjal is missing his right eye, which would make more sense in Islam. But I've also seen ones that say he's blind in his left eye. But
we got to get a screenshot later. It's here. You don't have yours in person anymore?
Hey, I got my beard back.
7:36, 7 hours 36 minutes. Okay, if anyone wants to get this screenshot.
You got to end it before 8 hours though, or YouTube won't save it.
You will obey me.
The maximum length of it'll let you stream longer than 8 hours, but it won't save it if it's over 8 hours.
Okay. I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either.
Oh,
actually, they might have changed it to 12.
I might have to test that sometime.
People are pointing out that pictures are haram, so all of these need to be eaten.
I
don't have any evidence.
This is the moment like you need Black Labrador who can help you to eat the Muhammad. Actually,
all right, we're good. I confirmed that YouTube changed it to 12 hours. It used to be 8, but they changed it to 12, so we're good.
Only 12?
Yep. You can the stream can go on indefinitely, but it won't save it for replay unless it's under 12.
Oh, Anthony Rogers. David reenacts his first birthday party.
Hey, Anthony needs to come up live.
Yeah, what's wrong, Anthony? Get on here.
Do you think we should partake in some cron cake?
Oh, I'll be up for it. Break this thing out.
Yeah.
You want to get
I'll put the link.
You want to cover the skin or not?
Yeah.
Yeah, let me put this behind this.
Careful.
Carefully. The people at church would be incredibly disappointed.
So ideally, one of the things we want to do is after you eat the cake, make sure you give a couple of hours, and if you're not dead, send us a picture that you know you didn't get poisoned from the cake.
I mean, like we've been saying, we've got the nice like date desserts right here. We've got the formal here, and we're way more prepared than Muhammad, obviously.
It's not you though. It's like David Wood and Unsworth Reasons. If they die, they don't have dates. They don't have family reasons. They're just like that.
I mean, y'all should have been more prepared. You guys read the Quran, right?
Well, you know, there aren't any Jewish women whose families I've slaughtered nearby, so I think I'm probably all right. I don't think anyone poisoned
You
the
never
cake.
know. You never know.
Hey, you know what's messed up?
What's
What?
messed up?
Let me go over to Twitter to get this quotation.
Where'd the plates go?
For the life of me, I will never understand. I mean, I do understand why there's such hypocrisy, but Sahih Muslim 1780. It's an extremely long hadith, but this is after the conquest of Mecca. So this is at the end of the hadith. It says, the messenger of Allah proceeded until he reached the black stone. He kissed it and circumambulated the Kaaba. He reached, notice he kissed the black stone like a good pagan. It says he reached near an idol by the side of the Kaaba, which was worshipped by the people. The messenger of Allah, notice, this idol was worshipped by the people. People worshiped this thing. The messenger of Allah had a bow in his hand, and he was holding it from a corner. When he came near the idol, he began to pierce its eyes with the bow. And while doing so, was saying, truth has been established and falsehood has perished. So Muhammad's here, truth has been established and falsehood has perished. We walk circles around the Kaaba, we kiss this pagan black stone, but this other idol that we don't worship, we stab its eyes out. So the reason that's just so interesting to me is, Hatun, you know this, when you insult the sacred symbols of Islam, we have our gangsters. We have our gangsters. Muslims, we do not insult the sacred symbols of other religions. What are you talking about? Your prophet gouged the eyes out of an idol that people there were worshiping. In other words, total disrespect. He had no concern for the feelings of people. He was insulting and degrading their sacred symbol. That's what Muhammad did. That's what his followers did. That's what they spent generations, 14 centuries doing. Suddenly they're in a position where, we're not in an Islamic society, so they can't stop us. And so they, we're victims here. We would never do that, even though your prophet obviously did. So why am I pointing this out? Because notice, Muhammad took the idol and poked its eyes out. But here, we take Muhammad and, poke an eye out. Now he's the Dajjal. But, you can just take this other eye right here like this. It's a cake. It's a cake, right? I eat his eyeball. What am I doing? It's just, I'm not even really insulting Muhammad. Hey, this guy's dead. What am I going to do, right? He's burning in hell. What am I going to do? It's the hypocrisy. Be consistent. If it's wrong to insult the sacred symbols of other religions, condemn your fake prophet, Muslims. Condemn Muhammad, because he did it left and right. So did his followers. Or if your prophet, who is the supreme moral example, the pattern of conduct in your religion, thought it was perfectly acceptable to insult and degrade the sacred symbols of religions he did not believe in, don't condemn me for following the example of your prophet.
Well, it's good that you are following him and eating his eyes. Peace of Christ be with you, Anthony.
And with you.
Do you have birthday cake for us, Anthony?
I do not.
Why not?
What a loser.
We'd be happy to share.
No, he's too scared. He's worried about the jihadis.
People who didn't bring up birthday cake, bring birthday cake. They need to go through a test. This is nothing personal, okay? So what does this picture tell you?
Well, there are any number of things. Number one, Muhammad often forgot verses. Number two, it always reminds me of the fact that Muhammad always had to remember things for Allah after the Jews told him that what he was doing was wrong. Right? Numerous times in the hadiths, the Jews told Muhammad that he got it wrong. So here I think Muhammad is speaking for Allah, because Allah forgot to tell Muhammad things a lot, and the Jews had to tell him he was committing shirk. Right? Like when Muhammad swore by his by the Kaaba and other things, the Jews had to tell him he was committing shirk. I don't know. I'm going out on a limb. What do we got?
This is when Muhammad forgets the Quran and then Allah steps in.
I got that one.
Yeah, you got that one. Okay, such a shame that you got that one, because usually aim is for people to not know what's happening. What about this one?
Oh,
holy moly!
Well, yeah. The first thing I notice is that unsightly spot on Muhammad's back where one of his companions was giving Muhammad a prophetic rub down, and he basically says that he let his hands run wild and he felt some of the hairs on Muhammad's back. But actually, is this Salama collecting some of oh, I see it says henna on one of the bottles. I was thinking it's when they were collecting his sweat.
Not that one. No,
but they're giving him apparently a makeover.
Yeah,
Muhammad,
that's when he's dyeing his hair.
Muhammad gets a makeover, the red beard. Okay.
It's red color, yeah. Okay. Okay, let me go and see what is the next one. What about this one?
Oh, even his sweat smells like musk. How's that?
Anyone else wants to make a comment? What is this one?
I mean, regarding what Anthony said, we have goats. We definitely know what musk smells like. I wouldn't want to be anywhere near Muhammad.
Good.
Well, they thought that it smelt beautiful.
They need to get to a doctor.
Seems like a good resolution to all of this, actually.
No, it's not that.
I see the whiteness of his armpits, though. Look closer,
Yeah.
Anthony.
Yeah,
You do?
I did. They're especially
Yeah.
white.
Yeah, they're so
And
disproportionate.
Yeah.
There's
And see how people are like giving full attention to check what is his armpits.
oh, I see, but it looked like they had odor coming up off of it.
Yeah, I think they're just listing off all the white parts of him.
So I like how the camel's over there attentively watching Muhammad. Apparently.
Well, ever since Muhammad made those mating calls.
Oh, wait a
to
minute.
him-
Is this from Muhammad's Believe It or Else?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
No cheating.
I've been so tempted to go get our copies. I got multiple because I figured one of
No
them would get
cheating,
destroyed
Anthony.
at some point.
I've had one of these for like 20 years. I don't know how old they are exactly, but
Why didn't you give it to me? I just got it like 2-3 weeks ago.
well, so actually this is a copy that I got recently from George, but Robert Morey was making these ages ago. So I have one on my shelf, but this is a nice, crisp, clean copy. I didn't know that anybody still had some of these.
Yeah, I was just given like 2 weeks ago and 3 weeks ago.
Oh, so I can cheat now.
No,
I can
you
cheat.
can't.
Oh,
No,
I
you
can't cheat.
You turn up the birthday party. So I put those pictures because I thought now lots of people are gonna turn up and then it's just gonna be so quiet and I don't like talking, so we need to find the things to talk about it. So
Real
this
quick, Truth Defenders told me that Robert Morey, he was a hilarious guy, but he actually put one of these in the hands of Shabir Ali.
That's very good. Yeah, I'm planning to take this and the cake to Speaker's Corner on Sunday, so tomorrow should be okay.
Do you have a backup of this though? Of
I've got-
Mohammed's Believe It or Not? Or
Yeah,
Believe
I've
It or
got
Else? Okay, good.
I've got
And
some.
then
I've got some of those somewhere.
Yeah, I've got PDF as well. So what is happening in this picture?
Well,
Anyone can help.
I don't know. Anytime you see Muhammad around a camel, though, you've always got to wonder how soon it's going to be lunch. Muslims love to pretend that Muhammad taught the Mosaic law because he forbade pork, but Muhammad ate camel meat, which is forbidden in the Torah. So that camel could have very well been Muhammad's lunch once he got where he was going. But maybe this is Muhammad hightailing it after he got his teeth knocked out. I don't know. Is he traveling to see where the sun sets?
No.
He wants to be like Alexander the Great and see it happen. Is it man? I don't know.
Is he coming somewhere or he's going somewhere?
Oh, is that his fantastical creature taking him for his night journey? Or actually, it's daytime. So that can't be it.
That would have been a horse with a human head.
Yeah, but
Okay, this is the
the
follow-up
eclipse.
of the picture.
Oh, it's the eclipse.
Okay. And there's flies buzzing around his head. That's appropriate.
Okay, so what does it tell us? What those two pictures tells us?
Muhammad takes it as a bad omen that judgment's coming. Let's see. Yep. Poor fella. Like,
why do you say poor fellow? He should be running. He should be freaked out.
but there are stories of Nero, the wicked emperor of Rome, who did ghastly things. He had such a fearful conscience that when even the leaves would rustle outside, he would run and hide for fear, like a little kid throwing his blanket over himself. So Muhammad apparently had a conscience like Nero's. That why would Muhammad be afraid of the coming judgment?
Wow.
Well, I know you're late to the party, but we've established a bunch of things in this stream that
was rhetorical.
Oh. Any opportunity.
I have some good ideas why he was afraid.
You do?
Of course.
Okay, I'm gonna show another picture. I'm just trying to find it.
Well, you do. I just want to say that after reading the Quran, I'm a little bit sad about it. I mean, I destroyed a holy book, but not to worry. I made sure to save the most important part. I don't know if you could see that there, but it still says the holiness there. It says holy. I saved both parts that say holy, so not to worry, guys. I didn't destroy its holiness entirely.
So you become untouchable now.
I have.
Okay.
It's a miracle of Allah.
I got a stomach ache.
Wait.
Don't worry.
How much of that did you eat?
Huh?
How much of that did you eat?
Not a lot.
It's gone.
I would eat way more than this when I was a kid, but you know, it's basically, you know, part of his face. But
kind of looks like a guitar.
I don't eat a lot of sugar nowadays. So this, you know,
I
what's funny?
was actually thinking about your sugar intake.
Yeah, Muslims will play this clip. You see, it is the curse of Allah. David got a tummy ache after eating Muhammad's face off.
David, not to worry.
This is the proof. It's the proof.
David has that white thing going on. He's on his way to looking like Yusuf Estes. I think Yusuf Estes should meet Muhammad in the Boom Boom Room.
We could. You got a Yusuf Estes beard going.
Oh,
on.
what am I talking about? I almost cut it off today. I was hot. Every time I get hot, I feel like cutting it off.
Yusuf Estes. So then I ran into a guy, and he was a Muslim, and I had no idea what apologetics was, so I had no idea how to defend my faith. And then I said, "What do you mean there's proof? Religion is all just faith." And he said, "You mean you can't defend yours?" And I said, "Huh." So I converted to Islam. This is the proof. You see, all right, worship me, everyone. They'll parade me around the world and make me a millionaire.
Well, don't forget,
I'm white.
I was a minister. I was a minister. Well, I played music. I was a music minister. I played the piano and the guitar.
Yeah. For anyone who's watching who doesn't know what we're talking about, it's very common for ex-Muslims. So we've seen this from of course, Yusuf Estes and then Yusha Evans and so on. They'll say that they were former ministers, right? Minister. We were former ministers, because minister just means servant. Any Christian can say, "Hey, I was a minister," right? I was a Christian minister. But then their fans will take that and read minister and go around saying, "You see, he was a priest, he was a pastor," and stuff like that. And we'll say it, and I'll be getting these messages. "Explain Yusuf Estes. He was a priest. He knew the Bible inside and out, and he was a priest." I was like, "No, he wasn't a priest." "Yes, he was." And then you find out, no, he had never had any sort of position, had no clue what he's talking about, was completely ignorant. But he knows his audience, and he knows he can say minister, and they'll just jump to the conclusion that he's a priest or something, even though just general Christian servant or something like that. Am I right? Am I right, Anthony?
You are absolutely correct. They all do it. In fact, Yusha Evans, funny guy. I used to hear him for years giving his testimony, talking about growing up in a conservative Christian town and all this stuff. And I don't know how many times I heard the same testimony, right? I mean, he's talking on different occasions, but he would never name the town. And then one day he finally named where he grew up, and he actually grew up where I currently live. So I thought it was funny, and I have actually been to the mosque where he allegedly heard about Islam for the first time. And but I think it's somewhat interesting. He was quite a celebrity for a while there, and then he sort of dropped off the map. And he popped back up again recently, and now what he's doing, it's kind of funny to me. I don't know, but he has an Islamic gamer channel, right? So he's a gamer. So he sits around.
He's a gamer, all right.
But I mean, you know, he's in there. He's got the whole Islamic garb and beard and all that, and he's I mean, he's got his fancy setup. It looks pretty impressive. But I don't know.
What do you think reason is for someone who kind of went to church only once in their lifetime? Once they never even bother to look at the Christian faith or see what scripture is teaching, but suddenly they become Muslim, and then they start making their testimony all about how their Christian life was about, and then start like attacking Christian faith without not even knowing like what Christianity teaches. What do you think reason for that is? Because it's like so common. I went to Dawa gatherings a couple of years ago. They were like teaching people how to reach Christians during the Christmas. And then this guy identified himself as, "Oh, I was Christian, blah, blah," and then he told his story. He was like lying everything about Christian faith. And he said, like, they believe in 3 gods, blah, blah. And then he said, like, go and there are lots of single girls in the churches. Go and get them. So that's the way to take Islam down. But because he introduced himself as ex-Christian who become a Muslim, like, it just filled the mosque. So what do you think is the reason, like, they use that?
Well, that's what makes them popular, right? If you walked in there and said, hey, I grew up, I didn't know what I was talking about, I didn't know what I believed, no one cared, and then I converted to Islam, and I had absolutely no clue what I was talking about, well, okay, they'll think it's cool that you converted, but it's not someone they can parade around, right? If it's, and I was a minister, oh my goodness, and he converted to Islam, this super knowledgeable expert in his religion converted to Islam after studying. Oh my goodness, you see, this is the proof of Islam. Yeah, Tony, you were talking about Yusha Evans, and I forget the exact numbers, but I put it together at one point watching his testimony, because we're doing some shows over at the Trinity channel about him. But I actually did a timeline of his story, what he was saying. And then I went and did this, and then I went and did that. And then I was 16 and I did this, and I was 17 and I did that, stuff like that. And then I studied, and I forget the exact amount of time, but then he gets this period where he studied all the world's religions. He studied them all. He studied them all at his local library. So you know what I'm talking about, right? He studied all the world's religions. And finally, last of all, he studied Islam. And anyway, I put together on the timeline, I was like, there's only a 3-month gap in there between when you're over here and when you're over here. You mean you studied all of the, and he named them. He named a ton of religions. I studied blah, and Shintoism and blah, blah, blah. And it was like, you studied all the world's religions in 3 months. And then last of all, it was Islam. And then you saw how, and I read the Quran. I sat there, I read it all in one night. And then I knew it was true. It's like, I'm kind of doubting your level of expertise.
Yeah,
in this stuff.
That reminds me of something, and I think I mentioned this to you before. So one of the things that he used to say is he would go to the university, Christian university in his hometown. And remember, at the time when he was saying this, I didn't know what his hometown was, but he kept saying he went to their textual criticism department and they couldn't answer his questions. Once he told me that, or once he said on one of his videos where he lives, and then mentioned the university, so I lived like 2 minutes from that university, and they don't have a textual criticism department. So again, I mean, they're just making these things up. Nobody's going to check this stuff out. Most people aren't going to check it out. And, I don't think they have any conscience over it.
And it's the 99-1 rule all over again, right? I mean, if you're talking to an audience and 99% of them are going to believe whatever you say, and only at most 1% of them might investigate what you're saying, the 99% will shout down the 1%. So if someone were to say, I went and looked that up and that doesn't sound right. Shut up. You're doubting. Oh, you're jealous. You're jealous of him because he's so awesome. And what a religion, man. What a religion.
I mean, so we know that some people do want to claim that they were Christians in order to try to make it all that much more proof for Islam, even though they're very obviously found out to be lies, just like Allah loved lies. They love lies. But according to Islam itself, we're all born into Islam and we're all Muslims by default. So therefore, every single one of us, not just Sister Hatun, we're all ex-Muslims. And it's a miracle of Allah that we all left and that we all came to Christianity. I mean,
Allah guided you. It's not your fault.
I was thinking about that, where we should do like a conference sometime and we all introduce ourselves as ex-Muslims. And
I always use that when they bring up that Islam is the fastest growing religion. Now, apart from whether that's true in the sense in which they normally intend it, that's a whole different issue. But if we were all born Muslims, and there are 7 billion plus people on the planet, and the vast majority of them are not Muslims, it means that more people have left Islam than have actually joined it.
This is the proof.
The fastest shrinking religion.
More people have left Islam than any other religion in all of history. This proves that it's false.
Yes, exactly.
And it would technically mean that we are apostates.
Yep.
Which would, if Ali Dawa had his way, what would that mean for all of us?
I mean, I think that already applied to all of us anyway. Just a random guess.
Yeah, you can't criticize Islam either. So,
Muslim over here in the chat. It was frozen, so this is from earlier. He says, he's talking to someone. Brian Johnson says, "I love you, man, but I feel like this isn't the way to spread the message. To spread the message is not to spread hate. Yes, I'm a Muslim from Judaism, so left Judaism, became a Christian."
Oy vey.
And
is this the guy going by computer?
And saying this is not the way to spread the message. I'll say, yeah, computer. And then, now we got more specific. Said this isn't the way to spread the message of Christianity. To be clear, I'm not spreading the message. I'm not trying to spread the message of Christianity right here. I could be sitting with AP, the apostate prophet or something like this, and doing the same thing. This is different stuff, right? This is death penalty for critics, death penalty for anyone who makes fun of Islam. This is the protests in Iran. This is all the people in the world who are popular Muslim YouTubers like Ali Dawa who are gonna say that when they come to power, they're gonna go on a killing spree of all the people who are spreading corruption in the land by what people like AP say about Islam. You have Muhammad Hijab. So after Salman Rushdie was repeatedly stabbed, Muhammad Hijab responded, "Hey, even though that's not our way, we've got gangsters in Islam, and we can't control our gangsters." Right? That's him. So this is something I've been saying for years. Whatever I grant there are plenty of peaceful Muslims who don't want to hurt us and so on. That doesn't matter if you always have this, even if it turns out to be a minority who want to kill and slaughter us, and some of them are willing to do it, right? If the Muslims who don't approve of that cannot control them, so that wherever Islam goes, you have this, let's say, minority who want to kill as soon as they are able to, who will kill cartoonists, who will kill critics, who will kill apostates. If you're saying you cannot control them, then great, we will try to control them. And the only way I know of controlling them is, one, to expose them to so much information about Muhammad that they leave Islam, or even if they stay Muslim, they at least have doubts because of all the stuff they've learned. But even if they remain devout Muslims, they realize that going around stabbing people, killing people, and there's someone on this screen who has been stabbed in the name of Allah. We want them to realize that if they do that, this is what you get. You get Muhammad smeared all over D. Wood's face. Muhammad frosting from his eyeballs. So the idea there is, notice, of all the things we could be doing in the world right now, do I want to be doing this? No, we're at a point in history where someone has to deal with this. And Muslims themselves are saying there's nothing we can do here. And notice the Muslim apologists, they don't respond to those guys. They don't go and refute those guys. They tell us to shut up about it. They tell us to shut up about all the people slaughtering in the name of Allah. And so wait, our governments aren't going to do anything. So politicians aren't going to do anything. Journalists aren't going to do anything. They'll defend it. Hollywood isn't going to do anything. Educators aren't going to do anything. And we look and we see everyone on this screen right now is under a death sentence. And there are people who would love the opportunity to kill us. And the only thing we could do is eat some cake shaped like Muhammad. So they get the point, hey, violence in response to criticism is only going to lead to more criticism. That's it. So if you say, hey, this isn't the way to spread the message, this is the only way to deal, this is the only peaceful way of dealing with the problem, right? There are all kinds of violent ways people could respond to violence in the name of Allah. This is the way to peacefully actually respond. Notice no one here's killing or slaughtering anyone or making fun of the false prophet. If you got a problem with doing this, great. I don't know why you're a Muslim. Muhammad smashed the idols of the pagans. He stabbed their eyes. He went around hitting them with a stick. Said really nasty things. So did his followers. And notice, all of that is way better. I mean, stabbing an idol, all of that's way better than going around slaughtering people in the name of Allah. And so if you're looking at this right now, oh my goodness, that's too much. Eating some cake shaped like this stupid fake prophet's head. I don't know how you deal with Islam, because Muhammad and all of the four rightly guided caliphs and everyone, 14 centuries worth of jihadis have done infinitely worse than anything we're doing by eating cake. So if this is bothering you, you need to get out that religion, because it ain't for you.
So I believe the cake you just ate is going to cause you more tummy ache, but I've got someone who wants to jump into the live stream, and then there is someone else already jumped into the live stream. Are you all okay if I take this person in?
Go for it.
Sure.
I just have a quick comment for David. Don't worry if you get a tummy ache, if you die.
I already got it.
Well, yeah, don't worry about it though, because if you die of any kind of like stomach illness, you're a martyr for Allah, and you'll go to Jannah. So.
I mean, what I'm thinking is what I wouldn't give for a good old bottle of camel urine. Am I right?
Yeah.
Or some
that would solve my stomach ills right now, and I don't have one.
Yeah, but life is in Islamic paradise is going to be very difficult for David if he enters that as a martyr. But anyway, let's take first this person in, and then also I'll put the link for Mr. Computer or Mrs. Computer. Hello.
Hey, how are you doing?
Good, thank you, sir. Who are you?
I'm just a person exploring different faiths.
Is that means you are Muslim?
No, but I just kind of wanted to say that. Like,
okay, just a second, just a second. Can you tell me Muhammad is false prophet?
This isn't really the way to spread the message.
Okay, I appreciate that. Just can you be kind enough and answer my very basic question? Just tell me Muhammad is false prophet. We know where you stand. You don't need to be ashamed of those things.
I prefer not to say that.
Okay, so should we identify you as a Muslim?
No, I'm not.
Then tell us Muhammad is false prophet.
If he's a true prophet, then you're a Muslim, right?
Yeah, so...
I was actually born a Hindu.
Okay, that doesn't mean you are Hindu now. So can you be kind enough and tell us Muhammad is false prophet? I think it's good. We have a good start. We know where you stand. I am Christian. I believe Bible is the word of God. I believe in triune God. I believe Jesus Christ is the eternal Son of the Father who died on the cross for my sins. And now, where do you stand, sir?
Yeah, I'm really glad that you found your truth, but like when it comes to Islam, like I feel like you should do it more peacefully. Like,
don't play that game with me. Pull yourself together.
Hey, David.
It sounds like someone disguising his voice.
Hey,
well, here I am. I'm calling in randomly to this show. And, I'm not going to say Muhammad's a false prophet, but I'm born a Hindu,
So let me ask you guys a question. Is 2 + 2 4? No, I'm serious.
Yes.
Well, I'm glad you guys have all found your truth, right?
Yeah, except
because truth is just a subjective affair, right?
Yeah, but Jesus Christ said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. So therefore, Jesus is the truth. Allah affirms that. Muhammad affirmed that. They both said that the Bible is reliable and we should judge by it. And anyone who does not judge by it is an unbeliever. So if you are denying the truth of Jesus Christ, then you are also saying Muhammad was a false prophet. If you are saying that Jesus Christ is not God, then you are saying, Muhammad is a false prophet either way. So
okay.
I'm just saying my truth is to sit around here eating Muhammad cake.
I mean, yeah, my truth was to eat the Quran cake. That was pretty tasty.
It's my truth.
Okay, let me just bring the attention to caller. Mr. Peaceful Servant, it is 5:13 a.m. in the morning. I need my beauty sleep. I don't need people who just comes here in the intention of hanging out. So just tell me where you stand, and then we kind of take why you called in. Why do you want to crash Muhammad's birthday party? We take it from there. So you don't want to waste anyone's time. Maybe you've got lots of time to waste. Do that in somewhere else. So tell us where you stand, and then we deal with that.
Okay. I feel like there's a more peaceful way to do this.
Okay, so for us to start with the peaceful way, just be kind enough and then tell us Muhammad is false prophet, you are not Muslim, and then we take it from there. That's very peaceful. Let us reason together.
We just want to know where you stand. You know, if you are a Muslim, that's not a problem. If you're not a Muslim, that's also not a problem. We just want to know who we're talking to.
I mean, we've had multiple Muslims on here.
Yeah.
On this live stream, so that's not an issue.
Very happy to be peaceful with you.
Out.
No, I'm not a Muslim.
Okay,
so you deny.
I just respect other religions, okay? Like,
Muhammad is already dead. There is nothing wrong to say he is false prophet. If you believe he's prophet, then tell us that.
Like, if we don't respect other religions, we're not going to live in peace.
Muhammad didn't respect other religions, so you should disrespect Muhammad.
So should we? So in Surah 9, verse 29 of the Quran, Allah says, "Fight those who do not believe." Muhammad said he's been commanded to fight people until they say there's no God but Allah. Surah 98, verse 6 of the Quran calls Jews and Christians the worst of creatures. Are you saying that in order to promote peace, we should respect being called the worst of creatures? Or are we free to disagree and say, no, that's false and don't believe it?
Well, I mean, I understand if you're offended, but like, there should be like a better way to do it.
Okay, so is that better way is not your prophet's way? Because you just put on the chat that you are Muslim, and David Wood brought up a couple of verses, and then he's asking, how should he handle those verses? How can those will be respectful? Just deal with those things. Shouldn't be that difficult. We are not asking you to prove quantum physics or something for us. Okay, they would you be kind enough to kill this silence. Bring up your references again. Maybe Mr. Muslim forgot the references.
So Surah 9, verse 29, fight those who do not believe in Allah. 96, Jews and Christians and idolaters are the worst of creatures, so we're lower than dogs. You have Muhammad saying that the end will not come until Muslims fight the Jews to the point where Jews are hiding behind trees and rocks, and the trees and rocks cry out, there's a Jew hiding behind me, come kill him. And, Surah 65, verse 4, saying that grown men can marry, have sex with, and divorce little girls even before they've reached puberty, that this is all perfectly acceptable. If you don't believe me, ask Muhammad Hijab. He really, really loves to share this. So you have these kind of things, and we don't respect them, and we're open about not respecting them. We don't respect the Muhammad's command to kill anyone who leaves his religion. That affects a lot of people, a lot of people that we love. And so I have no idea what it means to say, for the sake of peace, I'm going to respect this command to kill a bunch of my friends. I'm not going to respect a command to kill a bunch of my friends, or a bunch of my non-friends.
Is that Hadith Sahih?
Yeah, it's
and there are Quranic verses too. So Quran is Sahih, and those hadiths are Sahih too.
Yeah, Muhammad said, Sahih al-Bukhari 69:22, if anyone leaves his Islamic religion, kill him.
Whether or not they left, though, you still stuck with Surah 9:29.
Everything I just quoted is either Quran or it's Sahih Hadith. And so notice, I mean, well, all we're saying is, no, we don't have to respect it. I mean, think, do you have Muslims who will, have respect for other people and so on. But if you are a sincere, devout Muslim, are you going to respect idolaters? A Muslim who doesn't know anything about his religion could, but as we pointed out, Muhammad went around stabbing people's idols in the eyes. I mean, Abu Bakr Abu Bakr, and if you're like under 18 years old, if you're a kid, you might want to cover your ears for a second, or cover your kids' ears. But Abu Bakr was talking to one of the pagans, and the pagan was trying to convince Muhammad not to attack his own tribe, and Abu Bakr said, "Go suck the clitoris of Allah." Allah was the goddess that this guy worshipped. He said, "Go suck the clitoris of Allah." So notice he's saying, "Go perform oral sex on your goddess." So, I mean, to be consistent, you'd have to say that you respect that you respect Muhammad gouging the eyes of idols and smashing idols, that you respect Muhammad's claim about killing Jews to bring about the end times, and Allah's claim that Jews and Christians are the worst of creation. If you want to be respectful, you have to say you respect all of that. We're just honest. We say we don't, because guess what? At the end of the day, most people don't respect that stuff. We're just honest about it.
Okay, Mr. Muslim.
But I feel like ripping Qurans and like eating it is also wrong.
Who knew that there was a Hindu that would follow David so closely? That's not a Muslim who's very offended, who's asking about Sahih narrations, and
he put in the chat that he's
suspicious here.
No, yeah, I think
he's Muslim.
Yeah, he forgot though for a little while.
Yeah. Now notice, because this is actually an important issue. If someone were just walking around, ripping up someone's book and so on, I would think that's what's the point? Or at the very least, I would think that's a pretty low, stupid level of criticism. That's what I would think. So I would agree with you normally. Now check out the situations in which this comes about. I actually ripped the Quran and took a bite out of it once. What was that in reference to? Muhammad Hijab, a hero who has hundreds of thousands of fans who are carrying out his command. He started issuing these. He was like insulting. He started going after people's wives, posting pictures of people's wives and so on. And he, AP, so that's the apostate prophet. He's an atheist ex-Muslim. Muhammad Hijab posted a picture of AP's wife, and then had this threat of rape and torture. But he added words to make it sound like he's not talking about it, but he was talking about forcing her to her knees and submission, but he would add intellectual submission and stuff like that. He's using this language of rape and torture about her. That was the context of that. And I said, hey, if you're going to do that, I'm going to eat your Quran. Guess what? It all stopped. He stopped doing that. So if you just say, hey, someone randomly who's never had any problem eats this book that's never caused any problem, I say, what are you doing, man? What is the problem? If someone were to, put it this way, is there any limit to it? Imagine someone's about to launch a nuclear bomb on New York City. He's about to blow up New York City. And you say, he says, but if you eat a page of the Quran, I won't do it. Okay, I would eat that, and I would eat that page of the Quran in a heartbeat if that's going to stop a nuclear bomb on a city. So it's the situation, right? We're not randomly doing this. We didn't just wake up one day and say, you know what, of all the peaceful religions in the world, let's go just, eat the book and rip up the book and make fun of the prophet that brought that book for no reason. There's a reason for everything we're doing, right? People are being slaughtered in the name of this religion for mocking it. Anytime you have cartoonists, anytime you have cartoonists being slaughtered in the name of Allah, and then everyone says, oh, okay, we don't want to hurt anyone's feelings, so we're not going to make fun of that religion, then you basically just encourage them. You said, hey, if you want to get your way, just start slaughtering people, and we'll give you whatever you want. We have a different reaction. When someone says, hey, if you criticize my religion, I'm going to slaughter everyone in the name of Allah. Well, okay, then everyone needs to stand up and do it, because you can't kill everybody. Right. So we don't regard this as just randomly doing this stuff. We're sick of 14 centuries of people slaughtering over the most obvious, ridiculous, idiot, false prophet in history. We're just saying, okay, this needs to be I don't want to pass off to the next generation the same stupid problem with jihadis going around killing anyone who makes fun of their stupid prophet. Right. We need to deal with this in this generation. And it's very simple. Notice, again, entirely peaceful. If the entire world stood up right now and said, anyone kills someone in the name of Allah, we're all going to make fun of your prophet. Guess what? They ain't going to be killing anymore, because it would what would be the backlash would be what they're trying to avoid, and they realize this doesn't work. Problem is, every time they're slaughtering people, other people back down, or they're like you saying, no, but that's the wrong way to go about it, and so on. And so the jihadis keep going. We got to deal with it. Got to deal with it right now.
Mr. Muslim?
I disagree with your tactic because that's making the fire even larger.
No, it's not.
Like,
no, it's not.
What do you think about the tactics of your prophet?
One second. I just wanted to add one point about how the exact opposite is true, and actually proves my point. Years ago, this was like, I don't know, 12 years ago or something like that. In response to the creators of South Park being threatened for having Muhammad in a cartoon, a cartoonist named Molly Norris said she was going to have an Everyone Draw the Quran Day. Soon as Molly Norris announced she was having an Everyone Draw Muhammad Day, she got so many death threats, so many people, credible threats, that the authorities had to get involved and she had to go into hiding. Well, in response to that, a bunch of people said, hey, let's all draw Muhammad. And then tens of thousands of people drew Muhammad, posted them everywhere. No one got killed over the tens of thousands of pictures. Molly Norris is still in hiding. So notice, when it's one person doing it, then that person could be a target. When everyone else is saying, okay, whatever happens, we're not going to do that, then one person is an easy target. Salman Rushdie is an easy target. That's why they eventually got him. The Charlie Hebdo cartoonists, it's an easy target. They're all right over there in that building. When it's people around the world saying, hey, if you're going to be killing people over this stuff, threatening people over this stuff, we're going to make fun of your prophet even more, suddenly it all stops. Suddenly it all stops, and they say, no, we don't want anything to do with that. So again, what you're saying that we should do is exactly what is leading people to be killed. We don't want another round of Charlie Hebdo cartoonists being killed. We don't want it. We don't want people to have to go into hiding. It's very simple. You're telling us to respect that. They need to respect our freedom of speech. And
but drawing cartoons is also disrespectful.
What'd you say, cartoons? What?
Cartoons are also disrespectful about the prophet and just like.
So he is the prophet.
Muhammad wasn't a prophet.
Yeah, he did admit it in the chat. So
okay.
Yeah, he said before he even joined that he was a Muslim, and then he joined and didn't want to.
But yeah,
Well,
lying's offensive to us.
Yeah. So, Peaceful Servant, you're saying that it's disrespectful to draw Muhammad. Do you think it's more or less disrespectful to kill people over drawing Muhammad?
Yeah, killing people is wrong.
So you condemn Muhammad's actions. You condemn the words of Allah. You condemn Surah 929. You have just left Islam. You are now an apostate. Thank you very much.
AP would like to have you on his show now.
Wait, what do those hadiths say?
No. Surah 929 is the Quran.
That's the Quran reference, not the hadith.
It says the first word in Surah 929 is fight, and that means fight to kill, fight/kill, fight to the death, those who do not believe in Allah. And then it goes on to list different things. It talks about because the Jews call Ezra the son of Allah, which no Jews do. Christians call the Messiah the son of God, which of course we do. And so that's the clarification. It's not even in self-defense or anything like a lot of Muslims try to say, but all the same, that is a command from Allah to kill. You just said killing people is wrong. So you're condemning the words of Allah. You're condemning Muhammad and his actions. And you, sir, thank you so much, because you are so much more moral than Allah. You are so much more moral than Muhammad. We greatly appreciate that.
Even Moses killed somebody too.
Well, you're the one who just said it, killing is disrespectful. I would say, just as I pointed out with talking about what's the situation about eating the Quran. If it was to stop a nuclear bomb or to stop someone from getting hurt, okay, that's a different situation. If a terrorist is about to blow up a busload of kids, and you say, and the cop shoots him, I don't say, oh, shame on you, cop, for shooting that terrorist who's about to blow up a bus full of children. You're here saying that it's wrong and immoral for us to be making fun of a religion that calls us the worst of creatures, and that calls for the execution of everyone on this screen right now except you.
Well, including you,
Yeah,
because you condemn Muhammad's actions.
Oh yeah, that's true. You'd be dead. You'd be dead if you were in the wrong hands. You should be glad you're talking to us right now.
Want some
I
cake?
said from the beginning I was not Muslim.
But you've
no,
got a
you
bad,
said it.
You've got a bad poker face.
Sir, why did you put at 509, I am Muslim in the private chat?
That wasn't me.
And you called Muhammad.
It says you.
You called Muhammad
says-
the prophet.
It says peaceful servant, 509 a.m. I am Muslim.
It's a different peaceful servant.
One that said,
Oh, and he's gone.
Gotta run. Oh,
that's because you
He
guys
couldn't handle that.
Because you were so mean to him.
I can't hear you. I'm going through tunnel.
Yeah, we were so mean by asking him to admit he was a Muslim.
Well, not even to ask him. He said it.
Yeah,
in the
he
private
volunteered
chat.
it before he even joined. He said, "May I join? I am Muslim." Then he joined. Then we asked him what he believes, and he wouldn't answer. But he had said before all of that, "I am Muslim" in the chat. And then he said, "I've never."
That's
said I'm
okay.
Muslim."
There are occasions certain protected people can be shamed of their identity and their religion. That's normal. We live in a society where you shouldn't be Muslim at all anyway.
But you're right. If he was trying to cover it up, he did kind of slip there with the whole Prophet Muhammad thing. A little slip of the tongue.
And anyway, the takeaway message is, if you're going to practice taqiyya, like, try to be good at it.
That's what the practice is for.
Let's start off the conversation with "I am Muslim" in the private chat.
Hello.
Step one.
Hello. I'm
I
a
don't
Muslim.
know.
Can I join your conversation? Yeah, sure. Are you a Muslim?
Practice makes
No.
progress.
No.
He
Will
was
you
born
say
Hindu.
Will you say Muhammad's a false prophet? I will not say that about my prophet, my beloved prophet. Sallallahu alayhi wa sallam.
Okay, since we are on the topic of Muhammad to be false prophet or not, can one of you be kind enough and then tell me what do you see in this picture?
That is obviously
Muhammad's
the
holy
seal.
moly.
Holy
What is
moly.
that?
It's the seal of the prophet.
What is that?
Proof from Allah.
For what?
You know what's weird? Like, this, you read the Muslim sources, this was like important to them. And it shows how, like, you know, radically different cultures can have some very different ideas. But this is important. You know, how'd you know Muhammad is a prophet? Yeah, this mole, this huge mole. Only a prophet can have that mole, right? And this is like a big issue for them. Muslims, if you really think Muhammad is great in these arguments, then, well, my goodness, you should be using this. When we have a debate on whether Muhammad's a true prophet, are we coming to that scientific nonsense? Muhammad didn't use that. It's mole.
I see skin cancer.
Yeah.
That's what I see. You probably need to get that examined.
I wonder if he dyed it with henna too. Do you guys think he dyed his mole hair?
No.
No.
It is identified as the seal of the prophet. So there is a seal between his shoulders. That's the sign. Anthony Rogers, where did they steal this idea? What do you think?
Well, I've actually heard Muslims give some pretty wild explanations. One Muslim interpretation, I haven't heard it a lot recently, but in the past, you know how Muslims go rummaging around the Bible trying to find any phrase they can lift out of it and say it's about Muhammad. So the prophecy in Isaiah 9, and again, this is not one that Muslims usually try to find Muhammad in, but it is one that I've heard Muslims use for this. But in Isaiah 9, it talks about the son who will be given, right? And then it says the government will be upon his shoulders. And so they take that to mean that this mole that was on Muhammad's shoulder was what the prophecy is talking about. Obviously,
Proof.
yeah,
Because-
huge stretch. But let
because
me read
because
this.
the Hebrew word for government It's actually mold.
So listen to this. This is from Mishkat al-Masabi. It says, Abu Rimtha said, I won't read the whole thing, but it says, I came to Allah's messenger, right? False messenger. And then it says, he said, I went with my father to see God's messenger. And when my father saw what was on God's messenger's back, he said, let me treat what is on your back, for I am a physician. He replied, you are the helper, but God is the physician. And so on and so forth. So there was at least one wise soul back then who realized that this was not an indication that Muhammad was a prophet, but it was a physical defect, a blemish. Certainly. And the other, the other thing to think about here is this blemish on Muhammad is not just viewed as proof that he is a prophet, but that he's the seal of prophethood. He's the greatest of all Allah's messengers. You'd think that if he was the greatest of all Allah's messengers, then he would have been given something better than this large hairy mole on his back.
I mean, come on. I mean, Moses parted the Red Sea. Right. Jesus raised the dead and then rose from the dead. Muhammad had a giant mole. How is that not better? Prove to me that Moses had a bigger mole than Muhammad. Prove it right now. Waiting. Oh, crickets chirping. Expect you to convert now, Anthony.
No. I'm going with the physician's words. I think he had better insight here.
So I just want to jump in real quick, Anthony. If it's the seal of the prophets and the seal's the mole, that doesn't mean he's the last. That's a later interpretation to give a different meaning to seal. So the mole doesn't have to prove that he's the last prophet. It just has to prove he's a prophet, which I'm sure will make the Muslim case much stronger.
Yeah, someone could come along with a bigger mole.
Yep, exactly. Anyone else who has the same mole is also a prophet.
That would be funny if like Ahmadis came out of nowhere and they're like, we got a picture of Mirza Ghulam Ahmad's back and he had his giant mole too. And like half the Muslim world converts to Ahmadiyyat. That'd be awesome. Wow. The mole.
Okay, what about this one?
Oh, hey, let's see. Well, first of all, his tent's lopsided. So
don't be that fussy.
Yeah, quit nitpicking.
And he's got some gnarly toes, but let's see. There's an upside down arrow on his face, or that's his nose, but oh gosh, what is this? I don't know. Is this supposed to be Gabriel visiting Muhammad and then leaving?
Is this Muhammad and Safiya?
No.
No, it could be. So Muhammad was in the tent with Safiya, and one of his guys stood guard outside the tent all night to make sure he didn't get slaughtered because Muhammad had slaughtered her family.
Yeah, but at this stage, later on the background, she's covered. So Safiya is gonna cover after that.
So
that's not that one. So okay, I'll give you.
This is the hardest one, I think.
Okay. No.
I'm not going to tell the answer. I'm just going to give you.
Cheat?
Give him
no cheating.
A pep talk here because Adam Seeker failed at this one too. So
okay.
Yeah, this one is a rough one.
Let me give you a second picture to give you a little bit help.
Well, wait a minute.
Muhammad, they are linked together.
Oh.
That first picture you just saw is linked with this picture.
Those look like the one on the end looks like a caveman.
So what do you see on the?
Oh wait, so she's wearing are those the clothes that Muhammad had in his hand?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Actually, I know. No, answer is no.
No. Well, I don't know. That one guy has Muhammad's same grill. 2 teeth sticking out. I don't know. They both two on the end do.
Okay, so you are getting close.
We're getting close.
I'm looking at the genetics because that dude has the same teeth as the one kid, and then Is that whoever has the first discharge? The kid looks like him, or is this determining?
Okay.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay, the teeth are.
You guys are sharp. We didn't get this. None of us got it earlier.
Okay, what's happening in here?
That's like an ancient version of Tyson biting Holyfield's ear.
No, that's
A Arab version.
That's the angel Gabriel.
Okay. What is Angel Gabriel is doing?
Nibbling on a mom's ear. Well, yeah, he's telling Muhammad sweet nothings. He's
Giving him revelation, like
what he's going to lie about.
Okay.
He's
and what's happening in here?
Oh, is that? The name is eluding me.
Is that Zainab?
Zainab, that's what I was thinking.
No,
Not Zainab, huh?
Your thinking faces are not helpful. Come on.
Faces are not helpful.
Your thinking faces. So far you saw 4 pictures. So you need to put them together and then tell me what is this.
Oh. Well, it looks like that guy's spitting out teeth, but
the 4 pictures are one story. Just put them all together.
Okay, so this is okay. So, Hold on. Sahih Luke is texting me. Hold on.
If Sahih Luke is passing you the answer.
No, he's asking me something else.
Okay, so I'm gonna go back to the picture before that to remind you.
Oh, this is unrelated, I think. Sahih Luke's. So Muhammad. Oh, wait. Well, I don't know. I mean, my thought here is Gabriel's telling Muhammad he has denied himself what Allah has said is good for him.
No.
You almost got it when you identified what's the second slide. You just got to put them all together.
Oh, okay.
I love this game.
It's a good game. Yeah, I don't know this one, I don't think.
Come on.
We need the guy with the
So someone is asking Muhammad question.
the cake beard.
And then you've got family. And then Muhammad receives the revelation. And then this is kind of bedroom. So put all those things together.
Is that not his wife?
I don't know.
I'm saying because this could be the breastfeeding.
No.
No, it's not.
I'm gonna edit this video out and then say, shame Christians couldn't even do Islam 101.
This proves.
Well, you're doing Pictionary with us. That's a little different.
Well, you didn't bring
Islamic Pictionary. That's what we need to do, a video on Islamic Pictionary.
Okay, so Muhammad is being questioned, and then you've got family with 2 kids or like couple with 2 kids, and then Gabriel steps in and then passes information, whispers in Muhammad's ear, and then last scene is a bedroom scene. So what's happening?
Oh, the bedroom scene is the last scene?
This is kind of, I thought this is like bedroom.
Yeah, they're in order. The scenes are in order.
I don't know. Aisha didn't do it?
No.
About Aisha being cleared? I mean, I don't know what relation it would have to the other pictures, but except for Gabriel whispering in Muhammad's ears or ear.
You were so close when you identified that second picture. You just got to put it together.
The funniest
Why
part
did Muhammad say that? Why did he say that? What you said about this picture?
Resembles the person who climaxes first.
Okay, let's move to the next one.
Oh, you're not going to tell us?
You're not going to give them the answer?
No.
I've
Oh,
got
that's
the
not
answer
nice.
key. I've got the answer key.
You can't do that. That goes under the cheating, and then you have
No,
to
but
answer
afterwards, I'm going to go look.
Like Karen Downs for here.
Oh, you're going to show us. Okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah, so you were
No,
right.
I mean, we had that, but
doesn't want you to know that you're right ever.
But
why should I?
We had this part.
Yeah, you identified what Muhammad said, but you didn't identify why. It's because it's a test of his prophethood.
Oh no! I thought that was Muhammad.
Well, we got all
I
that.
know that. Yeah. I said that.
You didn't say it.
The second. No.
You didn't.
You might have got it, but you didn't say it.
Yeah, no, I thought that was Muhammad in the end, and Muhammad was reacting to that situation. Yeah, as far as the that was the three questions that the Jews asked, and they said, "What's the first meal in paradise going to be? What's the sign of the end times?" And then why does a child sometimes resemble its mother's side and sometimes its father's side, and whoever has the first discharge. I think I said whoever has the first discharge. That's who the child.
And I said whoever climaxes first.
Well.
This one.
I didn't want you to destroy Islamic tradition, so you needed to give me a full version.
This one here, this new one, is people being tested in the grave.
What do you mean?
Well, the angels are going to come and say, "Who's your Lord?" and all that's good stuff. And some people are going to get bopped on the head, like whack-a-mole.
That's what I said too. Yeah.
Looks like one of those rubber mallets.
Last part is so funny. It says like they will cry, and that cry will be heard by all except human beings and jinns.
Okay, so who's that leave?
Where did David Wood go? Okay.
Well, I kind of asked that question earlier, Anthony.
If his kids resemble. Okay, go ahead.
I asked who that leaves. Is it like the animals? And that's what we concluded, that the animals hear it. So, like, bears, ants, whatever, they all hear people being tortured. But the human beings can't hear it.
It's like the verse of the Quran where it says that Allah swears by what's seen and what is unseen. Right? That's kind of everything, right? Seen, or that which you can see and that which you can't see.
What about this one?
Oh, is this Jews fishing on the Sabbath?
Okay.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's part of it.
Now, yeah. So now remember, I read this like decades ago, so some of these I remember. So these are the fish taunting the Jewish fishermen, saying, catch us," right? Because it's Saturday and they're supposed to be resting. And that's them not showing up on the other days.
And then they turn to the monkeys.
Yep, Jews being turned into apes.
Yeah. Okay. Let me see. Move to the next one. What is this one?
Oh, all of Gabriel's wings.
How many wings does he have?
I don't know. What was it? 800?
A buttload.
Yeah.
600.
Oh, 600.
Hey, speaking of Gabriel, God is going to release this today. We had a bunch of stuff interfering. But tomorrow, Muhammad meets the angel Gabriel.
Oh, hey. He gets the smackdown, huh?
Very excited for that.
Is he very confused, David?
Yeah, he's confused.
I've heard rumors that he was.
Because he already thought he met Gabriel.
Yeah, but he thinks Gabriel's this red evil demon looking thing that keeps choking him. And so when John McCrae shows up, he's really confused because according to him, Satan looks like a black man. And so he's a little confused. But the angel Gabriel actually talks him through it.
Explains everything.
Yeah, breaks it down. But hey, look over here in Luke 1, Gabriel calls Jesus the Son of the Most High. So how would the same angel Gabriel appear to you and say something different?
Hey, Tune.
What are you eating? What are you eating?
Oh, it's these cool things called none of your business.
Well, that's none of my business thing is making lots of sound as you are eating.
Alka-Seltzer. He's trying to calm his grumbling stomach.
It's a sleep gummy because after we go, I'm going to try and go to sleep. But I'm too wired because I've been
It's better than David's
so much sugar.
normal method of trying to go to sleep.
So Hatun, I have a question. We have Christian Hijab in the comments asking if she can join in. Do you want me to send her the link or are we? Okay.
Sure. I think I have to skip my beauty sleep now. People are gonna call me ugly because of you guys. Just that's just heartbreaking.
Yeah. I mean, you're at 9 hours. Have you been on this entire time? It's at 9 hours.
8 hours. Yeah.
8 hours, 48 minutes, 40
straight, no breaks.
I mean, she's been on screen for like 2 seconds. Yeah, I saw you down 2 of those. I just want to know how many of those are behind the screen that we didn't see.
1, 2.
Where did you even get those? You told me those don't exist there.
I know. I had to go.
And now that's on my conscience forever.
Hey, you hooked her on it.
I know. And now that's like haunting me.
Oh my gosh.
No, don't do that to me.
You need help.
Don't do that to me.
Anyway, did you send the link, sister?
I can imagine if I did something for 9 hours straight, my wife would come in and be like, "Why are you surrounded with bottles of urine?"
It's from the camel, really.
I mean, if there was a reason to do it, I'd do it.
The camel did it.
I find a place in London.
You could go sell those in Saudi Arabia.
Wasn't there a news story
Yep,
about
there
someone
was.
selling selling
yeah.
fake camel urine that was
the guy was, and it was bottles of his own urine. He was selling people bottles of his own urine as medicine per the instructions of false prophet Muhammad.
One of my favorite news stories was a lawsuit that a person in Saudi Arabia was bringing against a jinn because it was responsible for constantly stealing car keys, remote controls, stuff like that. They were literally bringing a lawsuit against the jinn. They took it seriously.
There used to be a sign in Dearborn. You go in, there was a big billboard that said "Gin Busters" on it. These 3 dudes are dead serious. But if you're being attacked by a jinn, you call up the Gin Busters, and they take care of it.
There is in Yemen they sell camel urine for medicine for the cancer. Actually, out of desperation, people just use such a things.
Tastes pretty good to me.
And you are still alive. You've been drinking that for a while now, brother.
He's been drinking that for 9 hours now. Yeah, actually. We're getting very close to the end of the bottle, though.
Oh, it's cold, though. It's not as good.
Way better warm.
It's way better warm, fresh out of the camel.
Yeah, more authentic that way.
Let me show this one. This is very easy one. What is happening in this picture?
I mean, we could do a live demonstration if you guys want.
Oh wait, you're asking us a new one?
Yeah.
Oh man, what is that? I mean, I saw a scene like that in The Mask. Jim Carrey does the cartoon thing. Well, it's a woman. Her eyes are popping out of her head. Well, there is a problem here. If this is supposed to be a contemporary of Muhammad, you've got a copy of the Quran there,
which is on the floor.
but which, yeah, and it wouldn't have existed at the time like that. It had to be. That was a later thing.
Don't expect Maury to be correct on every little detail.
Well,
this woman got the Quran. She set it on the floor, and her eyeballs popped out.
I'm just making sure that we're not being hoodwinked here, and this is like not some picture from a later time.
Yeah, it doesn't. They don't all have to be from the time of Muhammad.
They don't have to be. Okay.
No.
Wait, I see the word head there. Maybe that's a clue.
Her eyes popped out.
That's why. Okay. So I've got bad editing skills. I didn't know how to get rid of that writing, so therefore it is there.
Let's see.
So you've got half-naked woman with lipstick, and Quran is on the floor. And
I thought she had lipstick on. I was thinking,
oh,
but I wasn't sure if that was intended to be lipstick or just bringing out that she has red lips.
Do we want to let our new guest take a guess at this?
Okay. Oops. The eyes go. I've got no idea.
You got no idea?
Man, I got this one.
No idea. No idea.
Her eyes are rolling at you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna edit this part, especially title. Anthony Rogers has no idea.
But you gotta spell it like no idea. It's from Sahih Muslim.
Why is it Anthony Rogers doesn't know? I haven't heard anything from Cake Face over there.
Well, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, David's just being quiet. He's not saying anything, making Anthony take all the fall.
David Wood has drugged himself.
Then you should have some good ideas here then. At least we can make something up. This is I don't know.
So Jesus prayed like Muslims. This is linked with that. Respond to that.
Wait, Jesus what?
You know when Muslim says Jesus prayed like Muslim?
Oh, okay. Oh, so like
this is the one like you used to say, like, how can that be? John 17. How did Jesus start his prayer?
Father. Oh, so
he looked up.
Yeah.
This
so
chick looked up during prayer and her eyes fell out.
Yeah. I'll go with that. Except, well, there's the favorite Salafi account of the girl that pointed to heaven, but yeah, was David right? Oh, if I pray, okay, if you pray with your eyes lifted toward heaven, they'll be snatched out of your head.
Yeah, David got it.
Okay.
Has anyone made a video about that, comparing with Jesus looking up to heaven?
Hey, no, but it reminds me of the account. Remember the angel of death? The angel of death came to Muhammad and said, "It's time for you to die. I'm here to take your soul." And the hadith says that Moses socked the angel of death in the eye, knocking it out of its socket. And then the angel went back to Allah and he said, "This is what your servant did to me." And then Allah put the eyeball back in his socket and gave Moses some more time.
It is amazing how many very scary bedtime stories in Islam. Okay, we've got Christian hijab in the line. Let me unmute. Hello?
Hi, can you guys hear me?
We can.
Yes, we can hear you. Can you tell us who are you?
I am the Christian hijab, and I've just recently started making content. I worked with refugees overseas with the Yazidi victims of ISIS. And so I love my Muslim friends, and I wanted to know, because I know my Muslim friends didn't approve of what happened to the Yazidis. And my friend is Miriam Ibrahim. She was put on death row for apostasy. And so even though I love my Muslim friends, and above all that is I want them to come to know Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior. So
Well, I have to say, hanging out with us is really going to help.
I think it is. I feel the anointing strong, Jedi.
We've had a lot of fun with Christian Hijab.
The force is very strong here tonight. I can feel it. The spirit is moving.
I'm over here. Yeah, I'm over here on your channel. To the brave women protesting Iran and around.
Yeah. Yes. Now I do edit videos like your grandmother. I know that. I'm not gonna lie. My tech skills are very low, but my enthusiasm is very high.
Hey, we've been sharpening that up, okay?
Wait,
yeah, we have to have
Give me
some
time.
purpose.
Hold on.
Give me time. We'll get there.
Hold on. What did you say about my grandmother?
I just think I go, when people watch my videos, they must like cringe and go like, it's like when I gave my grandmother a smartphone.
So Christian Hijab, somebody texted me and said George Saig wants you to call him.
Oh, I talked to him already. Does he want me to call him again?
I don't know how recent.
How long ago was this?
This person just told me now, but I don't know how long ago.
Oh, okay, then that must be again. Okay, no, we had one conversation. And so, yeah, the Strong Tower guy.
Yeah, we've been trying to talk Christian Hijab into joining us in all the Ministry to Muslims events.
I would love it. Like I said, I'm a little bit like Dory from Finding Nemo, but I see Jesus move in such cool ways. And the greatest compliment I ever got was someone saying, God reveals such profound truth through his word, through you. And I know it's God. Pause, because I've met you. And I'm like, yes, exactly. So, yeah, so there you go. I'm just being obedient to God, and I offer my loaves and fishes and my low-tech skills, all in hopes to bring glory to Jesus and Muslims to come home to him, as Jay Smith would say. So, there you go.
We've got amazing God. He uses everyone. So don't be surprised that with your non-technical skills and with my broken English, with David's mindset, Anthony's mindset, all these messed up people, God still willing to use us.
And, I mean, right now I'm thinking about my grandma. She got me thinking about my grandma now.
David, if you ever need a grandma in one of your videos, I am willing. I'm very affordable. Yeah.
You know, I went and my grandma's like she's like around 90 now, and
okay, I'm really not that old.
She's been she's been having heart problems, like her heart stopping and stuff. So I wanted to make sure that she saw our youngest and stuff like that in case she dies. So I went up there, and then I was up there, and I had a video camera, so I just put a video camera in front of her. I said, "Yeah, in case you don't make it." Why don't you say whatever you want? Give your whole life story, whatever you want. I got like 8 hours on this SD card. Say whatever you want, and I'll just point it at you, right? And so she starts talking, and she's like, and my grandfather Axel was very mean. He used to take cats and put them in a pillowcase and he would take cats and put them in pillowcase and throw them into the fjord. Right? I was like, oh crap, it's genetic. Right? I was like, oh, we have psychos. I have psychos in my family line. That was starting to make sense. And then she was talking about, she was actually one of the first batch of women in the Air Force, right? So women in the Air Force is like back in the 50s. and they had women in the Air Force, and they had the first batch. And she said, so she's there, and she was number 13. She was the 13th woman to join the Air Force, and she's sitting there, and she said a male officer walks by and goes, "Beware the dirty dozen." And he said he walks away, and she's like, "I was trying to figure out, but then eventually I figured it out." And she held up a picture of the first 13, and she goes, "Lesbian, lesbian, 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 lesbian." They were all lesbians, right? So it was understood that only lesbians joined the military, right? And stuff. And she just joined because she thought it was something cool to do. And then anyway, she's talking about all her relatives being my great grandpa Axel was murdered, and she said he had thousands of dollars worth of jewelry, and they left it. So it was just someone just killing him in anger. Anyway, she's telling me, I'm like expecting, oh, so I grew up and blah 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 blah. She's telling me how everyone's like killers and
oh my.
Oh, yeah. So anyway, I got a video of that for my kids when they grow up.
I would probably watch that video.
Yeah,
that would be a video to watch, though. No one's gonna go to sleep during that story.
And I got my grandma. Can't even show the video.
It's full of encouragement.
She sounds pretty BA, and for our Christian people, that's biblically awesome or accurate.
Yeah, she was. I was growing up, and she was like the sweetest lady until I don't even remember what I did. I said something mean to my cousin once, and my grandma just turned around and just slapped she slapped a taste out of my mouth. And I've always remembered that because I've been held on the ground and like stomped into the ground and had guys soccer kicking my head and everything. And anything anyone else does to me, I was like, not as bad as grandma slapping me because it's grandma, right? It's like sweet old lady just turns and
dude, David, have grandma meet Muhammad in
nice.
The Boom Boom Room.
Oh yeah, grandma.
Have her give him a smackdown.
Muhammad meets David's grandma.
Yes. Yeah.
Perfect.
I get called old lady in my videos all the time. I got told I needed plastic surgery in one of them. And I said, they're probably right. I should probably start with my breasts since that's godliness in Islam. Sorry, that was probably inappropriate.
If you have your grandma wallop Muhammad, then you got to have somebody else come in and ask who hits harder, your grandma or the angel Gabriel.
Oh yes.
Hey, spoiler alert, but Hatun in her episode of Muhammad's Boom Boom Room smacks Muhammad in the face with her shoe. That was rude.
Very rude.
So
wow.
I can't wait.
Those Christians are just so rude.
Yeah. I mean, I'd say I can't believe Hatun would do anything like that, but like I actually spent like 2 weeks with her straight.
I'm so peaceful. I am the most humble and most peaceful person you will ever meet.
What my daughter's favorite line is, the only thing I'm not good at is being humble because I'm great at it. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm proud. I'm
like
proud to
something
be the most
David would
humble
say.
person.
Oh,
trying to
Hatun, I made a video of you getting your Quran stolen, and I lost my TikTok channel
Because
due
of
to
me?
violence. Because I made a video of you getting arrested. It's still up on my YouTube channel, but I got my TikTok channel banned for violence.
Can't do much about it. Can't do much about it. I was told just before the live stream, I was told my religion's views are causing stress to people. So I need to be careful with my religion's views.
Oh my gosh.
I'm
like, it's so
my religion's
crazy.
views are causing stress to people.
Yeah, I mean, that would be such a shame if you caused Muslims stress.
Oh, well, they
Because
can't.
we know that no Muslim would ever want to, say, cut your head off or anything.
Yeah.
So if you cause them stress, that's just terrible.
I know. I'm so really so lovely, really lovely person. Just not sure why people think I'm not lovely.
I think you're lovely.
I think you're lovely.
Let's everyone say how lovely I am, and then I will be very proud of that.
Well,
I'm sorry that
Will
we
you
lost
be
your account. I can't do much about it. I am losing my accounts too. So.
Oh, it's okay. It was if I had to lose it due to video, you know, I'm glad you were the last thing that they saw.
Well, good thing is we replaced it.
Yeah, we
We
did.
new crowns.
Look at.
And it's been like 2 weeks. I took it to Kona. Still, I have them.
Wow, that's impressive.
I know.
How did it go when you took it to Speaker's Corner?
Well, I didn't have chance to show off to people, but
I took it, but no one knew.
It's been it's been in my bag. I was talking about different things. There was no time for it.
Like an excuse.
It's okay.
I've only seen one, by the way.
What?
I've only seen one Quran this entire time.
I
have
know.
not seen the colored
I've
one.
not seen the green one at all. It's okay though. If Patoon doesn't want to show it off, it's all right. Those are the designs, the front and the back. For all of you Muslims out there who want to know the truth about Islam, read the Quran, please. It reveals Allah is a false god and Muhammad is a false prophet.
Hey,
but you should absolutely believe the Bible.
Hey, I'm an ex-Hindu, and
well, he said he was
born. I'm not a Muslim, but my prophet would not think that's very nice, and you should be going in a totally different direction.
There we go.
There we go. That's the colored
That's
one.
a pretty good reenactment.
Yeah, but he said he was born into Hinduism, which means that he disbelieves.
Those are beautiful.
In Islam anyway, because you're born into Islam no matter what. So, I mean,
That part could have been true. I mean, he could have been born Hindu, I suppose.
No, but he'd have to be born Muslim too, because everyone's born
Right?
Muslim.
Yeah, he was born Muslim, and then he converted to Hinduism at the age of 1 day, and then he reconverted to Islam or reverted.
But only until he got on the live stream.
He believes
Because-
Muhammad's a prophet, but not a Muslim.
But he still condemns Muhammad's actions and Allah's actions. So, not a true Muslim, mind you.
Yeah, and he wanted to know if the Quran was Sahih or not. Don't forget that
He
important
kept
part.
asking that over and over.
Yeah, you quoted the Quran. You're like, I'm quoting the Quran 9:29. He's like, is that narration Sahih?
He also asked where those hadiths were from when I specifically said the Quran. Yeah. Surah.
Those things
Surah
are normal.
929.
Like from very early age, they are trained to attack other faiths. Therefore, they don't know very basics.
I have not. I work in the refugee community locally, and I have not met one Muslim who has actually read the Quran. I've had a couple tell me when I first meet them that they have, but then once we build relationship, they come forth with the truth and say, actually, no, I haven't. I haven't read it. I have one lady. I'm trying to decide if I should say where she's from. All right, I'll say from Afghanistan. So, it's not even in her language, and she's training her child to recite the Quran. And I said, have you actually read the Quran? And I said, like, in your own language. So do you know what it says? And she goes, no, Arabic is such a rich language. That one word is just so heavy that it's just so beautiful. And so I was like, but so how do you know it's the truth? And she couldn't answer me. And when I'm in person, I'm very gentle because I love them. And so I'm not as direct as I am on YouTube. So it's a work in progress with my friends.
Good night.
Just so everyone knows, that's how I am. Right? Like I've had people message me, David, I met a Muslim at school. And I just blasted him about Aisha, just like you. And I was like, no. Like, no. That's me on YouTube. That's not D-Wood
Right.
talking to a Muslim down the street or something.
No,
Go ahead, brother.
I thought I was saying, no, I had a very similar conversation where we were out in California with a Muslim outside of a mosque who was very plain and very open with saying that he's never even read the Quran. That he has no clue what's in the Quran. But he was willing to sit there and talk to me about Allah, because that's how I approached it. I just asked him, hey, can you help me? I'd like to know more about Allah. And I ended up talking to him for about, I said 20, maybe 30 minutes. And I ended up teaching him about Islam and about the Quran and about what it says. And I'm sitting there like, I'm just sitting here teaching this guy randomly on the street corner. But yet you do have those opportunities where it's like, no, we haven't actually read it. We haven't actually looked into it. We just believe it because this is how we were born.
Yeah.
And it makes for a very weak position.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually surprising to a lot of people that, you know, your average Muslim knows so little about the Quran and what's in the Muslim sources. Like we're familiar with Christians who don't study, and we're familiar with that. But Muslims, like in a lot of people's thinking, they're very knowledgeable about their religion, and people contrast that with, look, you know, I know lots of Christians who don't know about Christianity, but look, these Muslims know so much. Until you start asking them questions, right? And what you find is that they know their basic practices because, you know, they're taught. You go to the mosque and you do this and you do that and so on. They know this, dress a certain way, and you think, they really know about their religion. Like I found that out by just like after one of my first early debates, and I was talking to a group of Muslims afterwards, and they were making claims, and I would go, "What do you do about this verse? What do you do about that verse?" And in this 2-hour conversation, not one Muslim there had any clue about any verse I was bringing up. They were just, I was like, whoa. And these are the like Muslims who are interested enough to like come out to debates and stuff like that. And they just, and I think what it is like a combination of things. Like you got Surah 4, verse 65, which is like if you are a true believer, you won't have any doubts about anything Muhammad is saying. You won't have inside your heart any resistance to anything Muhammad is saying. So you've got passages like that. And then you've got the passages about the sin of innovation, coming up with your own understanding or your own interpretation of something. And this is something that'll get you sent to hell. And the impact that this has had on Islam over the centuries has been, you either need to learn all of it or you need to shut up and listen to what your leaders are telling you. Those are the two options. Either learn it all and become a scholar, or sit down, shut up, don't bother to learn it, learn your basic practices, memorize your prayers, and you go ahead and listen. To what your scholars say. And this is why you can have people, you know, not knowing anything about what the Quran says about the Bible or what the Quran says about the, you know, Christian scriptures and so on. They have no idea. And it's all, now the cool part of that is it's new information, right? Like you can be the first one to show Muslims what the Quran says on some issue. Why is everyone laughing? What'd you guys say?
Sorry, there's someone in the comments.
Yeah, House of Hikmah, I probably pronounced that wrong, said, David, you haven't answered about whether or not Surah 929 is Sahih.
It's because he stumped me on that one. I don't know.
Actually, yeah. Which one is it? The guy that, is it the Warsh Quran? Or the person that it traces back to is considered unreliable.
Oh, liar?
That's Hafs.
That's Hafs. Yeah.
Hafs. Okay, Hafs.
Yeah, so Hafs is
weak narrator. Weak narrator.
Yeah.
Hafs is identified as liar and thief.
Yeah, so 929 is not Sahih.
Yeah, Al-Qasa identified as someone who was playing with the beautiful boys. Hamza, he wasn't even using his Quran in his own prayer. He's identified as hypocrite. So they all have like very bad background. Some of them are identified as drunk. So none of them should be Sahih, but anyway.
Hey, we have Mohsen over here. He says he's asking all the Christians.
Yeah, he's making the same.
So actually, since you brought up Mohsen, he said something very interesting. He said that he was going to go pray in a few minutes. He specifically said he was going to put his head to the ground as he was doing his prayers. And then he said, meanwhile, these people on the streams are just going to worship their computer screens. So because we're looking at a computer screen, we're worshiping a computer screen. So by his logic, his God is the floor. He didn't. I asked him if that meant his God was the floor. He didn't respond. But that seems to be his logic. Whatever you look at during the hour of prayer, that is your God.
And if you look at the inside of your eyelids like you're told to, or else your eyes will get snatched out, then you're looking at yourself. Therefore, you're worshiping yourself, which seems to be what Islam is all about anyway. Just ask Aisha her thoughts on if Muhammad was worshiping himself. So,
and really, it sums up a lot of the issues. So, I mean, one, he's gonna bow down to a pagan cube. And if he ever gets a chance, if he hasn't already, he's going to go there and he's going to try and smooch this pagan rock on the side of it, where even Muhammad's followers will say, oh, we have no idea why we're doing this except for Muhammad did it. But this is clearly idolatry, but we'll do it anyway because Muhammad said. So he's going to do that. But then, like I mentioned earlier, I read a couple of comments by Mohsen, and he was attacking the Gospels. and I laugh because that's exactly what we were just talking about. Muslims having no idea what their book says. Like, it obviously has no idea that his God and his prophet affirm the inspiration and the preservation and the authority of the scriptures that we read, and just has no clue, and will believe some sort of rumor that is spread through the Muslim community forever. And he'll believe that rather than what his own sources and his own God and his own prophet say, and not realizing what an idolater he is, right? He'll believe, hey, this is what my friend told me when I was in school years ago. Allah says the exact opposite. Well, so much for Allah. Weird religion.
Yeah.
Weird religion.
if you want to verify that for yourself, you can go to Quran Surah 5:43 through 47, and that is where Allah affirms that the gospel and the Torah are from him. We know that Allah's words cannot be changed, that he will protect his words. We know that also Muhammad asked to have a Bible brought to him and said, I believe in thee and in thee who revealed thee. So Muhammad affirmed the Bible that he had. We know what Bible that was. We still have that Bible, very same message. And we know that Allah affirmed his words. And if it's not still the same Bible, then Allah did not protect his words and it's a false God. And if Allah did protect his words, he's a false God because the Bible proves him false. We know that the father of lies in the Bible is Satan. We know that Allah brags about being the best of the deceivers. Connect the dots.
Mohsen, he keeps asking, who is Satan?
Allah.
He's the one who inspired your fake prophet, Mohsen. Hey, what's interesting though about Satan? Satan in the Quran is like the most faithful one. You know what I'm talking about, right, Anthony?
Oh yeah, because you won't commit shirk.
Yeah. So I mean, you have commands in the Quran not to bow to anything except Allah. Satan seems to be aware of this because Allah creates Adam, and then he says, "Oh, now all of you, angels, everything, bow down to Adam," and they'll go, "Okay."
and he's one smart dude according to the sources, because and think about what this means about Allah. One of my favorite stories, it's in Al-Tabari. But first, the Quranic verse, there are many of them, but the one that's I think most interesting is Surah 38:75, where Allah upbraids Satan for not bowing down to Adam, even though Allah created Adam with his own two hands. Mm-hmm. So this is what makes Adam special. He, in distinction from other things, was created with Allah's own two hands. When you read the hadiths and other reports, Allah first made Adam like a lifeless statue, and he let him stand erect for a long time before officially breathing life into him. But what happened during this interim period before this statue is brought to life is the angels happen upon the scene, and they look at this thing and they're all frightened, right? So they're all looking at it like, oh goodness, why are they frightened, right? That's the first question that should come to mind. Well, Satan shows up, right? And Satan says, hold on a second, fellas. This is my paraphrase. Hold on a second, fellas. I'm going to go over there and investigate. So he goes over and he investigates by entering in through its mouth, the hollow of the mouth of this statue, and by exiting through its rear. And then he comes back after this investigation to the angels and he says, don't worry, that is hollow, but your Lord is solid. Okay, so this is the reason they're fearful, because they thought it was Allah. It looked like Allah to them. And Satan reasons it can't be Allah because he was able to go in through its mouth and out through its rear, but you apparently can't do that in the case of Allah. Apparently Allah doesn't have an open cavity. He's solid. And I mean, there's so much stuff involved in all this. It's actually kind of wild, but yeah, that's one of my favorite stories, because you know, here's Satan and he's saying, look, you dummies, you know, you don't have to be worried and fearful and on the verge of throwing yourselves on the ground before this lifeless statue. It's not Allah, right? And that just doesn't it feed into the fact that Muhammad, or excuse me, Satan in the Quran refuses to bow down to Adam, saying, why?
Islam has the weirdest tests to figure things out. It makes me think of, wasn't it Khadijah who had to flash the angel? Like, that's the test. If it's an angel or
an
a
angel
demon.
Won't stay in the room. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, she didn't have to.
Like,
She
don't worry.
She could have just brought a puppy in.
That's true. That's true. But it wouldn't be Islam. Anytime they can throw breasts in the equation, they're just not going to miss that opportunity.
Hey, Anthony, don't let me forget, because I thought this would be a cool video along the lines of that story about Satan in the Quran, where, you know, hey, no one bow down or worship anything but Allah. And then Allah says, hey, everyone bow down to Adam. They all go, oh, okay, right? Except Satan. Satan, no, I'm not doing that, right? I ain't doing that. No. He's made out of clay. I'm made out of fire. I'm made out of something better than that. I should only be bowing down to you, not that, right? And then Allah, of course, punishes him for being a devout Muslim. But I'm drawing the parallel between that and then the story of the satanic verses, where Muhammad has been teaching these guys Islam for years. And then he comes with the satanic verses and he says, now pray to Allah, Alusa, and Manat, these three pagan goddesses, and they all bow down in honor of the revelation. And it's like, wait a minute, this is what you've learned from Muhammad? So you have, anyway, you have lots of things like that in the Muslim sources, just like Umar saying, I know you're just a rock. I know it, but Muhammad did it, so I got to kiss you too. And it's like, you're not actually being trained to worship one God. You're being trained to mindlessly obey whatever this guy says, and that's what you're being trained to do. In fact, I mean, it almost seems like that's the purpose of the Satan story, right? Like, hey, don't worry about what Allah says over here. Worry about what He's commanding you right now, because that might change. It might change later.
You know, that made me think of something, because Mohsen here keeps. Earlier, he said Jesus was a Muslim because he bowed down in prayer, right? Of course, the prostration of people in Scripture isn't the same thing as what you see Muslims doing. There's an entirely different posture involved. But anyways, you just mentioned that Muhammad, when he uttered the satanic verses, and the others that were there with him prostrated themselves. No Muslims would say just because they prostrated themselves on that occasion. Of course, most Muslims try to question the authenticity of the account, but on the assumption that it's true, no Muslim would say that was a Muslim thing, right? They wouldn't say that the pagans bowing down or prostrating to Al-At, Al-Uzza, and Manat is proof that they're Muslims, right? Just the bare fact that they're engaging in this posture when they pray. So why do they turn around and pretend if Jesus and the apostles and prophets prostrated themselves, and it proves they were praying to the same deity that Muhammad prayed to?
Mm-hmm. That is correct.
One
thing, Mohsen, hey Mohsen, you there? Because he keeps talking about what he's gonna do in his prayers and stuff. Hey Mohsen, are you gonna say peace be upon you, O Prophet? Are you gonna say that? Is he listening? I don't know if anyone. Some of you might not know, but Muslims during their prayers say, "Peace be upon you, O Prophet." And so they speak directly to Muhammad during their prayers.
He kept trumpeting that he was going to go pray. So he was,
I mean, he should have already gone. It's past prayer time.
It takes 16 seconds to 20 seconds for them to hear what we just said. So just give him a little bit chance. But yes, during the tashahhud, they have chit chat with Muhammad. And if Anthony or David, if you need a picture of those pagan gods, I've got selfie with them from Jordan. I can send that to you.
You got what?
I've got selfie with Al-Uzra and Al-Malat from Jordan, so I can send you those pictures. They look nice. Just look, just stone.
I've got selfies with Hatun.
Oh. Okay, I think I've got selfie with pagan gods. That's more important.
Well, I mean, Muhammad believed they were real.
I did see in chat that Mohsen said I'll be back later, so I guess he did leave to go to prayer.
Yeah.
Oh,
Adam Seeker.
Oh, great God, Muhammad, I love talking to you during these prayers. Man, it's great to be just like Allah praying right now.
Yeah,
just like Allah and the angels.
By the way, Mohsen said he's going. He said he's going to pray not to a statue or an image. There, you know, the hadiths where it talks about people appearing on the day of resurrection, and each group is going to go off, you know, to follow the gods, and they're going to go off into their own little sections, and then the Muslims are going to remain. And at first, Allah is going to appear to them in a shape other than what they would expect, and they're going to say, "No, we're waiting for our Lord." Right? But then it says there's different narrations on this, but they all say, you know, eventually he's going to appear to them in his true form, which they know. And one of the hadiths, this is in Bukhari, one of the hadiths says that he's going to appear to them according to the picture, nearest to the picture that they had in their minds about him. So that's how they're going to recognize him, along, of course, with that ravishing shin, right? He's going to lift up his pant leg and show them his shin, which apparently stands out from all other shins, and everybody's going to know it's Allah's shin. But the hadith, there's one hadith where it says that he'll appear according to the picture nearest to what's in their minds about him. Now, I mean, this means, it presupposes that faithful Muslims who are going to be rescued by Allah on that day have a mental image of Allah according to which, I mean, he's going to correspond to, right? And where are they going to get that image from, first of all? Well, it must mean that Muhammad has described him, right? And of course he has 2 right arms, multiple eyes, you know, a shin, you know, some Muslims get so ridiculous on this. He has 2 feet, but only 1 shin. You realize that?
Called a mermaid.
Yeah. So, I mean, we all know about the 2 right hands, but some Muslims will say he has 2 feet, because even though there's there's hadith, for example, that talk about Allah sticking his foot on hell and saying you're full, right? No more. So some Muslims have said that only gives warrant for believing in 1 foot, right? Just like you only have basis for believing in 1 shin, because it doesn't mention 2 shins. But some genius Muslims have pointed out that Allah has a footstool, a stool for his feet, right? Which entails 2. So they reason from that he has 2 feet, not just 1. So he has 2 feet and only 1 shin and 2 right hands. So that's kind of the picture that you're supposed to have in your head.
Hey, Anthony, so I don't forget, one of the things I want to do in the future is just sort of enact hadiths, right? So it's just one little hadith, and that's like a video, but you actually got some people dressed up, being the characters, and playing in there. But for that hadith, and that's a messed up one too, because the Jews, we think of Ezra. I was like, wait, no, you don't. Right? But when it talks about Allah and him pulling up his dress and revealing his shin and them understanding this, to reenact that, I thought it like not saying anything specific, just reenacting the hadith, but it's on a stripper stage. You know what I mean?
Some hot music going on.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be,
reveal.
the music's gonna.
That just makes me laugh because when you were with the Afghan community, I was always told, don't show your ankles because they consider that the sexiest part of the body. And I'm like, really? I was born in the wrong country because I have some rockin' ankles. The rest of me may be shot, but I've got some good ankles. And sorry, it just made me laugh, David's idea. My ankles.
Man. Hey, someone just commented, David, you need to do a video where you and the apostate prophet find the setting place of the sun. How did I not think of that one? Right? Like, can you imagine me and AP? We like make a video. We're like, all right, we're going to refute the Quran. Now we're going to show that there is no place where the sun sets. So we start driving and we get it. And we see all of a sudden it's setting in the water. We're like, oh crap. and then we're like, oh no, we have to cover this scientific proof up to keep people away from Islam. And then that like circulates. I'm saying that because this was like back in like, I want to say like 2007, 2008, 2009. But there was a channel. Anthony, you remember this? Was it Faith Freedom, where they would do like the evidence hoaxes? I don't know if you remember this because this is way back.
Way back. And then somebody like Osama Abdullah
thought
it was legitimate, right?
Yeah, so what they would do is they would make a false journal article and false news articles on fake sites and stuff like that. And so one example that I remember, one of them was like, it said Jewish researchers have been criticizing the idea that all human beings could come from one man. And he says, and it quotes the Jewish scientist as saying, there's no way one human being could hold all the genetic information for all human beings. To be that, he'd have to be at least 90 feet tall, right? So they wouldn't say anything else, right? They wouldn't say anything about the hadith or anything. They would put this out there, and then they would, circulate it in these fake sites. Sure enough, every time Muslim apologists would pick up on it, the Jewish researchers have confirmed that Adam was 90 feet tall and blah, blah, blah. And then they'd all run around. With this fake story. And it was just amazing. The point that these guys were making is how they would cling to absolutely anything. You were mentioning Osama Abdullah. Osama Abdullah once had on his website, Muhammad's claimed that there are 360 joints in the body. And Osama Abdullah had an article supposedly proving that there are 360 joints in the human body. And then he had a hyperlink to a medical website, at a hospital. It said joints 360. You click on it, it says joints, and then across it 360. But you scroll up, and these are the phone number extensions, right, for the different departments. Right? You had the bones department, so you had the joints department, and the extension was 360. Right? So we put on Answering Islam and say, wait, this is the new evidence for Islam, a phone number, right? And, anyway, but you remember, Anthony, Osama Abdullah he had like the most popular Muslim apologetic site that there was back then. And that was the level of argumentation. He became insanely popular doing that.
So what's funny is I'm actually debating Osama next Saturday.
Oh, nice.
This is funny on a number of levels. So first of all, I debated Shadid recently, right? On Deuteronomy 18 and Isaiah 53. He was arguing Muhammad is the prophet in Deuteronomy 18 and Jesus is not predicted in Isaiah 53. So Osama, you know how these guys, first of all, on their own sites, all the Muslims are supposed to affirm that their guy won, even if he didn't, right? But amongst each other, they're always chopping each other down, right? So Osama, one of the first things he did was he contacted George and said, Shadid did terrible. I want to debate Anthony, right? So so I'm going to be debating Osama. But here's where it gets even funnier. So he wants to debate me on Deuteronomy 18. Apparently, Osama doesn't remember that we debated that 10 years ago. So I don't know. Funny to me, but I'm not going to tell him until the debate, maybe.
And here you are live.
You won't see it.
Yeah.
We won't tell anyone.
Years ago, this was Osama Abdullah was debating James White, and I think it like Osama. I think Osama kept criticizing the Gospel of John for saying there was a man sent from God whose name was John, and so you can't say that about yourself. And James is trying to explain that there are two different Johns, that there's more than one John. He's like, you can't just talk about yourself and affirm yourself that way. No, two different Johns, dude. Right? It was something along those lines. And then it was after the debate. I would never in a million years have said it while they were married because I don't want to cause problems, but they're divorced now. But Osama Abdullah's wife back then walked out to the people out there and said, I don't think you should have my husband out to debate.
Here's one of my favorite Osama moments. I don't remember exactly. So one time we were all in, several of us were in Dearborn debating Osama. And there was a bunch of stuff happening in and around the debates and stuff like. Anyways, I think it was definitely Louis Lionheart and Osama talking. I believe it was during their debate. But anyways, Louis was ticking off a bunch of Muhammad's scandalous actions, right? So he said, Muhammad took the wife of his best friend when she was only 6. He bedded her at 9 years old. And then he took the wife of his adopted son. And, he made fun of a blind man. He had a woman killed who was making fun of him, right, in her poetry. He robbed caravans. And then, so he's going on just giving this whole laundry list, right? And then he says, and he slept with his dead aunt. And Osama jumped up and says, he didn't do that. He didn't sleep with his aunt.
Oh my God.
It was hilarious. It's like
now you've crossed the line.
Yeah, that one's not true.
Everything else is fine. Oh my goodness. Wow.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I don't want to cut down the fun, but
Hatun needs sleep.
No, it's like morning now. I need breakfast. I need breakfast, and then I've got other things to do, and then more other things to do. But we can have these like hangout times another time.
Yeah,
Maybe
10 hours.
We can laugh things.
We've technically been here 11. We might have misunderstood the time difference, so we might have been here an hour early. But who's counting?
Wow. I was impressed that you guys were still on when I joined, and then
I know
you've been here the whole time. I mean, that was already like 3 hours in when I joined, and
Nothing wrong with that.
No, that's a compliment. I'm impressed.
It is. You
I'm
guys
impressed
have
at their stamina.
stamina. That's
I'm
what
just- I'm impressed that Hatuna's put up with us this long. I mean, she kicked off Sister K like so fast.
No worries. I'm gonna block you from now on.
You said that before too, and you didn't.
Well, that's
you
because
still been talking to me.
This is a different account.
When I see things like becomes busy in the phone stuff, I just mute people. So I'll do that to you as well. No worries.
I mean, that's fine, but when you still reply, like it's pretty obvious you don't block me. So
I will. You never know. You wouldn't even know if I blocked you.
You
Signal
respond.
doesn't give
You
signal doesn't-
initiate it.
Anyway, okay. Let's finish this with this one. Who can tell me?
One second. I just want to point out How many Muslims out there stayed up for 10 hours celebrating the birthday of Muhammad? None. And yet,
No, not none.
And yet Hatun has.
Right? Is that
Most-
equivalent to how they always say, I love Jesus more than you love
Yeah.
Jesus?
Not one Muslim in the entire world just stayed up all night celebrating Muhammad's birthday. This woman just did. So she loves Muhammad more than you.
I'm pretty
Well, she
sure
hates
She's
Muhammad more
she's a truer Muslim than all of you combined.
Yeah, Hatun has put in the most effort, stayed awake the longest for this. I'm pretty sure I've made the most cakes, decorated the most cakes at least out of anyone like ever for Muhammad's birthday.
I ate the most cakes.
I
give me some credit.
David wore the most cakes.
We're all winners here. We all love sharing the truth about Muhammad far more than Muhammad, far more than Allah, far more than any of their followers. So
I have to take that cake to Speaker's Corner tomorrow. Just thinking practical.
You mean today?
Tomorrow. Today's
No, tomorrow. It's only Saturday.
There's going to be a food fight.
I was just practically thinking, so like, should I cut the cake first and then take it, or cut the cake? Because I will be like,
cut it up into separate pieces on little paper plates covered in saran wrap, and go deliver them to everybody at Speaker's Corner with a little plastic fork.
Yeah,
and everyone will be sitting there eating cake. All the Speaker's Corner, they're all sitting there eating cake, and then you show up with a picture of where the cake came from. You go, ha ha! And
that is exactly how that should happen.
Great. That's YouTube gold right there.
but yeah, they might fight for the cake. Like, who's gonna eat Muhammad's eyes? Who's gonna eat his?
I mean, his mole is like the best part. So
His shanks.
Just save that for like Ali Dawah or.
Yeah, I mean they would rub his saliva.
Oh,
and
is that the cake?
drink his urine and his blood.
Oh my gosh, that's impressive.
Wow.
Nothing like a back mole that says, I think I want a piece of that.
Wow.
That is so bad.
I'm starting to understand what that former Hindu dude was saying.
I need a screen. I want to screenshot that. That's just beauty. Oh, that's birthday goals.
Did you not see Elle's cake?
Yeah, Truth Defenders.
I didn't. We're in the process of moving to a smaller place, and it's taking us forever. So I've been just listening and not always looking at the screen. So I didn't get to see Elle's cake.
Yep. Elle is a habitual line crosser.
I don't know where she got inspired from. I
mean,
who
I
could have
feel like
inspired that?
I still haven't done anything as horrible as Muhammad. Like, I really haven't done anything that's not peaceful, yet I'm constantly accused of like being violent.
You did? Whoa. You don't realize that what you're doing is way worse than Muhammad taking the wife of his own adopted son and boning a little girl and promoting wife beating and all that stuff. I remember you made an origami snake out of the Quran.
Oh my God.
What's up with that? That's way worse.
You know what? I'd like to correct you right there, because it's not just an origami snake out of the Quran. It's literally an origami snake that turns into the Quran.
Oh, yeah, that was cool.
So.
Oh, you had that handy, yeah?
Yeah, I do. I have all my Koronagami right here. I figured I should have it just in case it came in handy.
That is impressive.
They burnt, a
Nice.
Christian woman
Nice.
alive. But Uthman also burnt the Qurans, so I figured may as well honor their history, so that they all know.
It's like with my videos, I actually if you knew me in person outside of this, I actually am very nice and encouraging. That's what I love to do. But whenever I think I'm being too mean, I just go back to my Yazidi friends and the pictures they showed me while I'm in their tent. And I think if people knew, like, there's just nothing more important than trying to make sure that these things don't happen to little kids again. And so I always tell people when I tell them about my channel, I'm like, if you're not familiar with polemics, it's gonna seem like it's mean, but I promise it's not. It's like tough love. So yes, sorry, went a little long there.
No, I mean, like we've been saying all along, Christ calls us to love and to pray for those who persecute us. And, you know, if we truly love the people who are around us, if we truly love Muslims, how is it loving to sit back and be silent and to let their lives be utterly destroyed, to let the lives of those they love be utterly destroyed and everyone around them? How is that loving? Tell me how that's loving. Because us eating some Quran cake or Muhammad cake, I mean, that is so much more loving than just sitting back and not saying anything. Or even worse, being like the media and covering it up and saying, oh no, Islam is the religion of peace, and just hiding all these things. When you actually read the Quran and you find out what Islam teaches, you'll see that it is just so full of hate. And in order to love these Muslims, we need to expose it so that they can know true love and the love of Christ that he's offered to all of them, and not this Jesus Christ, Isa, that they love more than us, supposedly, because that is not Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ is God. And if we reject that, we reject God. So it's really important that we really do not stay silent, that we don't just sit back and watch these people burn in these lies and in this evil that they are so trapped by without even knowing it. But that we expose it so that they can come to know the truth, because truth sets us free. Jesus Christ sets us free.
Amen. My best friend is a Muslim, and I would trust her with my life, and I know she would do, you know, the same. But I've told her it's not possible for us both to be right. And so, you know, I know these conversations are so hard, but they're so important. And you know, I won't, of course, I would never say her name on here, but, you know, God knows, if you were to pray for her and pray for me as I try to reach these beautiful people that I love so much, that I just want to see get set free from the evil teachings of Muhammad. So, and I pray for you guys, each and every one of you on the screen. Okay, Reason Answers, you're new to me, so complete transparency, but I will add you to the list. And I
appreciate that.
Praying.
I appreciate that. And you're also new to me, so I'm going to check out your content after this. So,
you know, I don't mean to brag about my high quality video skills, but
yeah, I mean, you've already lowered the bar so low that, you know, if the video doesn't like just randomly stop, I'll be like, wow, this is better than she said it was. So,
oh, we could be friends. Oh. Well, bless you all. I will step down. It was such a pleasure to get to meet all of you somewhat in person. I was dressed for bed, so I turned the camera off, you know.
That doesn't stop David.
Or Muhammad, apparently, you know.
If you guys had any clue how many videos I recorded in my underwear and a t-shirt, you couldn't watch my videos anymore.
Yeah,
thanks for sharing that, David.
Hatun, you are loved by our church. Just so you know, I was able to go to the J. Smith conference that you Skyped, not the Strong Tower one, but the other one. I was able to be in that audience, and you sharing your life story was just so impactful. And so you are in our church's prayers.
Thank you.
So anyways, God bless you. As soon as I figure out how to leave, I will be like Robert Spencer, and I'm going to go look for the off button.
You press
no worries, I'll kick you off. No worries, I'll
kick me off. Bless you, sister. Kick away.
See you, sister. Thank you for joining in. And yeah.
Hey, Hatun, she said her church loves you. Is that Does that sound like she's in a? I'm guessing she doesn't go to a UK church. am I right?
Poor thing.
I don't know.
Hey, Mosin's back. Hey, Mosin, did you say, "Peace be upon you, O prophet," during your prayers?
Right.
He said his forehead was on the floor, so that proves that
we
it
know
was
that. We
legitimate.
know that.
Also, notice
in his mind, you worship whatever you're facing. So
there he goes
but he's
again.
bragging about his humility. He said,
Oh.
forehead on the floor. The Muslims have the humility preserved. It's just like a joke that our friend Olin was telling us a couple weeks ago. He was like, I should write a book called 7 Steps to Humility and How I Got There in 3.
Yeah.
I love to have that book, actually.
That's awesome.
I can do like how I got there in first one.
Mosin's over here. You're all losers. We're winners because we've got the humility. The humility, you scum.
Notice there he goes again. Originally, he was arguing that Jesus and the prophets and all of them were Muslims because they prostrated in prayer. But now he says that Islam's the only religion where they put their heads down 5 times a day. So I guess Jesus and the prophets and apostles weren't Muslims because they didn't do that 5 times a day.
Yeah, actually, the Sabians prayed at all 5 of the times that Muslims pray, and an additional 2. So they prayed 7 times a day. So following Mosin's reasoning here, I guess what they're better. I don't know.
Well, all the same, Allah wanted all Muslims to pray way more than any of them
50
do.
times.
Yeah, and it's only because of someone who's way more merciful than Allah that was yeah.
Moses.
Okay.
Hey, Mosin, you're not
most
answering.
humble and most merciful, I guess.
Mosin, you're not answering. Did you say, "Peace be upon you, O prophet," during your prayers?
I don't think he's going to answer.
I don't think he's going to answer.
Has to eat.
Change subject.
Okay, my bedtime was already yesterday, and my breakfast time is about to pass. That's just like no good to me. It's nearly 7 o'clock in the morning, and I should go.
These guys are bad influences.
Huh?
These guys are bad influences.
I know. Well,
No. He said yes, though. He said yes. He said yes. He said yes. He did say it.
Nothing
That's
to hide.
interesting. Yeah, So we need to wrap up. But let me just tell everyone. So what he just agreed he did is the standard Muslim prayers, but they're praying and part of their ritual worship, they say, "And peace be upon you, O prophet." And I mean and they don't realize how absolutely pagan that is. I mean, if I say,
it's direct address.
God, please bless my great-great-grandma. That would be me talking to God about my great-great-grandma. If I say, oh, bless you, my great-great-grandma, and my great-grandma better be, my great-great-grandma better be somewhere in the room if I'm saying that to her. If she, if she's not, if she's dead, and I'm addressing her directly, speaking directly to her, you, grandma, oh, remember that time we blah, blah, blah. Remember that time you took me to the public fair, grandma? Then I would be talking to grandma. If I'm talking to grandma as part of my 5-time-a-day ritual worship, that is some straight up weird pagan stuff right there. And yet the people who have preserved the humility and the correct prayers talk to Muhammad. But, Allah prays upon Muhammad, so I guess that's okay.
Motion said,
what?
He says, you couldn't stop to think for even 10 seconds before responding. First of all, he assumes we haven't already thought about this, and apparently he hasn't. But he says earlier, who gave the words to the prophet that we say, since you're Y-O-U-R, so scholarly. I always love when people say you're stupid when they misspell things. Yep. But he's deflecting, right? Mm-hmm. What does it matter? Let's suppose nobody knows who gave those words to Muhammad. The principle that David is enunciating is that you guys directly address your fake prophet in your prayers. And that's worship by definition. You guys aren't pure monotheists. You're pagan idolaters. You're bowing down and speaking to a human being.
You associate partners with the law.
Yeah,
multiple times.
And so, and
5 times a day.
And most of this is just one of the many.
No other religion does that.
This is just one of the many points. But I mean, Muhammad is clearly a partner with Allah in your religion. And so it's just weird that it's the people bowing down to this pagan cube, climbing over each other to kiss this pagan rock, bowing down, talking to their prophet in their prayers, and running around bragging about, we've preserved the true religion. This is pagan nonsense. You just call it monotheism. It doesn't work like that. You can't say this. I'm calling this chair cheese. Now it's cheese. It doesn't make it cheese, dude. Come on.
And notice, by the way, I said like 5 things, and then the guy says, you're cherry picking on my spelling mistake. Actually, he cherry picked one thing out of what I said. But the point I was making is I always love it when people call others stupid while displaying a level of, stupidity. But the greatest stupidity is that he addresses his prophet and thinks it's relevant to say, that's not shirk unless you can tell me who gave Muhammad those words that we're supposed to speak to him in prayer.
You're just
so Mohsen, I haven't said anything in like 5 minutes. Have I not been thinking? Everyone's been silent for at least 10 seconds at numerous times.
That's just what he says. That's just what he says when he won't answer. And it's very clear. I mean, this dude literally just went and talked to Muhammad, right? He said, let me take a break. Let me take a break from this discussion because I have to go talk to my prophet who's been dead for 14 centuries. I talk to him in prayer, which either means that my prophet is omniscient, he knows everything, or he's omnipresent, he's everywhere and therefore in the room with me. And either way, he's ascribing the attributes of God to his prophet. And so, when you ask him something about that, he's probably going to say, you can't be quiet for 10 seconds.
He said he failed the challenge.
Yeah, you failed, David. When you were silent for 2 or 3 minutes while Anthony was talking, while I was talking, that didn't count. We have to all be completely silent for 10 seconds, I guess, or we're not thinking.
I think he's got a case. Reason for that is, I think, as a Christian, we need to be kind and generous. When we see Muslims are much more capable than their prophet, we need to encourage them. So Muhammad couldn't read and write according to kind of Orthodox Muslim tradition. And this gentleman is like typing there. That needs like a lot of skills. So we need to encourage him and support with all of his like spelling mistakes and not answering the questions. Those are good skills for Muslims. Without those skills, they wouldn't be surviving at all.
Yeah, he should go thank his prophet during his prayers. I just want to say during my prayers to the great God Allah, thank you, Muhammad. Oh boy.
Wait, David, were you praying while looking up?
Yeah.
Right there? Do you have eyeballs still?
Oh, yeah.
He claims that we're avoiding his question, but I don't even know what question we're supposedly avoiding. But we're scared. We're scared that we're avoiding his question. That I have no idea what he's even talking about.
We're looking right now. So tell us what it is. I asked you multiple times, yet you continually avoid. You're just scared. We don't even know. We literally don't know what you're saying. We're paying attention right now. Okay. He changed it. He changed your Y-O-U-R to your because he knew Anthony would make fun of him. That's messed up.
Well, see, you're helping him already improve his spelling. See, aren't you so generous, Anthony?
Hey, Mohsen, the better you learn to spell, the less you're like Muhammad. So he's the pattern of conduct. Keep that in mind. Oh, it says Anthony. Anthony got him shook. Did he stop? Did he stop when we? You're ignoring me. Okay, we're paying attention. Gone.
Yeah. While we're waiting on a reply from him.
Yeah, got some.
This is the question we're not answering. You still haven't stopped talking for 10 seconds. Do you realize that?
Bless his heart. Bless his heart. Maybe he's not able to hear from Muhammad if there are other voices.
Yeah. Reason Answered already pointed out. We have every time someone else is speaking, the rest of us are quiet for over 10 seconds. And I pointed out that's what you keep saying when you don't want to answer a question.
Why live nonstop on Momo's birthday? Oh, that's somebody else.
You can't answer the question.
I don't think you can state the question. You can't state the question.
Yeah. So if the question is, why can't you be tired? I mean, why can't you be quiet for 10 seconds? I mean, we can. We don't want to just because you're telling us to because you don't want to answer a question.
If you pray to Muhammad 5 times a day, the least he could do is enable you to articulate a question in defense of his prophethood.
And notice the stupidity, right? I mean, he's over here bragging how he's got the true religion, clearly wants attention. We finally say, okay, we'll give you some attention. Then he runs away to talk to his prophet. So we're actually asking an important question. You know, this isn't just making fun of his religion, although it's that too. It's trying to make him think that, you know, these guys who go around bragging about their religion and having the pure monotheism no religion in history has spread more paganism than Islam. And they don't get it because they're just told, oh, you know, when you talk to this dead guy and when you bow down to this cube and when you kiss this rock, it's pure monotheism, dude. And so they're taught that, and then they run around bragging and so on. Notice we're trying to get him to actually think about that. Hey, here's something to think about. Is this really pure monotheism or is this pagan nonsense from the devil? And the response, why can't you be quiet for 10 seconds? Why can't you be quiet for 10 seconds? You see the difference? Like as Anthony pointed, you got time. I mean, you got time to go talk to Muhammad. You can't answer a simple question. Anyway.
To him, according to what you just said, it's a sign of fear that you can't be quiet. That's a sign of fear, not a sign of confidence, knowing the answer and being able to address it immediately.
Being quiet is not a sign of fear. Being a coward is a sign of fear, and you won't answer, man. You won't answer a simple question.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm not even sure what the challenge is here. First, he's saying we're not answering his question, which he hasn't stated, but then he's telling us we can't be silent. He did state it.
He said, why can't you be silent?
But why does he want us to be silent if he wants us to answer his question? It's like, if you answer my question, then it proves you can't be silent, and therefore you're fearful and chase your tail much?
Maybe his prophet told him to say that during his prayers. Since he's talking to him out there.
Okay. I've got to step in.
She has to
because my breakfast time is already gone. Next one is like lunchtime.
What?
Food is like most important thing.
Okay. Haturn, go eat lunch and breakfast.
Come back
when you're done. Yeah.
I come because I've got
we'll be here. Don't worry. We'll be here.
I've got the guy in the street preaching, and then I've got like another thing is on, and then I've got to cut this cake for Speaker's Corner. I've got like life.
David, I'm having flashbacks to the chow hall. If you don't want to get up early, you just plain miss breakfast.
No, food is important thing. You never miss the food. I'm created to eat. Everyone has purpose.
Okay. Yeah. So how do you want to close this out, then, Tim?
Yes. So I am going to kick everyone out gently. But before I do that, let's go with the order and then make your last comment so that I don't come across so rude. So who wants to go first?
Last comment on what? Momo's birthday? Or
you can make comments on Muhammad's birthday, comments on what's coming up, your debate, whatever you want to. So think like this is last.
I'll just say this, Mohsen. A couple hours from now, when you're talking to your prophet, tell him he was delicious.
Next time you read the Quran, recognize it's delicious as well. I would show you, but it's gone.
But much like your prophet's teachings, They may be kind of nauseous.
He said, silence is a sign of higher and deeper thinking. Notice how often he's commenting, by the way. I don't think he has not commented for 10 seconds.
Speaking directly to your fake prophet during your prayers is a sign of intelligence. It makes you smart, and then you bow your head on the floor to pray to whatever is in front of you. Makes you smart. Now, I'm the expert on smart. No, don't be quiet, everyone, for 10 seconds because I say so. And
we're on a live stream. The point is to talk.
How does this guy get the true humility when he thinks he gets to order people around like we're his dimmies? Ain't you dimmy sport? Never have been, never will be. Hey, Mosin, say it one more time. I'm gonna take another bite out of your prophet's face.
I mean, you'll probably be quiet while you're eating his face, right?
That's
so
true.
Guys, let's just all have a moment of silence as we silently watch David eating Muhammad.
Well, we gotta wait for the comment.
Actually, I can make everyone silent here. Give me one proof that Muhammad was a prophet.
I mean, he predicted his death, that he'd be a false prophet. So that was a pretty good prophet move.
He didn't predict it. He just said, if... I mean, I don't know.
I mean,
he did get the method right.
Yeah.
Of his own death, but didn't necessarily know that.
There's been no comment.
It's the biggest miracle of Allah.
He won't be able to resist. He wants me to bite his prophet's face. Come on, Clarice.
Well, on the bright side, I think we've made him be silent for 10 seconds.
We're gonna have
maybe
to send,
thinking.
We're gonna have to send DoorDash to Hatun's house. I don't know. Do you guys have DoorDash there?
What is that?
That's like where somebody goes and picks up food and then delivers it to you.
I can't do that.
No.
But thank you though. Too late. Too late.
I don't ever do it, but people do that here when they're lazy and don't want to go out.
Well, surely we're blessed. You ate this talk at all.
Mosin, that one's on you, dude. That one's on you. I was not going to do that. I was done. I'm sick of this stuff. I said I would do it if you kept commenting, and what did you do? You got to, when you're talking to Muhammad later, you're going to have to explain to him why you got David Wood to eat his face off. You're going to have to explain that. So you're going to be writing them, in your worship. When you get to the part where, oh, prophet, I want to have a conversation with you right now. You explain to him. You said, hey, prophet, you won't, David warned me. He said it. He said he was going to eat your face if I type, but I'm such a narcissist that not only do I think I get to tell these Christians what to do, I had to type it, even though they got your face eaten off. Anyway, just be sure to say that to your prophet later when you're talking to him in your pure monotheism.
So, David, he says that you've had to resort to humor because you can't answer his question on the screen, which is no longer on the screen now. But
all right, I'm doing it again. See, you're bringing this on yourself. I don't want to do this. You guys do it.
No, but Muhammad wants you to do it. He loves it when people suck on his tongue.
So. Hey, maybe when he was talking to Muhammad earlier, he was like, "Hey, prophet, what should I do?" Muhammad was like, "Make him eat my face."
Wow, he succeeded.
Thunder says David has gone mad.
Oh, I've been there.
This is a very healthy way to express it.
This has probably been the best Muhammad birthday party ever.
And it might be last. You never know.
The history of Islam. Oh, we should go bigger next year.
Okay, first I think we need to finish today.
Yeah, let's finish.
Now, I am so worried, like my lunchtime is gonna be missed. I missed the breakfast. Now it's 7:13 and lunch is gone. That's just too bad for me.
Look,
Honestly.
he can't stop. I'm not the one worshiping statues. just cubes and rocks.
I want to point that out.
And praying to Muhammad.
And I pray to Muhammad. I pray to Muhammad, and I bow to a cube, and I kiss a rock. Anthony,
we have to do this again. And
Anthony, little side note, Anthony, do you pray to statues?
No.
Okay, so the only idolater we're aware of in this conversation is Mosin. Have fun talking to your prophet.
But
I talk to my prophet 5 times a day.
Yeah, in his favor, he only does it 5 times a day. It's 5. Allah reduced the number of times you can commit shirk in a day as a Muslim from 50 to 5. He says, I don't want you committing shirk more than 5 times a day.
He was probably trying to reduce it. Wait, they're going to talk to Muhammad 50 times a day? That'll take forever.
Muhammad will get no rest, and you know how concerned Allah is that Muhammad doesn't get agitated.
Let me cut these pagans down to 5.
Don't stay too long at Muhammad's house. Don't talk to him too many times during prayer. Okay.
Wait, he says, I don't have a statue of Jesus and Mary. Anthony, you have a statue of Jesus and Mary?
No.
But he bows down to a cube.
But I do have pictures of Muhammad.
I do.
I have pictures of Muhammad too.
But I don't talk to them.
I got one.
I don't talk to them.
Okay. We officially need to stop now. Like,
we do.
It's not like because
David, stop extending the stream.
They ill for having too much sugar stuff, but like I am about to miss my lunchtime, and food is like essential. Brothers and sisters, thank you very much for joining me for Muhammad's birthday gathering, and thank you. I don't know what it is like.
Celebration.
He's dead. And
that's something to celebrate. That is something great to celebrate.
And thank you very much, everyone who joined us in the chat. By God's grace, we will see you on another live stream or at Speaker's Corner or at the bosom of the Father. God bless you all.
God bless.
God bless.